Chapter 1 Uncle, help me, be a good person to the end. Uncle, help me. Fu Qingye looked through the peephole and saw 5 old men, either bald or pot-bellied, running past the corridor outside the room. Hurry up and chase after them, that little girl took some medicine, she can't have gone far. Hurry up and find her, then the 5 of us can take turns playing with her, hee hee hee. Those 5 old men looked disgusting, and their voices were even more disgusting. Fu Qingye watched them run away, and was about to tell the girl who was pounding on his door to leave. Unexpectedly, her soft and helpless voice came from behind him. 10 minutes ago, he didn't know what happened, but he actually opened the door to the strange girl asking for help. He never liked to get close to any strangers, especially women. He considered himself to be no good, but tonight he made an exception. At that time, the girl outside the peephole was pounding on the door so hard that it was about to split open. She looked panicked, as if a vicious dog was chasing her. As Fu Qingye turned around, Xiao Sisi wrapped herself around him like a vine. Her breath was like fire, and she attached it to his cold, thin lips. At 29, this was the first time he had felt this way about a woman. The next second, the girl awkwardly pried open his lips, and like her, which was on fire, it was as if she had pried open a glacier, getting a cold treatment from head to toe. He opened his deep, alluring eyes wide, clenched her shoulders, and pushed away. Do you know who you're messing with? He narrowed his deep eyes and his voice trembled. Uncle, I'm in so much pain. Please, can you be a good person and help me? The girl's voice was broken, her eyes unfocused. She had her legs wrapped around his waist, and her small, white hands were climbing up his long, slender neck. The man in front of her, although mature, had handsome features and a tall figure. He exuded a dignified air that made him seem unattainable. If I have to lose the most precious thing tonight, at least I won't lose to this man who helped me open the door. Do I look casual? You want it, just take it? Fu Qingye was slightly displeased. Uncle, if it's not impossible, can you help me this once? She felt like she was in a fire, it was so painful. Impossible? These 2 words have accompanied Fu Qingye since he knew what was going on. He never expected that a young girl he just met would dare to provoke him like this. Although he himself also wanted to try it. He lifted Xiao Sisi's tender thighs with both hands, pressed her against the white wall, held her back of the head with one hand, and his scarlet lips went up. Uncle, this is my first time, are you also a virgin? She frowned, her innocent doe eyes full of question marks. She only knew that she needed a man right now, but she didn't know how to use it. The man in front of her was not young, so he wouldn't be as inexperienced as her, right? 2 light blushes appeared on Fu Qingye's cold face. He had to take out his phone under the girl's astonished gaze, pretending to look at the information, but actually secretly checking it to find out how to sleep with a woman. If he hadn't looked up the information, he could have held back, but once he did, he couldn't stop. He was like a wolf that had been hungry for more than 20 years, and he took the young girl who had offended him so many times that night. Unfortunately, the first time was over in just 3 minutes. He was embarrassed. Perhaps he was too excited the first time, and since he was inexperienced, it was over too quickly. Xiao Sisi's fire had only been extinguished a little. She bit her lower lip and helplessly asked again. Uncle, are you okay? Her round eyes were like teardrops, gazing at Fu Qingye with longing. As if she was blaming him for only being able to last 3 minutes. The veins on Fu Qingye's face were popping out, and his extremely magnetic voice replied coldly, how can a man say no? He pushed her back down again. That night, he made her 7 times, each time lasting longer and longer, until she started begging for mercy. Fu Qingye was only a little satisfied. Afterwards, the 2 of them collapsed on the round bed and slept all night. The next morning, Xiao Sisi felt like her whole body had been run over by a car, and her internal organs were reorganizing. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the man in a bathrobe. He was tall, cold, and arrogant, half leaning on the sofa, a cigarette clenched between his long, white fingers. The smoke curled around his strong face, half covering his features, as he looked at her with a face full of unfulfilled desire. After 29 years, he finally got a taste of a woman. It felt different from what he had imagined, and he was actually addicted to it. Xiao Sisi thought about what happened last night and realized that it wasn't a nightmare. She blushed as she felt the sky falling down around her. No matter what, this handsome uncle had saved her. Although she had lost her precious first time, she had asked for it, and she couldn't hold him responsible for any consequences. She didn't dare to think about how she would have been tortured if the handsome uncle hadn't opened the door. Moreover, he obviously didn't know what to do at first last night. Maybe it was also his first time. "Uncle, thank you last night." Xiao Cici's voice was full of sobs, and she looked as if she was about to break apart with her self-restraint. Fu Qingye's eyes flashed with a dark light. This was the first time he had been so close to a woman, and as a result, he had fallen into a deep state of self-doubt at the sound of her calling him uncle. Was he that old? "I'm only in my 20s, so there's no need to use a respectful form of address with me. Although I am at the tail end of my 20s. Xiao Cici glanced at Fu Qingye, mainly because the aura around him was so strong, and he obviously looked much more mature than her full 20 years, which was why she had called him uncle. "I see, uncle." She quickly corrected herself. "Big brother? Why does it have to be a big word? Where is it big?" He suddenly thought of something and curled his thin lips in satisfaction. Xiao Cici saw that her clothes were all piled up by the edge of the bed, and it was Fu Qingye who picked them up one by one when he got up in the morning. She hid under the covers and put her clothes back on one by one. During this time, she didn't dare to look at Fu Qingye directly. After making sure that she was fully dressed, she lifted the covers and got up. Last night was so intense that she almost passed out halfway through the night. Now, she still felt pain, and her leg didn't move naturally when she walked. The key point was that she was scared and sad at the same time. Thinking that she had already thanked Handsome, and that she shouldn't have barged into his room in the first place, she walked straight towards the door. As she was about to open the door, she heard Fu Qingye's voice behind her. "Wait." Xiao Cici turned her head to look at him. Her innocent little face was flushed with natural pinkness. Her hands, not knowing where to go, nervously grasped the wrinkled hem of her clothes. She looked thin and vulnerable, like a little white rabbit, very easy to bully. "Come here." Fu Qingye extinguished his cigarette butt and gave her a finger wag. Xiao Cici hesitated for a moment, but obediently walked over. She saw Fu Qingye take a gold-embossed business card from his wallet and hand it to her. He rarely gave out his card to people, and this was the first time he wanted to give a woman his card. Although it was this woman who had repeatedly asked him for help last night, he asked her for it for the first time. No, 7 times in total. The young girl looked young and inexperienced. She was drugged by a group of old men last night and chased after her everywhere. Just thinking about it made him feel anxious for her. "This is my business card. You can find me if you encounter any difficulties in Beijing in the future." Chapter 2 Grandma, I already have a woman. Xiao Cici took the golden business card with a very high-quality feel, which only had his name and phone number on it, and nothing else. She thus knew the name of this man, Fu Qingye. Xiao Cici saw for the first time someone whose mobile phone number, except for the beginning, had a long series of 8s at the end. She glanced at it and then memorized his phone number. However, what kind of difficulty did he mean when he said he would encounter difficulties? Something like last night? Although this guy saved her, he messed with her 7 times. She couldn't stop crying for mercy. Could it be that he still wants to do that to her? Thinking about this, Xiao Cici turned pale. "Brother Fu, I will never encounter that kind of difficulty again. Goodbye." After she said that, she left behind her business card and fled in a panic. Fu Qingye thought that she would hug his thigh when she saw his name, but he never expected that someone would actually refuse to accept the business card he gave her. He is the president of the Fu Group and the richest man in the country, but there are still people in Beijing who don't know his name? And, did this little girl misunderstand something? At this time, Fu Qingye received a call from the butler of the main residence. "Old Lin, please tell my grandmother for me that the trick of forcing me to go on blind dates without taking medicine no longer works." Fu Qingye was a little distracted. "Young master, this time the old lady didn't skip her medicine, she jumped into the river." Although she didn't make it, she slipped by the river and was lucky to be saved in time. "You should hurry home." Whether it was true or not, Fu Qingye rushed back to the main house as soon as possible. Ouch! Fu Qingye could hear his grandmother's screams from afar. He pushed open the bedroom door and what came into view was his grandmother's emaciated appearance. Butler Lin was kneading her waist. It looked like she had really fallen. After a period of time, the old lady had gone gray again. Fu Qingye's heart tightened. "You little brat, you're willing to come home? Are you trying to make me die of anger?" You're not even married at your age, and before grandma dies, I'm afraid I won't even get to hold a great-grandchild. How can I face your father in heaven? Ha! I don't care. I'll find 10 beautiful women to come to the house in a little while, and you must go on a blind date with each of them today. After Fu Granny finished speaking, she coughed violently. Butler Lin quickly patted her back. Old lady, don't get angry, it's not good to suffer secondary damage to your waist. Fu Qingye frowned and almost blurted out, Grandma, I already have a woman, so forget about the blind dates. What? Fu Granny couldn't believe her ears. You have a woman? Really? You're not lying to reassure me, are you? When have I ever lied about such things? Fu Qingye asked in return. Fu Grandma thought about it and agreed. She had not been without her share of troubles in the past, and this was indeed the first time Fu Qingye had said he had a woman. How about this, when will you bring your girlfriend home to see Grandma? Fu Grandma said. Fu Qingye wanted to say something else, but at his grandmother's insistent request, he could only agree with a stiff upper lip, and couldn't help but regret having spoken too quickly. The main reason was that when his grandmother asked him to go on a blind date, the innocent little face of the little girl from last night flashed through his mind for some reason. Since morning, he couldn't help but think about the image of the little girl's tear-filled eyes. I wonder where she went now. Unfortunately, she didn't ask for his business card, nor did she leave him her contact information. After reassuring his grandmother and leaving the main house, Fu Qingye dialed the phone number of his special assistant, Ren Xiao, as soon as possible. Help me find a woman. Xiao Sisi, clutching the 100 yuan her grandmother gave her when she left for work, got on the bus back to her hometown. As she watched the tall buildings outside the bus window grow smaller and smaller, her vision blurred with tears. She never imagined that Auntie Lu, a respected neighbor in her hometown, was actually a nightclub hostess. She tricked Xiao Sisi into coming to the city to work, and then sold her to old men 5 at a time. She almost got played by 5 old men in turn. When she was 7 years old, her father died in a car accident, and not long after that, her mother ran away with someone else. As a result, Xiao Sisi was fostered by her aunt and uncle. On the surface, her aunt and uncle raised her, but in reality, she and her grandmother lived together and relied on each other. In her daily life, she had to help take care of her cousins and younger cousins her age, as well as take on a bunch of household chores, laundry, cooking, chopping firewood, and helping the family sell tofu at the stall. She works harder than an ox every day and eats less than a chicken. Since she was a child, her aunt has been saying the same thing over and over, we will support you until you are 18 years old, but after that, don't even think about eating a single bite of food from our family. Xiao Sisi has known since she was a child that no matter how well she studies, her family will not support her through university, and she is destined to work from the time she becomes an adult. She just didn't know that society was so dangerous. Not only had she not earned a single penny in the bustling big city, she had also lost the most precious thing. The skinny girl, huddled in the back seat of the car, cried her heart out. The thought of having done that kind of thing with a strange man last night made her feel ashamed and scared. She could only keep reassuring herself that it was fortunate that the person who had had sex with her was a very handsome and kind older brother, and not one of the 5 older men introduced by Auntie Lu. By the time the car arrived in Xiaoyu village, her eyes were swollen from crying. As a result, as soon as she walked in the door, her aunt Guo Tsuehong rushed over and, without saying a word, threw a water scoop at her. You worthless piece of trash, you have the nerve to come back? Auntie Lu was kind enough to introduce you to a big boss, and you just ran away? You didn't earn a single penny, so why did you come back? Xiao Sisi covered her head, which had been hit by the ladle, and said back, holding back her tears, Auntie Lu didn't introduce me to a proper job, she wanted me to accompany an old man. Do you want me to earn that kind of money? It's so hard to make money these days, why not make money if you have the chance? Women will marry someone sooner or later, so it doesn't matter who you sleep with. It's better to sell yourself than to sleep with some poor guy for free in the future. Gui Tsuehong had never liked Xiao Sisi, but she never imagined that she would say such things. What you're saying is that you knew what kind of work Auntie Lu was referring to when she introduced me to the city? And you let me go even though you knew? Xiao Sisi was full of disbelief. Gui Tsuehong looked away and said, your uncle and I have to pay the mortgage on the house in the city, and your cousins need money for school. Your cousin in particular is going to college, which is expensive, and she also needs a monthly living allowance. The family needs money for everything. Your grandmother needs an operation on her leg, and we simply don't have the money to pay for it. You're an adult now, and it's time for you to contribute to the family finances. You figure it out. apologize to Aunt Lu. She might be willing to take you into the city with her. If you can't find a good job after graduating from high school, you should hurry up and make some quick money while you're still young, and then find an honest man to marry when you're about the same age. Xiao Sisi thought she had cried her tears dry, but when she heard this, her tears flowed uncontrollably. In the year since graduating from high school, she had been helping her family sell tofu, and all the money she earned went to her aunt and uncle. Now it seemed that she could no longer stay in this family. From now on, I won't come back. I'll go out and work, okay? The only one she was worried about was her grandmother. If she didn't have surgery for her old leg injury, she was afraid she would never be able to walk again. She knows that the operation will cost at least 100,000 yuan, and her uncle has not said a word about it. Her grandmother can hardly sleep at night because of the pain, but she endures it without making a sound, so as not to cause trouble for the family. Xiao Sisi wants to earn money to pay for her grandmother's operation, but not in the way that Guo Zuihong wants. It's fine to go out and work, but I'm not asking you to go to a factory and work on an assembly line. If you want to make a lot of money, you have to go with your Aunt Lu. Guo Zuihong tries to persuade Xiao Sisi to sell things. Xiao Sisi gave her a desperate glance and turned away. Xiao Xing'an, her uncle, heard the argument and came out, but Xiao Sisi was already far away. He called out to her. But Xiao Sisi pretended not to hear and kept walking. Cui Hon, don't go too far. Hiding Xiao Sisi's university acceptance letter made me feel bad enough already. Don't you drive the child to her death, Xiao Xing'an whispered angrily. If I didn't hide her notice, would you have paid for her university education? Or would you have let your daughter drop out of school and let a stranger go to university? Besides, you gave your tacit consent at the time. We have done our best by raising her until she came of age. Now it's her turn to earn money to support our family, Guo Zuihong said angrily. Xiao Xing'an was speechless. At that time, after discussing it with his wife, he hid Xiao Sisi's university admission notice. After all, if his niece knew that she had been admitted to university but he would not let her go to school, but instead sent his own daughter to junior college, it would be really hard to explain. Of course, he selfishly also hoped that Xiao Sisi would earn money to help support the family. Xiao Sisi still didn't know that she had been admitted to university. After she left the Xiao family, she had no idea where to go. After last night's experience, the glamorous life in the big city made her, who had nothing, extremely fearful. As she wandered in front of the bus stop at the village entrance, a familiar number appeared on her shabby phone. Isn't this Fu's phone number? Although she hadn't accepted the business card he gave her in the morning, she remembered that his phone number ended in 8. While she was in a daze, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of her. Chapter 3, Be My Woman. The window lowered. Xiao Sisi wiped away the blurry vision, and what fell into her eyes was a perfectly handsome profile. She was dumbfounded. Why was Fu Chengye in Xiaoyu village? And why did he know her phone number? She didn't seem to have given him her number this morning. Did he follow her here? Fu Chengye turned his head to look at the stunned Xiao Sisi, hung up the phone, and his eyes fell on her red eyes. He couldn't help but frown. Why did she always look like she was in tears whenever he saw her? Brother Fu, why are you here? And why do you know my phone number? Xiao Sisi asked nervously. Get in the car. Fu Chengye tilted his head to the side, indicating for her to get in. Ren Xiao in the driver's seat quickly got out of the car, jogged over to Xiao Sisi, opened the back seat door for her, and respectfully said, Miss Xiao, please get in the car. Since receiving the task of investigating Xiao Sisi in the morning, Ren Xiao had been incredibly puzzled. He had originally thought that Fu Chengye, who did not get close to women, would not work, but unexpectedly, after checking the surveillance footage, he discovered that this girl had actually spent the whole night in Fu Chengye's room. In the morning, she left his room with tears in her eyes, and even her walking posture had changed. Tut tut. How do you guys know my name and phone number? What do you want? Xiao Sisi was extremely uneasy. Her voice was trembling, and she simply did not dare to get into the car. Ren Xiao looked helplessly at Fu Chengye in the car. Fu Chengye asked back in a deep voice, What do you have? Are you so afraid of me? Xiao Sisi's body stiffened, and she realized that she really had nothing, not even the most precious first time of a woman. What was there to be afraid of? Then why are you looking for me? She asked, blushing. It's not to ask her for compensation, is it? Be my girlfriend. Fu Chengye said directly. What? Girlfriend? Xiao Sisi raised her voice. Ren Xiao, who was standing nearby, also widened his eyes, with an expression of being on the edge of his seat. Let's talk in the car. Fu Chunye prompted again. Xiao Sisi was extremely uneasy. After what happened last night, she had run away faster than a rabbit and hadn't had the chance to chat with Fu Chunye. There was no use avoiding certain things, she had to face reality bravely. Xiao Sisi then sat in the back seat, so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. Ren Xiao was about to sit back in the driver's seat when Fu Chunye ordered, "Stand outside for a while. Don't drive until we're done talking." It was a hot day, with temperatures reaching 40 degrees Celsius. Fu Chunye actually told him to stand outside the car? He would be baked to a crisp. However, he dared not disobey Fu Chunye, so he stood guard with a small black umbrella, tears in his eyes. In the car, Fu Chunye once again specifically said to Xiao Sisi, "Pretend to be my girlfriend. Is 30,000 yuan a month enough for you?" 30,000? Xiao Sisi thought she heard it wrong. Is that too little? He had deliberately investigated the wages of ordinary employees in the group, and 30,000 should not be considered small. No, 30,000 is a lot. Xiao Sisi hurriedly waved his hands. That's fine, if there are no problems, I can pay your first month's salary in advance. Brother Fu, why do you want me to pretend to be your girlfriend? How long is the contract for? Xiao Sisi asked nervously. She desperately needed money right now, and she was at her wits' end. Pretending to be Fu Chunye's girlfriend and earning 30,000 yuan a month was much better than selling herself. Of course she was willing. My grandmother is getting old, and the greatest wish of an elderly person is to see my other half. The contract will be for 1 year. With a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, wouldn't she earn more than 300,000 yuan a year? Then, the surgery fees for her grandmother would not be a problem. Xiao Sisi nodded excitedly. She knew that she had no choice at all right now, and she quickly nodded in agreement when she thought about the money waiting for her grandmother's leg surgery. The sound of knocking came from inside, and Ren Xiao, who was sweating profusely, put away his little black umbrella and couldn't wait to get back into the car. Depart for the old house, Fu Chunye said. Ren Xiao widened his eyes, wondering, is this too fast? Meeting the parents directly? Fu big brother, what should I do next? Xiao Sisi was a little uneasy. Meeting the grandmother. Ah? So soon? Xiao Sisi couldn't help but become nervous. She wasn't mentally prepared. Regret it? Fu Chunye raised his eyebrows slightly. No, brother Fu. Don't worry, I will work hard. It's just that when I meet my elders, how should I cooperate? Should we practice in advance? Xiao Sisi was worried that if she didn't cooperate well, it would be obvious. Didn't we cooperate well last night? He whispered an ambiguous sentence. Xiao Sisi blushed all the way to her ears. Fu Chunye stared at her red ears and raised the corner of his lips. Ren Xiao, who was driving, was shocked and couldn't control his expression. The two arrived at the Fu family's main residence. Although Xiao Sisi could tell that Fu Chunye was rich, she never imagined that his family home was located in the most prosperous area of Beijing, and that the villa's footprint was larger than the entire Xiaoyu village. When the car stopped in the garden full of blooming flowers, she was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Fu Chunye got out of the car first, and as he opened the door, he squeezed her sweaty little hands. Xiao Sisi took a deep breath before following him out of the car. Brother Fu, I'm a little scared. Can you teach me what to do when I meet the elders? Xiao Sisi was having second thoughts. Just act naturally. Also, I think you should change the way you address me. I know I'm older, but you don't have to keep emphasizing the fact that I'm older when you don't need to. Fu Chunye gave a hint while looking quite pleased with himself. Xiao Sisi wondered, is being older a reason to be happy? Why are you so pleased with yourself? Then what should I call you? Xiao Sisi asked obediently. Call me brother. He likes being older, but doesn't like being addressed with big characters. After saying that, he squeezed her little hand and strode into the hall. Brother? Xiao Sisi blushed when she thought about it, inexplicably feeling that calling him brother was very ambiguous. She felt that she simply couldn't call him that, so she whispered, is it okay to call you by your name? Fu Chunye glanced at her sideways. The young girl was innocent and pure, and the visible tension on her fair face actually aroused his desire to protect her. Fine. He obediently replied. As the two of them stepped through the door, the servants waiting on either side greeted them in unison. Good day, young master and young lady. Xiao Sisi was taken aback by this display, and she couldn't help leaning towards Fu Qingye. Unexpectedly, he cleared his throat and corrected everyone, "It's the young lady." Everyone was shocked and quickly corrected themselves, "Hello, young lady." Xiao Sisi waved at everyone helplessly. She was only pretending to be his girlfriend, but he actually let everyone address her as young lady? Xiao Sisi blushed like a tomato, but Fu Qingye was very satisfied with how everyone addressed her, and he took her hand and continued walking towards the stairs. Chapter 4. Fu Qingye has never been in a relationship before? As they walked through the resplendent hall, Xiao Sisi couldn't help but look around. She had never seen such a magnificent mansion before, and it was hard to imagine that a house could be decorated so extravagantly. She felt like she had intruded into a world that didn't belong to her. The clothes she was wearing were not even as valuable as the fabric of the house. Although she was scared, she could only muster up the courage to act as graciously as possible, thinking that this was her job. The two of them held hands as they entered Grandma Fu's bedroom. Grandma Fu was so excited to learn that her grandson had brought his girlfriend home that she got out of bed. She had been worried that Fu Qingye had just been talking casually about having a girlfriend, but she never expected him to bring someone home so soon. This was the first time in her life that Grandma Fu had seen Fu Qingye holding the hand of a girl, so she was beyond excited. She took 3 steps at once to greet Xiao Sisi, and with eyes full of love, she shook her hand. Xiao Sisi's nervousness eased a lot the moment she saw the kind old lady. At least everyone in this family is friendly to her. Little girl, what's your name? How old are you? How long have you been dating Qingye? Grandma Fu couldn't wait to find out about them. Grandma, my name is Xiao Sisi, I'm 20 years old, and we've just been dating for a month. Isn't this what you were pushing me to bring home a girlfriend for? Are you satisfied now that you've seen someone? Qingye said quickly. Xiao Sisi let out a sigh of relief. It seems that she just needs to relax a little bit, and if the elderly ask questions she doesn't know how to answer, Fu Qingye will help her out. Grandma Fu nodded with satisfaction, while looking up and down at Xiao Sisi. The young girl is fair and clean looking, and seems obedient and adorable. In an instant, Grandma Fu's headache and back pain disappeared, as if she had taken a tonic, and all her problems were gone. She had been worried that Fu Qingye would remain a bachelor for the rest of his life, but she had never imagined that he would actually have a girlfriend. Sisi is only 20? So young. You're quite something. Grandma Fu smiled and pointed at Fu Qingye. Ahem. We're both adults in our early 20s, there's no such thing as being young or old. Fu Qingye seemed to mind being called old, as if that made last night's actions seem like the actions of a beast. An old cow eating tender grass, and you're still making wisecracks? Grandma Fu lowered her voice. Fu Qingye felt a little uncomfortable, and his handsome face looked a little uneasy. Xiao Sisi was amused. But then she thought, their relationship is fake, and she has indeed been taken advantage of by Fu Qingye. She suddenly didn't feel amused anymore. In the future, you have to treat your girlfriend with care, understand? Fu Grandma gave him a serious lecture, afraid that Fu Qingye, who had no experience in love, didn't know how to treat people with care, and it would be bad if he made his girlfriend, who had finally been brought home, angry. I know. Grandma, you didn't hurt your back very badly, did you? How come you can suddenly get up? Fu Qingye asked. Grandma Fu then remembered that she had used her back pain to trick her grandson into coming home for a blind date during the day. She quickly covered her back, groaned twice, and then said, "It did hurt quite a bit, but it stopped when I saw Shishi." Ha ha! Grandma Fu took Xiao Sisi's hand again and said, "Sisi, Qingye has never been in love before, so he may not know how to take care of you. If he ever treats you badly, just come to Grandma and I'll scold him for you." What? Big brother Fu is so old, and he's never been in love before? Xiao Sisi was full of disbelief. Realizing that she had spoken too quickly, she quickly corrected herself. What I mean is, before me, has Qingye never had a girlfriend? Isn't that right? He's got such a bad personality. It's lucky you're willing to go out with him, otherwise no one else would want him. Xiao Sisi covered her mouth and snickered, wondering if Fu Qingye, with his perfect qualifications, had never had a girlfriend before because he was just too picky. Grandma, you've met the person, so from today on, can you stop calling me every other day and annoying me? Fu Qingye coughed twice. Come with me for a moment. Fu Qingye was called aside by Grandma Fu, who whispered, I don't think Shishi is the actress you're looking for, is she? I'll tell you what, I really like this girl, so you'd better hurry up and marry her, and don't tell me you're breaking up with her again, got it? I know, I know. From today on, she will live in my house, and if we decide that we are suitable for marriage, we will get married naturally. Fu Qingye held on as long as he could. By letting Xiao Sisi live in his house, his grandmother naturally would not push him to go on a blind date anymore. Grandma Fu also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed, and the young people needed to be given some time. In any case, she was already very happy that Fu Qingye had brought someone back. I'm warning you, Grandma will be calling you guys on video regularly, and even pay surprise visits to make sure you're really dating. Grandma Fu looked like she had everything under control. Fu Qingye gave a helpless smile. Whatever. He's already invited someone home, what's there to worry about? After Fu Qingye left, Grandma Fu's excitement turned to worry. Butler Lin couldn't help but ask, Madam, shouldn't you be happy that your grandson has brought a girlfriend home? Why do you look more worried than before? Yesterday, when I urged Qingye to go on a blind date, he told me to give up hope, saying that he would never get married. But today, he suddenly brought home a girlfriend. It's too fast, and I'm worried it's not real. The more Fu Grandma thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Butler Lin, go check out Shishi's information, and it would be best if you could also find out the timeline of their time together. Yes, madam. Also, tell Butler Do over there to keep a close eye on them and see if they are really dating. Grandma Fu was desperate to hold her great-grandson, and cannot afford any mistakes. Fu Qingye's private residence is Villa 8 at Royal View Villa. Although it is not as impressive as the main villa complex, only the top rich people in Beijing can live in Royal View Villa. The villa area is extremely private, with each building having its own private space. The interior of the villa is grey and low-key luxurious, matching Fu Qingye's sense of coldness. Xiao Sisi still felt uncomfortable walking into the mansion, and always felt like she didn't belong there. However, Fu Qingye's household had far fewer employees than the main residence, just a butler, 2 cooks, and a few maids. Among the staff, except for Butler Do, the men were young, but the maids were at least in their 40s, and there were no young women in the household. As soon as Xiao Sisi arrived, everyone's strange stares fell on her face at the same time. This was the first time a young and beautiful woman had appeared in Fu Qingye's private residence, so everyone was more than surprised. Xiao Sisi's face flushed, and she looked at Fu Qingye helplessly, her body unconsciously close to his. My girlfriend, you can call her young wife. Everyone should take care of her in the future. Fu Qingye instructed the crowd. Hello, young wife. Everyone's eyes lit up when they looked at Xiao Sisi. Chapter 5, she vowed to serve Fu Qingye well. Fu Qingye's family is full of long-serving employees. After work, they usually discuss Fu Qingye's love life. Everyone in the family knows that he was kidnapped as a child, which caused him to be injured and affected him in that area. In everyone's eyes, Fu Qingye is a eunuch. Although he is rich, he is destined to grow old alone, and he can't play with women either. Unexpectedly, he actually has a girlfriend? Everyone couldn't wait to chatter after seeing Fu Qingye lead his young girlfriend upstairs. I thought the young master couldn't do it? He actually has a girlfriend? People only confirmed that he was an only child, not that he was impotent. He can still play around. Sai, the undisputed richest man in the family, is also an only child, and he's actually an only child. Xiao Sisi followed Fu Qingye to his bedroom next door. As soon as the man and woman entered the room, the atmosphere became a little strange. She couldn't help but think about what had happened with him last night, and she was so nervous that she didn't dare to breathe heavily. From now on, this will be your room. You can help yourself to anything in the house. Fu Qingye broke the silence. It's fine. Xiao Sisi looked at the luxurious, large bedroom and felt extremely constrained. She felt unworthy. Let's connect on WeChat. I'll transfer this month's salary to you, said Fu Qingye. Xiao Sisi opened her phone, but because it was so old, it took a long time to open WeChat. Her embarrassed face turned red. After finally entering the page, she saw a message from someone named Qingye requesting to add her as a friend, so she quickly clicked through. Then she looked up and said, "It's already been approved." Fu Qingye glanced at her small, old phone and frowned. He didn't know if such a broken phone was still usable. Without saying anything else, he transferred 30,000 yuan directly to her. Xiao Sisi was stunned when she saw the 30,000 yuan transfer. To her, 30,000 yuan was an astonishing sum. She couldn't think of any job that could earn that much money in a month, and what's more, it was only her first day at work and her boss had already transferred the money. She vowed secretly that she would serve Fu Qingye well. "Mr. Fu, I won't be rude, when will you draft my contract?" Xiao Cixi's always red little face finally had a smile on it. She had a very infectious smile. His heart suddenly skipped a beat as he gazed down at her rosy little face. "Forget the contract, you'll get paid on time every month on this day. If I forget, you can remind me. Don't worry. You need to be employed for at least 1 year. If you resign before the year is up, you'll be paid for the whole year." Xiao Cixi was so excited that she almost jumped up at the news. For a moment, she forgot what happened between the two of them last night. Sure enough, money can buy happiness. After arguing with her aunt and feeling like she had nothing to live for, what Fu Qingye said had simply rekindled her hope for life. She suddenly realized that in this real world, as long as you have money, nothing is scary. After Fu Qingye left the room, Xiao Cixi clicked to pay. She couldn't help looking at the 30,000 yuan in her coin purse again and again, unable to believe that it was really hers. She did some calculations and found that if she worked for 3 to 4 months, the Fu family would provide her with food and accommodation, and she would be able to take her grandmother for a foot operation if she didn't spend any money. If she worked for a year, she could even save enough money to buy a small house in her hometown, and then she could take her grandmother there to live with her and never have to worry about other people's opinions again. Thinking about this, she was full of energy. But then she suddenly realized that she didn't have to do anything, she just had to pretend to be someone's girlfriend. The reason Fu Qingye chose her might be precisely because of their brief encounter last night. Thinking about all this, and that she had just given up her precious first time, she suddenly felt a little lost. She kept reassuring herself that she was already very lucky to have met the kind, handsome, clean and wealthy Fu Qingye, rather than being ruined by 5 old men. From now on, she must forget that night, get her priorities straight, and be Fu Qingye's good employee, his good girlfriend. In the blink of an eye, she had been living in Fu Qingye's house for 3 days. He was busy, going out early and coming home late, and he lived in the room next to Xiao Cixi's, so the two of them hardly ever met. Xiao Cixi had a lot of free time. When she had nothing to do, she tidied up the house. Although the servants cleaned every day, Fu Qingye's staff might not have been managed well, and often only superficial cleaning was done. Xiao Cixi was not used to ordering people around, but in order to be worthy of her 30,000 yuan salary, she would go through all the cabinets and drawers in the house and tidy them up. All of this was seen by the old maid, Auntie Zhu. That afternoon, Xiao Cixi went downstairs to eat, and as she was about to go back to her room, Auntie Zhu stopped her. "Miss Xiao, the toilet on the first floor is blocked, go unblock it." She had a fierce expression. Xiao Cixi froze for a moment. She had been in the Fu family for many days, and everyone in the family treated her with respect, except for this Auntie Zhu, who never gave her a good face. She never expected that she would actually ask her to unblock the toilet. "Auntie Zhu, isn't this your job? Why should I go?" Xiao Cixi asked in return. Auntie Zhu was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this meek little rabbit would actually resist. "Miss Xiao, don't think I don't know. You're just a young woman the young master hired to deceive the old lady. The old lady is no pushover. She told Butler Du to keep an eye on you, and Butler Du assigned this task to me." Xiao Cixi's face paled, but of course she would never admit that she and Fu Qingye were in a contractual relationship. "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you remember Qingye telling you to call me young mistress? You're ordering me around, and you're not afraid I'll tell Qingye?" Xiao Cixi forced herself to adopt the posture of the mistress of the house. But she was so small and vulnerable, and really didn't have any presence. "Ha, look at what a sorry state you're in. You're worthy of our young master? Don't think I don't know, you don't sleep in the same room at night. If you don't go unblock the toilet obediently, be careful I tell the old lady about this." Auntie Zhu raised her voice to threaten. It seemed as if she wanted the whole family to know that Xiao Cixi did not sleep with Fu Qingye at night. Xiao Cixi was shocked. She really hadn't slept in the same room as Fu Qingye, and she couldn't help feeling guilty. She really valued her job and was really afraid of being fired. Although Fu Qingye had said that he would pay her a year's salary even if she quit in the middle of the year, she had worked for less than a week, so how could she ask for a year's salary? In order to avoid Auntie Zhu shouting again, she gritted her teeth and obediently went to unblock the toilet. Seeing this, Auntie Zhu wickedly raised the corners of her lips. Originally, she had wanted to introduce her niece to Fu Qingye, but she never expected Xiao Cixi to suddenly show up, so of course she didn't like her. Xiao Cixi went to the toilet that Auntie Zhu had mentioned. She couldn't believe that the magnificent Fu family had such a dirty and disgusting toilet. As soon as she entered the toilet, she was surrounded by a stench that almost made her vomit. She didn't know that no one had used this toilet, that the toilet bowl had just broken down, and that Auntie Zhu had deliberately made it dirty and disgusting so that no one would use it. Xiao Sisi was used to doing dirty work in the countryside, so although it was disgusting, it didn't bother her. She found a cloth and tied it over her nose, then rolled up her sleeves and got to work. After about 5 minutes, the sound of Fu Qingye's voice came from outside the door. "Where's the young mistress? He's been looking for her since he got home." Chapter 6, He cares for her and protects her. Fu Qingye goes out early in the morning and returns late at night every day, so he hardly has time to meet Xiao Sisi. It was only when Fu's grandmother called and asked to video chat with them that he remembered his girlfriend at home. Having been single for a long time, he is used to working at a high intensity and has almost forgotten about life. After entering the living room, he looked around and his gaze fell on the somewhat panicked face of Auntie Zhu. Auntie Zhu didn't expect Fu Qingye to return at this hour. She stammered, not daring to say a word about her ordering Xiao Sisi to unblock the toilet. "What's wrong?" Fu Qingye immediately noticed the panic in Auntie Zhu's eyes. Suspicious, he dialed Xiao Sisi's phone number. The ringing sound came from the direction of the toilet. Fu Qingye held the phone and walked towards the toilet. The obese Auntie Zhu tried to block him, but Fu Qingye pushed her away so hard that she stumbled and fell to the ground. When he arrived at the door of the stinking toilet, he saw Xiao Sisi, who was carefully flushing the toilet with a piece of cloth tied to her nose, and his eyebrows furrowed. While anger welled up in his heart, a vague pain also arose. "Who told you to clean the toilet?" Xiao Sisi really wanted to do a good job and didn't want to get fired, but unfortunately her relationship with Fu Qingye was fake, and she couldn't pretend it was real, which is why she was being threatened. Fu Qingye ignored the dirty, smelly toilet plunger Xiao Sisi was holding in her hand, grabbed her wrist, and discarded the plunger, then pulled her out of the smelly toilet. "What's going on? Who bullied you?" Fu Qingye asked sternly. Xiao Sisi glanced at Auntie Zhu on the side, who immediately returned a very fierce glare, as if to say, "Bitch, if you dare to bullshit, I'll fix you. Speak." Although Auntie Zhu's fierce appearance was very frightening, Fu Qingye's cold aura was not to be trifled with. Xiao Sisi pondered, she was Fu Qingye's employee, not Auntie Zhu's, so naturally she listened to Fu Qingye's words. Only then did she muster the courage to say, "It was her who told me to clean the toilet. She said we were a fake couple and that she was going to tell grandma about it." Auntie Zhu's horizontal muscles on her face twitched. She never thought that this little bitch would dare to snitch on her. Her glare at Xiao Sisi became even more fierce, as if she wanted to kill her, which was terrifying. Xiao Sisi reflexively hid behind Fu Qingye, clutching the corner of his shirt with her small hands. Fu Qingye's cold gaze then fell on Auntie Zhu's face, and Auntie Zhu quickly withdrew her warning glare, hastily saying, "Young master, it was the old lady who told me to keep an eye on her. I was just following orders to test her out. I never expected that she would be so guilty-minded as to go and wash the toilet. I didn't force her to do it. The old lady had good intentions, hoping that you would find a true love, not a liar to fool her old lady. Do I need you to tell me what to do in my life?" Fu Qingye's face was dark and his tone was very harsh. Even the veteran Zhu Yi was scared and didn't dare to speak. She spoke in a low voice, pretending to be pitiful. No, young master, why are you making things difficult for us working people? I was just following the old lady's orders." Fu Qingye narrowed his deep, dangerous eyes and didn't want to hear any more of her excuses. He spoke in a harsh voice with no room for negotiation. "Get out. Don't let me see you in Jing City again." Zhu Yi then realized that she was finished. She never expected that even after she had brought up the old lady, Fu Qingye would still protect the little bitch. She really underestimated the status of Xiao Sisi in Fu Qingye's heart. Since it was already like this, she simply decided to throw in the towel and yelled, "Young master, am I wrong? This woman is dressed in cheap street clothes, she doesn't sleep with you at night, she'll flush the toilet if you ask her to, and she's obviously from the countryside. How can she be suitable for you? You're obviously just a fake couple, and I only sided with the old lady because I was worried that you would delay your marriage. Where did I go wrong? I've worked for the Fu family for so many years, how can you fire me because of a female liar?" Fu Qingye's face darkened, and he glanced at Xiao Sisi's white blouse. His heart tightened. "If you don't leave, I'll have you thrown out." He clenched his fists and his gaze was cold and sharp as a knife. Auntie Zhu's face paled. Of course she knew that Fu Qingye was not as gentle and polite as he appeared to be. He was notorious in the business community for his ruthless tactics. He had only told her to leave Beijing, already considering her an old employee. She then slunk out. In the lobby, there were a few employees not far away doing their work. Everyone watched this scene and didn't even dare to breathe. The whole family was discussing the fact that Fu Qingye and Xiao Sisi slept in separate rooms, so they concluded that they were a fake couple. Until they saw what happened to Auntie Zhu, everyone secretly held their breath, and were glad that they had not participated in bullying Xiao Sisi. Fu Qingye's bloodshot gaze swept the room, and the employees who were watching, afraid of getting involved, quickly left the lobby. The hall was left with only Fu Qingye and Xiao Sisi. His gaze fell back on Xiao Sisi. She had just worked in the stinking toilet and felt dirty all over. When she met his gaze, she felt uncomfortable and backed away, trying to distance herself from him, for fear of offending him with her stench. Feeling Xiao Sisi's humility, his heart tightened. Grandma was right, he was inexperienced in love and had indeed neglected her. As the richest man in the country, even if she is a fake girlfriend, it is really embarrassing that his girlfriend is wearing cheap goods, using a broken mobile phone, and even the maid is riding her head. He let her come to his side, not to be bullied. "Let's go," he said softly. Xiao Sisi lifted her big red eyes, and tears were rolling in her eyes. "Mr. Fu, don't fire me, can you give me another chance?" He gave a helpless smile. He had made his voice as gentle as possible, but she was still afraid of him. "I mean, go to the mall," Fu Qingye explained. "Huh?" Although Xiao Sisi didn't know what to do at the mall, she was at least able to confirm that Fu Qingye was not going to fire her, so she felt a lot better. "Can I go take a shower?" Otherwise, she always felt like she stank all over, and it was really not good to go out with Fu Qingye. "Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you." Xiao Sisi nodded like a nodding duck and quickly went upstairs. After a while, she finished washing up. Although she was still dressed plainly, she exuded a refreshing fragrance and regained the youthful vigor she should have. Fu Qingye drove himself to the shopping mall owned by the Fu family near their home. He led her into the women's clothing area. "Let's go into whichever store we like after taking a look at the style." Xiao Sisi realized that Fu Qingye was taking her out to buy clothes. It was to be expected, after all, she was pretending to be his girlfriend, and she was indeed dressed too shabbily. No wonder that Auntie Zhu had bullied her. He was tall and handsome, walking in front in a suit, while Xiao Sisi followed behind him. Many passers-by glanced at Fu Qingye, but he didn't look away, and his aura was very powerful. The two walked in a circle, and Xiao Sisi didn't go into any of the shops. Chapter 7, If anyone dares to bully you, give me a call. What's wrong? Don't like the clothes here? Fu Qingye suddenly stopped walking. Xiao Sisi was walking with her head tilted, and she bumped directly into his broad back. She rubbed her face miserably and took 2 steps back. "No, all the clothes here look really expensive. Why don't we just order them online?" Xiao Sisi had never shopped for clothes in a big shopping mall before. The next second, Fu Qingye squeezed her hand and walked straight towards a women's clothing store called MZ. After browsing around for a while, he felt that the sweet and gentle style should suit Xiao Sisi very well. The store manager recognized Fu Qingye at once. After all, this was a shopping mall owned by the Fu Group, and Fu Qingye had appeared at the opening ceremony once. He is extraordinarily handsome and has a prominent status, and no one who has seen him can forget him. At this time, the manager of MZ even thought he had mistaken. Did President Fu actually bring a young girl into the store to buy clothes? She dared not neglect him and hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, President Fu, what can I do for you? Are you buying clothes for the young girl?" The manager was careful, for fear of offending the big boss by saying the wrong thing. "I'm buying clothes for my girlfriend, you take care of it." Fu Qingye sat down on the black leather sofa in the store, crossing his long legs. It was a very ordinary sitting position, but it gave off a sense of majesty like an emperor. The envious glances of the entire store were cast over, and Xiao Sisi's face suddenly turned red. "Mrs. Fu, let me take your measurements." The store manager was the most composed. After learning that she was Fu Qingye's girlfriend, everyone was extremely enthusiastic, and all the employees in the store gathered around to serve Xiao Sisi. The store manager helped her choose the clothes herself, so Xiao Sisi didn't even need to do any choosing herself. The store manager had already picked 10 outfits for her according to her measurements. This reminded Xiao Sisi of the past, when she went shopping in the city with her grandmother, and she would only get dirty looks. She had never enjoyed such star-studded service. However, she is just a worker, and Fu Qingye's status is none of her business. She took the first set of clothes into the fitting room and inadvertently glanced at the clothes tag. An improved cheongsam actually costs more than 50,000 yuan. She counted it again and again, and it really is a 5-digit number. After struggling for a long time, she dared to put the clothes on. She was afraid of ruining the clothes, so when she walked out of the fitting room, she felt uncomfortable, but she received astonished looks from everyone. In particular, Fu Qingye, like all boyfriends, was bored waiting for his girlfriend to try on clothes, so he looked at his phone. He glanced in the direction of Xiao Sisi, but her gaze held him captive. He never would have thought that she would look so stunning with just a little bit of makeup. Xiao Sisi had fair skin, a sweet appearance, and a shapely, slightly thin figure. However, where she should have developed her figure, she had developed it very impressively. This superbly tailored cheongsam made her impressive bust stand out. Fu Qingye's mind flashed back to the images from that night, and he swallowed inexplicably. He felt his body inexplicably become hot. In public, he actually had those thoughts about her, which had never happened before. It looks really good. Mrs. Fu looks so young, but her breasts are not small at all. This cheongsam is like made for you. Yes, as soon as you put it on, you immediately look like a young lady. It's so beautiful. It looks really good. Everyone was generous with their praise for Xiao Sisi. Xiao Sisi's gaze fell on the direction of Fu Qingye, however, and she ignored everyone's praise. She walked quickly up to Fu Qingye and leaned towards him. The proud part of her body jumped right into Fu Qingye's line of sight. He felt like his body's blood was burning rapidly, spreading to his limbs, and his nasal cavity felt hot and about to burst. Fu Qingye hurriedly raised his hand to cover his high nose, afraid that his nose would bleed. Since when had his self-control become so poor? At this time, however, he heard her panicked voice in his ear. A warm breath blew on his rosy ears. Mr. Fu, the clothes in this store are so expensive. This one I'm wearing costs over 50,000 yuan. I'll go in and change it in a bit, tell them I don't like it, and then you can go out first and I'll follow you out right away, so it won't be awkward. Xiao Sisi's voice was very, very quiet, afraid that someone would hear her. She had done this before when she went to the clothing mall with her classmates and tried on clothes, and then decided they were too expensive after looking at the price tag. Fu Qingye couldn't help but raise the corner of his lips. Unexpectedly, a 50,000 yuan dress had scared the little girl so much. No need to try it on, he said suddenly. Xiao Sisi's face visibly turned red as she straightened up. The service in this store was really enthusiastic. Although the dress was very expensive, she was still quite embarrassed that Fu Qingye had told her not to try it on because it was expensive. Didn't she tell him to wait until she changed before going out? However, being embarrassed was better than wasting money, so she dejectedly went to the fitting room to change back into her original clothes. As a result, Fu Qingye immediately said, "These clothes all have her size, right? Wrap them all up, and cut off the tags on her clothes so she can wear them directly." Okay, President Fu. The store manager went to the cashier's desk with a happy face to get the scissors. The staff members looked at Xiao Sisi with even more envy. Xiao Sisi was dumbfounded. Pack it all up? She had already told him that these clothes were very expensive. The cheongsam she was wearing cost more than 50,000 yuan, and the store manager had picked her 10 outfits in total, some of which were 2-piece sets or even 3-piece sets. At the average price of this store, the 10 outfits must be worth several 100,000 yuan? She was so scared that her legs were shaking. Xiao Sisi knew that Fu Qingye was rich, but as a poor girl, she could not imagine how rich he really was. Unfortunately, the store manager quickly cut the tags off the clothes, and she couldn't stop him in time. The other staff members also helped, and soon the clothes were all packed up. Fu Qingye used his black card to pay the bill. When Xiao Sisi saw that the bill showed 860,000, she felt like she was going to faint. 860,000 for a single piece of clothing? That's the price of a house that an ordinary person has to work hard for a lifetime to buy. And Fu Qingye casually swiped it out? And the clothes were bought for her? She stood there stupidly, her face showing no joy at all, but rather an expression of imminent tears. Fu Qingye had not brought his assistant with him today, so he had to carry the bag himself. "Let's go," he said to the stunned Xiao Sisi. When the two of them walked out of the clothing store, Xiao Sisi still could not calm her pounding heart. "Mr. Fu, 860,000, that's too expensive, right? Should we return it? What do you think?" Xiao Sisi felt so bad for the money he had spent. "Xiao Sisi, I hired you to pretend to be my girlfriend, not to be a maid. These clothes are the standard attire for my girlfriend. Remember, if anyone in the family dares to order you around in the future, call me immediately. Fu Qingye said sternly. He was still angry that she had been ordered to clean the toilet. For some reason, he couldn't bear to see others bully her. Xiao Sisi then asked, "What about the money for the clothes?" "They're just work clothes," he replied. Chapter 8, Envious of the future Mrs. Fu. "It won't be deducted from your salary," he added. Xiao Sisi's pale face obviously blushed a little. 860,000 yuan for work clothes? That's too extravagant. However, if it's the standard work uniform arranged by the boss, she has nothing to say. She has to admit that when she walks next to him wearing street clothes, she really doesn't look like his girlfriend. It's more like a little girl who has been abducted by an older man. But this thought only flashed through her mind for a moment. If he found out, he wouldn't like it when people said that he looked big. What was even more shocking was that after Fu Qingye, she was taken to buy bags, shoes, mobile phones, etc., all luxury goods. She watched him spend millions in one go without batting an eyelid. Although it wasn't her own money, Xiao Sisi, who had never seen the world, felt heartbroken. Why is the world so unfair? She is so poor that she can't even afford her grandmother's 100,000 yuan surgery fee, and she can only turn a blind eye to the elderly woman's pain, while someone else is spending money like water. When the two left the women's section, he had more than a dozen bags of different sizes in his hands. For a moment, Xiao Sisi became the envy of the entire mall. At that moment, a couple walked by. The woman glanced at Xiao Sisi and then at the pile of luxury shopping bags in Fu Qingye's hands, and couldn't help but complain to her husband, "Look at that man, how good he is to his wife, buying so many luxury items and even carrying them for her, spending money and effort. You won't even buy me the shoes I like that cost 500 yuan, what's the use of you?" Xiao Sisi couldn't help thinking, if this woman knew that she was only his fake girlfriend and already had such treatment, wouldn't she be even more envious? Suddenly, she was a little envious of the future Mrs. Fu. After all, he was so generous to a fake girlfriend. She couldn't help thinking, how happy would the woman be who could really enter his heart? Fu Qingye heard this and glanced at Xiao Sisi with a rather smug expression, as if to say, "Being my employee, the treatment is pretty good, right?" However, before he could wipe the smug look off his face, the man he had been complaining about returned, saying to his wife, "Are you blind? This man is so much older than the woman, how can he be her husband? It's obvious they're having an affair, so shouldn't he be nicer to his girlfriend?" Xiao Sisi watched as Fu Qingye's smug expression instantly crumbled, replaced by a chill that was even colder than the air conditioning in the mall. He glared at the man like a sharp knife, so scared that the man quickly pulled his wife away and ran. He didn't say a word the rest of the way home. After they got in the car, he couldn't help but ask, "Do I look old?" Xiao Sisi realized that he was still upset about what the man in the mall had said. In fact, Fu Qingye was not only ageless, but also exceptionally handsome. Xiao Sisi could assure him that she had never seen such a good-looking man before, and he only looked a little more mature standing next to her, a young girl just starting out in life. She could only say tactfully, "Maybe it's because you're wearing a dark suit today, so you look a little more mature." Fu Qingye glanced down. He did always wear suits and liked the color black. Hearing her explanation, he nodded quite satisfied. It seems that the clothes are big, not him. After returning home, Xiao Sisi went straight to her bedroom as usual. He stood in front of the door with his things and told her, "From now on, move to my room and sleep there." After saying this, he took the things he had bought for Xiao Sisi and entered his bedroom first. She was left standing there with a pale face. Fu Qingye bought so many things for his fake girlfriend, is there something else he wants her to do? Thinking about the other night, when he made her come so many times, she felt a chill in her heart. He needs to be so strong in that area, and going to sleep in his room is like a lamb going into the tiger's mouth, right? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, and she simply didn't dare to follow him into the bedroom. Fu Qingye put his things away for the night, but Xiao Sisi still hadn't followed him into the bedroom. He walked back out of the bedroom and only then did he notice the young girl standing pale-faced in the doorway, lost in thought. When she saw him, she looked as if she had seen a wolf. Her beautiful eyes were filled with unspeakable fear. "What were you thinking?" he asked. Xiao Sisi came back to her senses only then. She looked up at him, her deep, alluring eyes full of unsaid words. Fu Qingye raised his eyebrows slightly, signaling her to speak up. Xiao Sisi then plucked up the courage to say, "Mr. Fu, although we haven't signed a contract, I don't think a pretend girlfriend has any other obligations, right? The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. A man with more experience than her wouldn't sign a contract, so it couldn't be a trap, could it? It was precisely because the specific obligations of a pretend girlfriend were not clearly written that it was even more terrifying. Fu Qingye seemed to know what she was thinking. The little girl must be worried that he would sleep with her again. The two of them understood each other about what happened that night, but that didn't mean it didn't happen. These days, Fu Qingye also tried his best to pretend that it never happened, but the truth was the truth, and it was normal for the little girl to be worried. Are you overthinking it? If you didn't beg for help that night, would I sleep with you? He looked dignified, as if he was reluctant. He looked completely uninterested in her. Xiao Cici's face turned red, and after thinking about it, she agreed that it was true. That night, she had begged him to open the door and then to have sex with her. Now that he had offered her a job, he was her savior. In that case, she had been thinking too much like a petty person. With Fu Qingye's conditions, what kind of woman couldn't he sleep with? She then said, I'll go next door and pack up, then move in. Soon, Xiao Cici entered Fu Qingye's bedroom with a small bag of luggage. His bedroom was twice the size of her old one, and the entire room was a dull dove gray. Even the bed sheets were light gray. However, the bedroom was clean and tidy, with simple and high-end furnishings. Overall, it looked like a masterful ink painting. Even if it wasn't Xiao Cici's favorite style, it gave her a very comfortable feeling. I'm sure the fact that I fired the maid has reached Grandma's ears. Butler Du is one of Grandma's people, and everyone in this family is under Butler Du's management, so everyone in the family is Grandma's spy. Starting today, I will try my best to act like a qualified boyfriend, and you must also be aware of your status and stop doing maid's work, understand? Fu Qingye explained. Xiao Cici nodded. She would never again do any cleaning or anything else out of self-love. Auntie Zhu was going to report her, and that really scared her. But there was only one bed in the room, so how would they sleep? Xiao Cici nervously glanced at the bed. Fu Qingye followed her gaze, and a playful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his lips. He slowly walked up to her, looked down at her and said, the bed is so big, isn't half enough for the both of us? Ha? 2 people sleeping in one bed? That's not good, is it? She was so worried that she was about to cry. Chapter 9, What's Wrong with Him? The events of that night were still lingering in her mind, and she hadn't been able to digest them at all. She felt so embarrassed about sleeping in the same bed with him. Suddenly, she felt that 30,000 yuan a month was not easy money to make. Fu Qingye didn't know why he was teasing her, but when he saw her face clouding over with worry, he regained his composure. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. You sleep in the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa, he said seriously. Xiao Cici let out a sigh of relief. In order to avoid being found out, after dinner, Xiao Cici stayed in the bedroom and didn't go out. Fortunately, Fu Qingye, a workaholic, kept sitting at his desk facing the computer, so the two of them weren't as awkward face to face. As the night grew deeper, Xiao Cici felt sticky after shopping in the mall for a few hours today, so she carried her clothes into the bathroom. She took a shower and blow-dried her hair in the bathroom, and came out feeling refreshed. Fu Qingye, who was concentrating on his work, heard her return to the bedroom and looked up, his gaze fixed on the young girl. Xiao Cici was wearing the new pajamas she had just bought. These pajamas cost more than 5,000 yuan, and they were the cheapest item of clothing she had bought today. Before taking a shower, she had tried on many different outfits, but only these pajamas were barely worth wearing. The other clothes cost tens of thousands of yuan, and she didn't even want to touch them. What she didn't know was that her pajamas were very thin, especially when she stood under the lights, they were almost transparent. The little strawberry underwear she was wearing was clearly printed, and her figure was clearly defined. Her fair skin was flushed with a clear pink, and her whole body looked as delicate as a water lily. However, the person concerned was not aware of any of this at all. She just felt that expensive clothes were comfortable to wear, and that the top was so comfortable that it was like not wearing anything at all. Fu Qingye felt his nose getting a little hot, and his gaze fixed on her. The image of her crying and begging for mercy that night flashed through his mind, and suddenly, his whole body felt as if it was on fire, his blood boiling. For a moment, the foreign language on the computer screen became a bunch of unintelligible symbols, and he suddenly felt an urge to pin her to the bed. Until Xiao Cici felt the scorching gaze not far away, and when she looked up and met his eyes, Fu Qingye looked like he had been scalded, his gaze flickering as he pretended to be thinking about something. Xiao Cici looked at him intently, wondering if it was her illusion to have just caught the man's lecherous gaze. That's right, he had clearly said before that he wasn't interested in her, so how could he possibly be interested in her? Maybe it was just her own psychology. After all, the two of them weren't in a pure relationship, and she had just finished taking a shower and was wearing pajamas. It was only natural that she felt uncomfortable staying in his bedroom. Xiao Sisi didn't think about it further, but she didn't dare to keep hanging around in front of him either. After a moment of hesitation, she said to Fu Qingye, "Mr. Fu, I'll go to bed then. If you can't sleep on the sofa, I'm fine sleeping on the sofa." After all, the beds in her hometown were not as big as his sofa. "You sleep on the bed, I won't go to sleep so soon." Fu Qingye coughed twice to fake a cough and try to look like a gentleman. Xiao Sisi then lifted the quilt and hid in the warm bed. Fu Qingye, on the other hand, was more distracted than ever and had no desire to work. He really wanted that woman. He could only cool down his body by drinking water non-stop. It was already past 10 at night, and a ringing sound broke the silence in the room. It was Fu Granny who answered the door. Fu Qingye quickly picked up the video call. On the other end of the screen, Fu Granny frowned and asked, "Qingye, do you have a fever? Your face is so red. Where is CC?" Fu Qingye's heart skipped a beat. Was it that obvious? Could Granny detect the heat of his passion even through the screen? He knew that Granny would make surprise inspections, but he never expected her to call him at this hour of the night for this reason. He took the phone and walked over to the big bed. "I didn't finish work, so I asked Shishi to lie down and wait for me," Fu Qingye said, and naturally lay down next to Xiao Shishi and reached out to hug her close. Xiao Shishi wasn't asleep. She was wearing pajamas, and her face turned red as she was held in his arms. She waved at her grandmother on the video call, her smile sweet. "Grandma, why aren't you asleep so late?" she asked politely. "Heh, Grandma is getting ready to go to bed. I thought you young people wouldn't be asleep so early, so I made a video to check on you." Grandma Fu saw Xiao Sisi lying on Fu Qingye's night bed, and the young couple looked extremely matched, which made her smile in satisfaction. The unspoken meaning was to check up on them. In order to play the role of a good girlfriend and allay her grandmother's concerns, Xiao Sisi leaned over and gently hugged Fu Qingye's waist, and her legs naturally rested on his lap. It was just that. Fu Qingye, whose blood was already boiling, stiffened. Grandma Fu saw with her own eyes that Fu Qingye's expression suddenly became strange. "Sisi, is Qingye not feeling well tonight?" His face looked strange. "Did it?" Xiao Sisi turned her head and looked at Fu Qingye and muttered. "I don't know if he's not feeling well, but it feels like he's quite hot." "Grandma, we're going to sleep now, good night." Fu Qingye hung up the phone directly, and the room was quiet. He felt uncomfortable as if he couldn't sweat, and his lower abdomen felt tight. "Xiao Sisi, can you move your legs?" His face was calm and forbearing. Xiao Sisi lifted the quilt and suddenly let out a cry. Only then did she realize that she had put her legs in the wrong place. As if they had been scalded, the two of them hurriedly pulled away from each other. Fu Qingye got up abruptly, his breathing rapid as he said, "You go to sleep first, I'll go take a shower." He quickly entered the bathroom, leaving Xiao Sisi, blushing, hiding under the covers. Fu Qingye turned on the cold water and showered, dousing his head with cold water for half an hour before he could barely wash away the heat. What was wrong with him? On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Grandma Fu was overjoyed. She is a woman of the world, and her little grandson's flushed face and his hasty hanging up of the phone told her exactly what he wanted. She had already had someone look up Xiao Sisi's basic information, and was worried that she was just an actress hired by Fu Qingye. She never imagined that she would find out that Xiao Sisi had actually shared a room with Fu Qingye and that the two of them had slept in the hotel together all night. Now that she had found out from the video that they had indeed slept together that night, she was even happier. The only thing that worried Grandma Fu was Fu Qingye's physical condition. He had been injured after being kidnapped as a child, so even if he was able to perform in that area, she didn't know if he could conceive a child. She couldn't worry about that right now. He needed a woman first. Early that morning, Xiao Sisi's phone beeped, and she received a video from her cousin Xiao Na. Before she could check what video Xiao Na had sent, her aunt Gui Zuihong's phone rang. "Xiao Sisi, you've got some nerve, haven't you? Where have you been for so many days? Have you found a job yet?" Gui Zuihong asked, firing questions at her. A few days ago, after she had had a row with Xiao Sisi and seen her turn away, Gui Zuihong had not stopped her because she thought that it was hard to find work outside and the young girl had no money, so she would definitely come back in 2 days. By then, she might even be begging her to go selling with Auntie Lou. Unexpectedly, she has been gone for almost a week, and not only has she not returned, she hasn't even called once. Gui Hong is getting a little anxious. She doesn't want to have raised Xiao Sisi for so many years for nothing, and she must get some benefit out of her. I've already found a job. The boss provides food and accommodation. From now on, I won't eat a single bite from your family again, so don't call me unless it's an emergency. Xiao Sisi said flatly. What? You found a job? You're still young, don't waste your time on assembly line work. Have you seen the videos Nana posts? The tofu business isn't doing well at home, and your uncle and I are having a hard time paying the mortgage. When school starts, you have to send Nana's tuition back to us. She can't just stop going to school like you did at such a young age. Xiao Sisi's eyes reddened with grievance when she heard this. Unfortunately, they were not her real parents, and it was only natural for her aunt and uncle to love their cousin more. They seemed to have forgotten that she was the same age as Xiao Na. Auntie, Xiao Na is your daughter, not mine. Please find the money for her tuition yourself. I just started working and can't save up for her tuition. As for Grandma's leg, I will save up to pay for her surgery, but it won't be so soon. What do you mean Xiao Na is not your daughter? For so many years, you have lived in our home and eaten at our table. You have been raised by us, and you have helped our family a little bit. What's wrong with that? And, by the time you save up the money for the operation on the assembly line, your grandmother's leg will be in pain and broken. Enough talk, you come back right away. Aunt Lou is waiting for you to go to the city to find her. Gui Hong is actually still thinking of letting her go sell things. Xiao Sisi hung up the phone directly, but when she opened WeChat and saw the video of her grandmother's white hair sent by Xiao Na, she was so distressed that she started to twitch. Grandma is aging so quickly, and her ankles seem to be out of alignment, with the bones poking out. The surgery can't wait any longer. Fu Qingye, who was next to her, had just finished tying his tie and was getting ready to go out to work when he saw Xiao Sisi come in from the balcony with red eyes after finishing the phone call. She seemed to have lost her soul and was sitting on the bed in a daze. Who bullied you again? He asked with a devilish twist. Chapter 10, You're pretending to be my girlfriend, not being imprisoned by me. Fu Qingye didn't know why, but he actually cared about the little girl's emotions. Xiao Sisi came back to her senses and shook her head quickly, saying, No one is bullying me. Why are you crying? Her eyes were wet, and he couldn't help but reach out to wipe them away. It's really nothing, it's just something at home, Xiao Sisi replied. Fu Qingye straightened his collar and then realized that she was just one of his employees, and as the boss, he had no right to interfere in her life. The two went downstairs together to eat. Recently, in order to act like a loving couple, Fu Qingye had been leaving work as early as possible, and every day he would have dinner with Xiao Sisi. In the past, when he lived alone, he always ate alone. He didn't know that it was actually not bad to have someone to eat with. Moreover, Xiao Sisi has a particularly good appetite. The young girl grew up in someone else's home and, having just entered society, has not had the chance to eat many good things. At first, she was reluctant to eat, but when Fu Qingye told her that if she didn't eat, it would be thrown away later, she began to eat heartily. For Xiao Sisi, the most anticipated event of the day after she arrived at the Fu family's home was eating. The meals prepared by the Fu family's cook were full of variety and really delicious. But today, as the two sat facing each other, Xiao Sisi was distracted and didn't seem to have much of an appetite. Her mind was full of her grandmother's foot, and even the imported grapes tasted less sweet when she put them in her mouth. She did some mental calculations. Although Fu Qingye's salary was high, she would still have to work for 3 months to save up for the surgery. Her grandmother's foot was so badly misaligned that she couldn't walk at all. Pushing off the surgery for one more day would mean one more day of pain for her. And back home, her uncles and aunts would still want her to help run the tofu stall, so she really couldn't delay any longer. In fact, the job of pretending to be Fu Qingye's girlfriend is very relaxing. She can find another job, which will earn her money faster. She just doesn't know if Fu Qingye will mind. Mr. Fu, when you're not at home, I should be able to go out, right? Xiao Sisi looked up at Fu Qingye, who was sitting across from her. Of course. So I can do whatever I want? Xiao Sisi asked again. You're pretending to be my girlfriend, not being imprisoned. He finished the orange juice in his glass and stood up. Xiao Sisi was overjoyed at Fu Qingye's words. In the corner of his eye, he saw the sorrow on Xiao Sisi's face dissipate, and he wondered what the little girl wanted. Although he was puzzled, he still suppressed his desire for control and prepared to go out to work. At this time, Butler Du walked into the hall and then secretly spied on them from outside, presumably preparing to report to Grandma Fu. His motives were obvious from the look in his eyes and the way he moved. Fu Qingye took his jacket, turned a corner, went around to Xiao Sisi, leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead. "Baby, I'm going to work, see you tonight." His voice was unusually gentle. Xiao Sisi also noticed Butler Du in the lobby. She knew that Fu Qingye was acting for Butler Du, but his gentle kiss, like a light feather brushing against her skin, even soothed her restless heart. She watched him walk away in a daze, and it was a while before she came back to her senses. Butler Du snapped a photo of their kiss on the forehead and quickly sent it to Grandma Fu. Grandma Fu was naturally overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. She kept looking at the photo, and as her mood improved, so did her sleep, and as her sleep improved, so did her health. That day, Xiao Sisi started looking for work on the mobile app. Most jobs only paid a few thousand yuan a month, and some even required a degree. After looking around, she found a bar called Gardenia Night that was hiring waitresses. All they had to do was serve the tables and help open bottles of wine. The more wine they opened for the guests, the higher the commission. The salary was between 10,000 and 50,000 yuan a month. Although the incident a few days ago had left a bad taste in her mouth, she had been taken to the dinner party that time because she trusted Auntie Lu from the same village, and this time she was applying to be a waitress, so she could quit at any time if she didn't feel right about it. Thinking about this, Xiao Sisi set off to apply for the job that day. Bars like to hire young and pretty girls, and they don't even ask for qualifications, they hire them on the spot. Young lady, work hard. As long as the girls here are willing to work, they can easily earn 30,000 to 50,000 yuan a month just serving drinks, the supervisor told her. Xiao Sisi nodded excitedly. That night, she put on the uniform of the bar. A white shirt, a black wrap skirt, black stockings, and black high heels underneath a white collar look with a lower neckline and a shorter skirt than a formal outfit. It was simply irresistible. Xiao Sisi felt very uncomfortable, but she was willing to take the risk in order to make money. Before the bar opened, the head waitress went over the work details with Xiao Sisi, and she, with her excellent memory, quickly memorized them. It was late at night, and like the other waitresses, Xiao Sisi was carrying trays as she shuttled through the lights and revelry. Many regulars had noticed the new waitress, so many lecherous glances fell on her, even if they didn't approach her, which made her feel uncomfortable. She didn't dare to look at the gazes of the people around her, so naturally she didn't notice that among the guests at table 11 was her boss, Fu Qingye. Similarly, Fu Qingye was focused on watching the performance on stage and would never pay attention to the waitresses, so he didn't notice Xiao Sisi was there either. His friend Pei Junxiao, who was sitting in a carefree manner, with a glass in one hand, was scanning the scene for prey. He looked in the direction of Xiao Sisi and said, "That new waitress looks pretty, with a pure face and a devilish body. Hey, I'll ask her to come over and open a bottle of wine to keep us company." He was the most flirtatious of Fu Qingye's friends, and wanted to chat up any beautiful woman he saw. Pei Junxiao said, beckoning to Xiao Sisi. "Waitress, come over and open a bottle of wine." For Xiao Sisi, there was nothing that made her happier than hearing a customer ask for a bottle to be opened. She quickly took the corkscrew and walked over. Meanwhile, Fu Qingye, whose eyes were on the stage, glanced in her direction out of the corner of his eye. When he discovered that the beautiful waitress his friend had mentioned was actually Xiao Sisi, his gaze sharpened and his face fell. When Xiao Sisi approached, she also saw Fu Qingye. She was dumbfounded. She never expected to run into Fu Qingye on the first day of her part-time job. When their eyes met, Xiao Sisi hesitated for a moment, but then she thought to herself, "I'm at work, and I'm opening wine for a customer, which is very tempting. If the customer orders an expensive bottle of wine, the commission is high." She could only grit her teeth and walk towards Fu Qingye. "Open them all." Pei Junxiao pointed at the wine on the table. Xiao Sisi glanced at the expensive wine on the table and secretly calculated that if she opened all of it, she would make 1,000 or 2 yuan tonight. Excited, she ignored Fu Qingye's cold gaze and happily picked up the bottle. However, she secretly thought to herself, "I don't have to pretend to be his girlfriend if I'm not at the Fu's house, do I?" Chapter 11. Master Chang, you're really acting strange today. With so many of his friends there, if she introduced herself as his girlfriend, he probably wouldn't be happy, and neither would his friends. Besides, his main goal was to please his grandmother, so he shouldn't need a fake girlfriend in front of his friends, right? She had talked to him on the phone in the morning, and he had promised that she could do whatever she wanted normally, so she didn't think he would be angry because she was working. As she was opening the wine, Pei Junqiao struck up a conversation. Little girl, what's your name? I haven't seen you before, are you new here? Xiao Sisi opened the bottle cap and looked up at Fu Qingye with a somewhat pleading expression, as if to say, Mr. Fu, I don't need to lie in front of your friends, do I? Pei Junqiao followed her gaze and caught her actually staring at Fu Qingye in a daze. He laughed as usual and said, Little girl, you have bad taste. Master Chang is handsome, but he's not interested in women. Pei Junqiao almost said that Fu Qingye was not good. Master Chang is Fu Qingye's nickname, and his good friends call him that. Some business partners also treat Master Chang as a respectful title. On ordinary days, when they hang out together, the girls all stare at Fu Qingye like Xiao Sisi, but unfortunately, Fu Qingye is the only one among them who is not interested in women, and simply cannot satisfy the needs of the beautiful women. Xiao Sisi then withdrew her gaze and thought to herself, where is Fu Qingye not interested in women? They don't know that he is fierce, having sex 7 times in one night. This is my first day at work. Xiao Sisi answered uneasily, but did not say her name. How old are you? You look so young, are you even 18? Pei Junqiao asked again. How am I young? You look like a full-grown adult, and you're asking such a stupid question. Are you blind? Fu Qingye suddenly interrupted and scolded. He had always hated it when people called Xiao Sisi young, because it made him look older. After all, he had eaten Xiao Sisi, and even his grandmother said he was an old cow eating young grass. As a result, Pei Junqiao actually said that Xiao Sisi looked like an underage? Wow! Master Chang, why did you suddenly scold me? Tell me, did I say anything wrong? Doesn't this little girl look like she's 16 or 17? Go home and look in the mirror yourself, you could practically be someone's uncle, I'm telling you. Pei Junqiao said without mercy. Fu Qingye was choked by a sip of wine, and he covered his thin lips with a handkerchief to prevent it from spilling. Enduring the anger that wanted to give Pei Junqiao a hammer, he replied, Say one more word, and I'll make you go blind, believe it or not? Pei Junqiao then shut his mouth tightly, and then couldn't help but say suspiciously, Master Chang, you are really abnormal today. Not only Pei Junqiao, but also the other 2 friends felt that he was abnormal. Not only did he rarely come out for drinks, but even when he did, he didn't say much except to watch the show and have a few drinks. Pei Junqiao usually ignored him when he hit on girls, but today he actually made the girl dance because of him? It even felt a little angry. It was really unbelievable. Fu Qingye probably also realized his own abnormality. He picked up his glass again, looked in the direction of the stage while drinking, pretended not to care about Xiao Sisi working at a nightclub, but in fact, his peripheral vision kept wandering over to her. Only then did he realize why the little girl suddenly asked him in the morning if she could go out, as if she could do whatever she wanted. If he had known that she was going to work in a nightclub, he would have said no. Now in front of so many people, he didn't want to say anything to Xiao Sisi. Besides, he had spoken too quickly in the morning, and there was no reason for him to withdraw. After all, this was Xiao Sisi's personal choice. During this time, Pei Junqiao's gaze kept wandering over Xiao Sisi's fair, white face, and the more he looked, the more he liked her. Little girl, do you get a cut of the wine sales? How much is the commission for opening a bottle? Pei Junqiao asked. It's my first day here, so I'm not really sure, Xiao Sisi replied. In fact, she knew that for a bottle of wine like the one on the table, the commission was at least 100-200 yuan. She was so excited when she opened the bottle. How about this, a kiss for your brother, and then 10 more bottles if you let your brother open them. Or, if you sit on my lap and sing a song for your brother, I'll open 20 bottles and give you a bonus on top of that. Pei Junqiao pointed at his own face and patted his thigh. The friends at the table all shook their heads and laughed, used to Pei Junqiao's irreverent appearance. Only Fu Qingye, who was staring at the stage pretending to look at it, suddenly turned his head and his sinister nighthawk-like gaze fell on Pei Junqiao's face. Xiao Sisi was still calculating how much commission he could get from the 20 bottles of wine, and had no time to react to what Pei Junqiao had said. Fu Qingye eagerly said, Pei Junqiao, you can usually do whatever you like, but don't do this kind of thing in front of me. Fu Qingye's expressionless face was very intimidating, and his friends were silent. Pei Junqiao wondered, is Fu Qingye in a bad mood today? Why is he like a woman having her period, with waves of anger? It really scared him. Little girl, there's no need to open any more wine. You go back to what you were doing. Among Pei Junqiao and the others, Fu Qingye is the oldest and has the most impressive background. They usually listen to him. Fu Qingye was so obviously angry that Pei Junxiao didn't dare flirt with the little girl in front of him. Xiao Sisi felt a pang of heartache. Although only a few bottles of wine had been opened, she felt quite stressed about working part-time in front of her employer. She felt like she had been pardoned when she was told to go away, so she turned around and got back to work. The business at Garden Night Bar was very good, and waiters were called from time to time. In the corner of his eye, Fu Qingye kept an eye on the young girl in the crowd, who was busy wearing black silk. Naturally, he also noticed that many men in the bar were looking at her with lecherous eyes. He felt inexplicably upset, so he kept pouring wine into his mouth. Everyone at the table noticed that Fu Qingye seemed to be in a bad mood today. He wasn't a heavy drinker, usually just a couple of drinks, but tonight he kept pouring wine into his mouth. Everyone was so embarrassed that they exchanged glances with each other, but no one dared to ask him why. Xiao Sisi, on the other hand, quickly got down to work after leaving table 11. She had no idea that a group of old men were sitting at table 8 not far away. One of them glanced at Xiao Sisi twice and said to his companions, "Do you see that new girl? Doesn't she look like the one who ran away the other night?" The disgusting stares of the men all fell in the same direction as Xiao Sisi's. These old men were the bosses introduced by Auntie Lu that night. Auntie Lu was responsible for drugging and sending Xiao Sisi to the dinner party. They had already paid the agency fee, but they were unable to eat the little girl, and they were furious. Auntie Lu still refused to refund the money, which made them feel quite uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, they met Xiao Sisi again so soon. After confirming that it was Xiao Sisi, the old men looked at each other and both revealed disgusting expressions on their old faces. "Hey, little girl, come over here and open a bottle of wine." One of the old men with beer bellies waved at Xiao Sisi. Chapter 12. Master Chang, you don't like this, do you? The mood lighting in the bar was on, making it impossible to see the faces of the guests. Moreover, it was Xiao Sisi's first day at work, and she was so busy that when she heard someone call her, she walked over without recognizing the old men. It wasn't until she got closer that she recognized them, and she turned pale with shock. She took 2 steps back, and her first reaction was to run, but it was already too late. The old man with the beer belly got up and grabbed Xiao Sisi. "Little girl, your uncles have been looking for you for a long time. We never thought we'd run into you here again. He. The man's mouth smelled of alcohol and cigarettes as he spoke. She felt so sick she was about to vomit. Immediately afterwards, the other 4 men stood up, and while they verbally molested her, they surrounded Xiao Sisi with their beer bellies and age spots. The stench was overpowering, and Xiao Sisi was terrified. "Let go of me, there are so many people here, you guys, don't do anything," Xiao Sisi yelled. The 5 men burst out laughing at the same time. "Little sister, this is the territory of uncles, who dares to stop us from playing with a little waitress?" The bald man said with a disgusting smile. As soon as he finished speaking, several men reached out, some tugging at Xiao Sisi's hair, while others grabbed her clothes and dragged her directly towards the bar's private room. "Let go of me! Help, help!" Xiao Sisi raised her hands above her head and clawed at her hair to relieve the pain of her scalp being pulled. She shouted for help. In an instant, she looked as thin as a little rag doll, as if she would be torn to pieces at any moment. Unfortunately, as the old men had said, it was normal for things like this to happen at nightclubs. What's more, they were big bosses and regulars here, notorious bad guys, and there were a bunch of people watching in the bar, but no one came out to intervene. At table 11, Pei Junxiao saw the waitress he had just tried to chat up being dragged away by 5 old bad guys. He frowned and said, "The girl is in trouble. Those 5 old perverts have actually set their sights on her." He had thought that his friends, who never bothered with other people's business, would not care about this matter, and it seemed that only he had noticed Xiao Sisi at the scene. He would like to rescue the beauty, but he also did not want to get himself into trouble. Unexpectedly, Fu Qingye, who had been silent, suddenly got up and sprinted towards Xiao Sisi. Pei Junxiao and the others were startled awake by the noise. They all stood up at the same time, unable to believe that Fu Qingye, who had the coldest personality among them, would actually care about such trivial matters. Moreover, it was that little girl again. Could it be that he had just lost control frequently because of that little girl? No way. How could he lose control because of a woman? Xiao Sisi had just been dragged a distance of 2 or 3 meters, and all she could hear was the music and the man's furious voice. "Stop!" Hearing Fu Qingye's voice, Xiao Sisi cried with excitement. It was Fu Qingye again, he was practically an angel. The older men thought they had heard wrong. They were all well-known figures in the capital city, each with their own business, and no one would dare offend them, not to mention that this was a bar owned by their friend. Which blind thing? The man with the beer belly cursed halfway, and when he turned his head and saw that the person who told them to stop was Fu Qingye, he widened his eyes in shock. Master Chang? He couldn't quite believe that Fu Qingye would get involved in such trivial matters. The other four old men all looked at Fu Qingye when they heard the sound, but they still couldn't bear to let go of the delicious food in their hands. None of them showed any intention of letting go of Xiao Cici's hem or hair. Let her go. Fu Qingye ordered. Master Chang, when did you start meddling in other people's business? This girl was sold to Shu a few days ago, and her aunt received the money. We can't stop having fun, the man with the beer belly said to Fu Qingye. He thought that if he explained it clearly to Fu Qingye, he would stop meddling in other people's business. However, Fu Qingye's expression was cold and stern, and once again he opened his thin lips and said, I told you to let go, can't you hear me? Master Chang, I heard that you don't like women. Could it be that you like this one? The man with the beer belly finished suspiciously, and was the first to let go of his hand. Then he signaled for the other men to let go as well. In the capital, as long as you're not stupid, who would dare to go against Fu Qingye? I'm afraid it's not that you don't want to mess around, is it? After Xiao Cici was set free, she disheveledly tidied her hair. Her shoulders were hunched and she was already in tears. She was really scared. Why was it so hard to make some money? The man with the beer belly took the opportunity to ingratiate himself with Fu Qingye and said, Master Chang, there are a lot of country girls like this one. If you like, I'll have the madams I know buy you a dozen or 20 of them, and I guarantee that each one is still a virgin. You can have one a night, no repeats. When the man with the beer belly heard this, he thought he would win Fu Qingye's favor, but unexpectedly, he suddenly frowned and grabbed him by the collar. The next second, he grabbed the bottle of wine on the stranger's table and knocked it against the man with the beer belly's head again and again. Blood from the man with the beer belly's head ran down his forehead. Several old men were scared and pale. No one expected that Fu Qingye, the high and mighty group boss, would get involved in such trivial matters. For the sake of a girl from the countryside, he actually hit someone, and he hit someone who also had a face in the capital. The man with the beer belly howled loudly. Master Chang, spare my life, spare my life. Unfortunately, it was useless. Fu Qingye went crazy, smashed the bottle, and then punched and kicked him. Fu Qingye came out and beat people up. No one dared to stop him. The other four old guys couldn't clear themselves of the matter fast enough, so naturally they couldn't help out either. The bar was in chaos, with screams all around. Pei Junqiao and the others, who had run over from a distance, were stunned. They just felt incredible. Fu Qingye had been out with them before, and they hadn't never encountered such a thing. They had never seen him take a single glance at a lively scene. But today, he actually beat someone up over a waitress? Master Fu, stop hitting him. Ouch. 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 When I was young, I worked with your father. I'm at least your uncle. When you were little, I even held you. How can you hit me? The man with the beer belly used his position as an elder to bully the others. He was in so much pain that his voice broke when he spoke. Old man, you know how old you are, right? You're a disgrace to your age. He gritted his teeth and hit harder. Pei Junqiao and the others were worried that things would get out of hand, so they surrounded Fu Qingye and pulled him away. Get out of my sight, you old farts! Fu Qingye shouted angrily. Those 5 old men had been publicly lectured for the first time, but since it was Fu Qingye, they didn't dare say a word and left the bar in disgrace. But before they left, they couldn't help but glance at Xiao Cici one more time, their gazes hiding their unwillingness. They were big shots in Beijing, but they actually got beaten up by a country bumpkin, and they felt humiliated. Xiao Cici was still shaken for a long time, and she looked at Fu Qingye with gratitude in her eyes. If it wasn't for him, she really wouldn't have been able to escape tonight. Get out of this kind of place right now. This is not a place for you. Don't ever come to a nightclub to work again. Fu Qingye broke free from his friend's restraints and said to Xiao Cici in a cold voice. Chapter 13, Losing Control Over Her. Pei Junqiao and the others looked at each other, exchanging glances and thinking to themselves, Fu Qingye saving the beauty is definitely a first. Xiao Cici was terrified herself. Although she desperately needed the money, she was really scared and no longer dared to stay in the bar. Although the 5 old men were driven away by Fu Qingye, this kind of place is full of all kinds of people, and there is no telling if 10 more old men will come, and by then Fu Qingye may not necessarily be there. She nodded with red eyes and ran to the backstage of the bar to change her clothes. Master Chang, what's wrong with you today? You're in a bad mood? I've never seen you take care of this kind of thing before. Pei Junxiao asked curiously. The others also looked at him with confusion on their faces. However, they still didn't think that Pei Junxiao was only helping because he was interested in Xiao Sisi. They were the people who had been closest to Fu Qingye, and they knew that he had been kidnapped as a child. They even knew the reason why he didn't get close to women. Usually, no one dared to tease Fu Qingye about finding a woman. After all, having problems in that area was a pain for all men. As good friends, who would make fun of such things? Fu Qingye straightened his shirt and didn't reply. He went straight back to table 11, and during that time, his peripheral vision kept following the delicate figure until she entered the backstage of the bar. He sat back down in his original spot, picked up a glass of wine, and gulped it down. Then he poured another glass and continued drinking. Since Fu Qingye did not explain, Pei Junxiao and the others stopped asking questions. Xiao Sisi went to the staff lounge. The supervisor still persuaded her to hang in there a little longer, but she was really scared, and even more afraid of Fu Qingye's displeasure, so she refused to work no matter what. She was afraid that if she didn't do a good job, Fu Qingye would be angry, and she would lose her main job. After all, the job of pretending to be a girlfriend is, by comparison, far too leisurely, not dangerous, and she is pampered. But when she thinks about the money for her grandmother's surgery, she has to bow to reality and thinks that she'd better find a safer part-time job. After changing into her work clothes, which are a designer dress that Fu Qingye bought for her at the mall, she walks through the bar's public area again. She looks like a proud and innocent princess, and the men's eyes are drawn to her. From afar, Fu Qingye kept an eye on the direction of Xiao Sisi. When he saw her leave and so many men staring at her, a sense of inexplicable displeasure welled up in his heart. Clearly, she was just his fake girlfriend. The two of them had only a fleeting relationship that night. What was he upset about? Fu Qingye put down his glass and said to a few friends, "I'm going home first." After he said that, he strode towards the bar door. What's wrong with Master Cheng tonight? Is it because he hasn't touched a woman for so many years that his yin and yang are out of balance? Pei Junxiao muttered. When you reach a certain age, you should have a woman. I guess the fire is building up in his chest and he can't let it out, so he's sulking all day. Don't let him hear you, or we'll all get a beating. Everyone looked at the tall figure of Fu Qingye as he left, their gazes full of sympathy. It was really sad that such a handsome, charming, wealthy man had a secret illness. When Xiao Sisi reached the entrance to the bar, the loud music inside faded away. As she walked towards the subway station, a horrible wailing sound came from an alley not far away. Xiao Sisi shuddered, not wanting to get involved, so she quickened her pace. After a few steps, she felt that the wailing sound was familiar, so she turned around and unexpectedly discovered that a group of well-dressed men were besieging the 5 old men who had molested her in the bar just now. This group of attackers were obviously highly trained thugs, beating the 5 old men to a pulp. Old men, don't ever molest young girls again, or else, you'll be turned into eunuchs. I won't dare to do it again, please spare our lives. In the darkness of the night, Xiao Sisi's heart pounded at the sound of such screams. She wondered if the 5 old men had offended someone again. No one would dare to stand up for her, would they? Whatever the reason, a girl who had just experienced something like that was really scared to be alone on the street and see a fight. She was so scared that she could hardly walk. She was afraid that the group of people fighting would drag her into the alley with them. It was at this moment that she was tapped on the shoulder, and she nearly jumped out of fright. She tilted her head, and what fell into her line of sight was the cold and handsome face of Fu Qingye. When she realized it was Fu Qingye, Xiao Sisi let out a sigh of relief, and her pounding heart eased a little. Mr. Fu, why are you out here too? Xiao Sisi asked. Under the streetlight, Fu Qingye's pale skin was flushed with red, his eyes unfocused. He must have drunk quite a bit in there. Let's go home together, he said. Fu Qingye walked directly towards the parking lot, and Xiao Sisi, who had just been startled, felt as if she had grabbed a lifeline. She hurriedly chased after him. Fu Qingye had become the only sense of security she had in this strange city. Ran Chao drove the two of them to Yujing Villa. Fu Qingye, who was not used to drinking, walked unsteadily when he got out of the car. He stumbled a couple of times before he managed to hold onto the lamppost. How much had he drunk? Or was it that he simply couldn't drink? Xiao Sisi knew that once they arrived at the house, she would have to resume her role as his girlfriend. If she walked into the hall alone without supporting him, she was sure that the news would reach Grandma Fu's ears again. She quickly went up to him, took his arm, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Fu, let me help you back to your room." With her support, the two entered the hall. Butler Du came over as he saw this. How did the young master get so drunk? This was the first time Butler Du had seen Fu Qingye drunk. He was a very strict person who never drank too much outside because he was not good at drinking. He had to stay sober at all times and never allowed himself to lose control in front of others. The whole family looked shocked at Fu Qingye's unsteady gait. Shenya was having dinner with a friend when he got drunk out of joy, Xiao Sisi explained with a blush. Then she reached around Fu Qingye's waist and walked upstairs. Butler Du took a picture of the scene behind them and sent it to Grandma Fu immediately. "Grandma, the young master took his girlfriend out for dinner and got drunk out of joy." On Grandma Fu's end, she couldn't stop smiling when she saw the message. Men are more likely to get things done when they've had too much to drink, so don't bother, don't even think about sending him any hangover soup, Grandma Fu instructed. After returning to the bedroom, Xiao Sisi locked the door and put Fu Qingye on the sofa where he usually slept. After he had lain down, she was about to stand up straight, but unexpectedly, he suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, forcing her whole body to press against him. Her face quickly turned red, and she gazed at the handsome face below her, which was flushed. The next second, he rolled over, completely dominating the petite, and then lowered his head and kissed the little girl's lips fiercely. Chapter 14 Mr. Fu, please respect yourself. His kiss was like a sudden storm. Xiao Sisi felt like a little flower in the wilderness, completely unable to defend against this sudden disaster. She stared with wide, red eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. Fu Qingye had closed his eyes and was kissing her fiercely. What she wanted to say was blocked by him, and it turned into a sound of mm. Weak and helpless, her gaze went from fear to despair. Perhaps it was because he sensed the little person's body beginning to tremble that Fu Qingye finally opened his eyes and locked eyes with her wet, dark eyes, so innocent and so scared. Only then did he finally slowly release her lips, although his thin lips were still slightly pressed against hers. When he spoke, his lips exuded the crisp, intoxicating scent of wine. She felt as if she had drunk wine herself, and the wine taste was all in her mouth and teeth, transmitted to her by him. "How much can you earn working at a nightclub in one night?" His voice was cold and carried a hint of inexplicable anger. Xiao Sisi could clearly feel the low pressure in the air around her. She tried to get up, but he locked her in a strong grip and wouldn't allow her to move at all. "I don't know how much I can earn in one night, but the supervisor said that if I do a good job, I can earn more than 10,000 yuan a month, and up to 50,000 yuan at the most." Xiao Sisi was still trembling, but she explained to him seriously. She didn't know what Fu Qingye meant. Why did he kiss her? And why was he holding her so tightly? Was he drunk? Together with the breath he exhaled, it was extremely aggressive, typical of a man. She felt as if she had become a delicious morsel on his lips, ready to be devoured at any moment. "Don't go out and work part-time, do it with me once and I'll pay you 50,000. He gazed into her watery eyes and imperiously made his request. His breathing was rapid. Xiao Sisi thought she had heard it wrong. Although the two had already had a relationship, she had always regarded Fu Qingye as a lifesaver. Tonight, he had saved her life again, and his position in her heart had become even more elevated. Unexpectedly, Fu Qingye would actually make such a request to her, and the meaning of 50,000 at a time was for her to sell herself to him? How could she not understand such an obvious insult? Xiao Sisi was short of money, but if she were someone who would do anything for money, she would have already agreed to go out with Aunt Lu and sell herself. "Mr. Fu, please respect yourself. I'm only going out to work part-time, and I asked your opinion in the morning. You said I could do whatever I want. If you're angry about this, please just say so. Please don't insult people in this way." Although Xiao Sisi was scared, she still plucked up the courage to speak her mind. "You go to work in a place like that, what's the difference from going out to sell yourself? When you walk around in a crowd in a short skirt, a bunch of men stare at you, and you don't notice?" Fu Qingye asked sternly. Xiao Sisi's face turned slightly pale. Of course she knew what Fu Qingye was talking about, but what could she do? She sniffed. "I won't work in a nightclub anymore in the future, and I'll find another part-time job tomorrow." Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Fu. She was full of humiliation. At this moment, she felt that Fu Qingye, who wanted to take advantage of her, was no different from the men in the nightclub. But in order to keep this job, she still had to treat him with utmost respect. She pushed the man on her body away with all her strength, but he restrained her hands and asked, "Little girl, do you really need money that badly? Is the 30,000 yuan salary I'm offering you a month not enough for you to spend?" He had done some research and found that interns usually earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, so for someone with Xiao Cici's low level of education, 30,000 yuan a month was like money falling from the sky. How could she still be dissatisfied? Xiao Cici's face turned pale and then red, and she swallowed back her tears. Mr. Fu was born with a silver spoon, so of course he didn't know the hardships of the world. 30,000 yuan was a lot of money, but ordinary people have more places where they need money. I know you're very rich, but your money was also earned through hard work by your parents, wasn't it? She stubbornly retorted. After all, Fu Qingye was so young, and if he hadn't started out high, how could he have achieved what he had now? Although she came from a humble background, she acted neither condescending nor arrogant in front of Fu Qingye. Fu Qingye froze. He had always felt that she was young, but in that moment, he felt a maturity in her eyes that didn't match her age. However, for the first time in his life, he was being questioned about his abilities. Someone actually thought that his current achievements were simply the result of a high starting point? His gaze at Xiao Cici became complicated as a result. I am very grateful for your life-saving kindness that night, and I am also grateful for your rescue tonight, but I will not betray my body again. Xiao Cici pretended to bite the large hand he held. Fu Qingye then let go of the woman in his arms. She took the opportunity and slipped out onto the balcony, not daring to go back to the bedroom for a long time. Fu Qingye lay flat on the sofa, feeling like his whole body was on fire and in urgent need of a fire extinguisher. Although he had drunk too much and felt a little lightheaded, his mind was still clear. He just took advantage of the alcohol to act on a thought that he normally wouldn't have acted on. After that night, he had been obsessed with the taste of this woman. Today, when he saw her walking through the nightclub, he almost lost his temper again when he saw her almost getting involved with another man. After all, he was just her employer, so what right did he have to ask about her personal affairs? Thinking about Xiao Cici's frightened, rabbit-like gaze, he felt like a real scumbag, not much different from those old perverts. He had to admit that he still wanted to get her, and that impulse should be innate in any normal man. But he couldn't allow himself to bully a young girl who had just entered society. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but give himself a slap in the face. Xiao Cici did not regret her refusal to let him have sex with her for 50,000 yuan. Although her grandmother urgently needed the money for the surgery, she believed that her beloved grandmother, if she knew that she was trading sex for the money to pay for her surgery, would definitely rather die of pain than agree. The next morning, when Xiao Cici got up, Fu Qingye had already left the house. For many days in a row, they had eaten breakfast together every morning, and today he left early, which she was actually a little unaccustomed to. However, after what happened last night, she hadn't yet figured out how to face him, and it was good that he had left. When Xiao Cici went downstairs, she felt that the domestic helpers in the house were paying more attention to her than ever before, and everyone seemed to really treat her like a young mistress. Facing a whole table of delicious breakfast alone, she was really worried that after working at this job for a long time, she would get used to this pampered life and feel a sense of loss. She couldn't help but wonder if it would be nice if she could pack some of these dishes to take back to her grandmother. She remembered when she was a child, her grandmother knew that her aunt was biased and would always secretly hide some food in her apron, not for her cousins, but for her. Her apron had hidden oranges, peaches, and meat buns. Thinking about it, she became tearful. In any case, she had to gather the money for the operation as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Someone suddenly had a change of heart. She was like a cockroach that just won't die. After breakfast, she started browsing job apps again. After looking at them all, she found that the wages for all jobs except nightclubs were very low. She was a little desperate when she found that a big company called Fu's Group was hiring cleaners, but the age requirement clearly stated 45 years old or older, with a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan. She didn't expect the salary of a cleaner to be so high. The job is a bit more strenuous, but it's a proper job. If she can get the job, she won't have to worry about any dangers. After looking at it, she realized that apart from the age requirement, she didn't have anything that would make her unsuitable for the job. She wondered why the company wanted an older person when most companies prefer younger ones. Could it be that the younger people are afraid of the hard work, so the age requirement was simply written that way? Regardless, she had to give it a try. Maybe they would prefer a younger person for the job because they can work hard. Since she was applying for a cleaner, she changed back into the street clothes she used to wear. Although she was dressed very simply, her pure and pretty face was not covered up in the slightest by her clothes. She arrived at the headquarters of the Fu Group and looked at the building towering into the clouds, secretly admiring it. What kind of person would have the ability to start such a big company? The boss would probably be white-haired and have one foot in the grave, right? However, when she entered the Human Resources Department full of hope, she was turned away before she could show her ability to work hard. Didn't you see that our job advertisement said that the age requirement for cleaners is 45 and above? What job is a 20-year-old girl competing for with an older person? Go away. Supervisor, please give me a chance, okay? Your company is looking for a cleaner, and a 20-year-old can do the job just as well. If you don't believe me, I can do it for free for a few days. If you don't think I'm suitable, you can fire me later. Xiao Cici didn't realize that the Fu Group was so strict about age, and that they actually insisted on hiring older people. Go away, go away. A pretty young girl like you who has no qualifications and comes to our Fu Group to apply for this position is just after the boss. I've seen it a lot. Our boss doesn't like young girls, so get out of here. The supervisor was getting a little impatient. Xiao Cici really needed this job, so she said a few more words and was immediately dragged out by a few security guards. The commotion was a bit loud, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Everyone pointed and stared at Xiao Cici. She's young and doesn't know how to behave, trying to use her beauty to get ahead. Unfortunately, she's in the wrong place. There are so many highly educated top beauties in the secretarial department, and none of them have caught the boss's eye. She can't be naive enough to think that the company's cleaning staff have a chance to get close to Mr. Fu, right? Yes, nowadays young girls are so vain. Not far away, Fu Qingye walked past surrounded by a group of impeccably dressed staff. It seemed that he heard Xiao Cici's voice. After waking up in the morning, the actions from last night when he was drunk kept popping up in his mind. When he suddenly heard Xiao Cici's voice in the company, he thought he was hallucinating. He stopped in his tracks and looked in the direction of the voice, and then he was sure it really was Xiao Cici. She was being carried out by a few security guards. She was blushing and still desperately recommending herself, worried about losing her job opportunity. What happened? Fu Chunye asked his assistant. The cleaning department does not hire anyone under the age of 45, and that woman was insistent on getting the job and was being kicked out. Fu Qingye narrowed his deep, alluring ruefing eyes. If he remembered correctly, last night, she was still working part-time at the bar, right? Then she told him she would never work in a nightclub again, and as a result, she came to his company to find a job? Applying for a cleaner? She is quite hardworking. She really went all out to get this job that many people find dirty and tiring. Thinking about her complaining last night that he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and didn't know how ordinary people spent their money, he wondered just how much money she needed. Why was she working so hard? Seeing that Xiao Cici was about to be fired, in the struggle, the legs of her poor quality, worn-out jeans were torn. Fu Qingye simply couldn't bear to watch anymore. Saying hello to the cleaning department, he let her pass. Fu Qingye said, walking towards the executive elevator. The assistant and the staff present were stunned. Did they hear it right? Fu Qingye actually cared about such trivial matters? Moreover, the cleaning department only recruits staff over 45 years old, and he is the one who set this rule. In the past, there were really uneducated but pretty girls who applied for cleaning jobs in order to get close to him. As a result, did he suddenly have a change of heart today and make an exception? In everyone's eyes, handsome, and perfect. All the beautiful words in the world can be used on Fu Qingye, except kindness has nothing to do with him. As a result, he actually had a mercy today? Presumably, the girl desperately wanted a job that many people disdain, and it moved him? Xiao Cici was thrown out the door. From the cold air-conditioned room to the 40-degree high temperature of the earth, the sense of disparity was huge. She realized that in a big city, if you don't have a degree, it's hard to find any job, except for nightclubs, and it's even harder to find a well-paid job. Just when she was feeling a little disheartened, she heard the voice of the supervisor Zhao behind her. He had just been rude to her, but now he suddenly came out after her with a smile on his face. Little girl, you passed the interview. Xiao Cici's expression changed from cloudy to sunny. She couldn't believe it and asked, I thought you weren't hiring anyone under 45? You're in luck. The company has decided to make an exception because they can't find anyone over 45 who can do the job. You can go through the formalities with me now, and if there are no problems, you can start work tomorrow. Seeing Xiao Sisi hesitate, Manager Zhao asked, "What's the matter? Didn't you just say you were hardworking and could take the rough with the smooth?" No, I'll do a good job." Xiao Sisi raised the corners of her lips in delight. She followed Manager Zhao back into the building, went through a series of formalities, and received 2 sets of cleaning staff uniforms. Thinking that she would earn 15,000 yuan a month from this job, Xiao Sisi was not at all afraid of the hard work. That night, Fu Chang returned late at night. Hearing the sound of the door, Xiao Sisi said to herself, "Rich second-generation kids are so cool, they don't need to work, they party every night and come home late every day." After all, she had gone to the nightclub twice and had run into Fu Qingye both times, so she felt that he was a rich kid who didn't need to work and could just spend his parents' money as he pleased. She waited up for him until late at night, just to tell him about the part-time job she had found. He gently pushed open the door and saw Xiao Sisi sitting by the bed looking at him. "Still awake?" Fu Qingye asked, surprised. Chapter 16, Did you report to me? Very good. Tonight, he stayed late at the office working on a new project. He thought Xiao Sisi would have already gone to bed by now, but she was sitting by the bedside full of energy. "Mr. Fu, I've found a new part-time job. I'll be gone during the day starting tomorrow, so it shouldn't affect my work here, right?" Xiao Sisi asked nervously. Because of the nightclub incident, she felt that it was best to tell Fu Qingye about her new job. She thought he would have some kind of opinion about it, but he just nodded lightly as if he knew. It's all under his umbrella anyway." Xiao Sisi was taken aback. She thought he would make things difficult for her, but he didn't even ask what the new part-time job was. Maybe he just didn't care what she did outside the house? "Thank you, Mr. Fu, I won't be home during the day from tomorrow onwards." Xiao Sisi continued to confirm. Fu Qingye suddenly walked up to her, and the tall man leaned down towards her. Xiao Sisi was so scared that her body went rigid. She thought about how he tried to sleep with her last night when he was drunk, and her heart started racing with fear. Her face turned red. "You've learned your lesson and reported to me, right?" He raised the corner of his lips slightly. Then he turned and headed towards the bathroom. Xiao Sisi was confused. She pondered over what Fu Qingye meant. Should she take the part-time job? She was happy to fall asleep after confirming her answer. The next day, Xiao Sisi reported to work at the cleaning department of the Fu Group. She put on the ill-fitting work clothes, which covered her slender teenage figure. Although she was wearing a khaki top and dark brown pants, her still childlike face was still pretty. Supervisor Zhao asked Xiao Sisi to follow the older employees to familiarize herself with the work. The uncles and aunts are all very simple, but they do tend to gossip a lot when they're bored at work. President Fu is quite old, and he still hasn't got a woman. I heard that he has health problems, so he hates women, especially young girls. I never thought that our department would go against the norm and hire such a young girl. Maybe President Fu himself heard the rumors, and he hired Shishi to shut everyone up. Sisi, although you have been hired, you still need to be careful. It is best to wear a mask at work and don't provoke Mr. Fu. Xiao Sisi obediently nodded her head like a nodding pig. After listening to everyone's words, her imagined group boss was just an old man with a strange temper. He was in his 70s or 80s and still hadn't found a woman? Then there must be something physically wrong with him. However, none of this was her business. She was just a cleaner, so she just needed to do her job well. After spending an hour or two, she had a complete understanding of the work of a cleaner. Xiao Sisi obediently put on her mask and began her work pushing the garbage truck. She was assigned to clean the windows on the 33rd floor. Because they were all French windows, she needed to work at a high altitude. Although it was very hard work, she gritted her teeth and endured it, thinking about the high salary. She moved the ladder over and sat at the very top, holding a long-handled glass cleaner in her hand and scrubbing the windows as hard as she could. Wearing a mask and the cleaning staff's uniform, she was inconspicuous in the luxurious office. None of the staff coming and going below paid any attention to her. However, Fu Qingye, who was passing by, saw her at a glance, sitting halfway up the air, cleaning the windows. Fu Qingye had always been afraid of heights. Seeing Xiao Sisi sitting on such a high ladder, his first reaction was danger, and he reflexively wanted to shout at her to come down. Suddenly, he regretted a little bit letting the cleaning department exceptionally hire her. But then he thought, this is a job that Xiao Sisi has worked hard to get, and he shouldn't interfere in her life. Besides, this is also the cleaning department's job. Fu Chengye quickly calmed down. He stood still, keeping a certain distance and watching Xiao Sisi, so that if she fell, he would be able to catch her. However, after staring at her for a while, he noticed that this girl was very capable at work, and it was obvious that she had done a lot of manual labor at home since she was a child. Thinking about this, his heart tightened. Naturally, Fu Chengye was a moving sight wherever he went, and everyone's attention was on him. Everyone noticed that he was clutching an ice Americano and staring into one direction in a daze. Following his line of sight, they soon found the cleaning staff working in midair. No one would have thought that Fu Chengye, who had never been interested in women, would actually stare at a cleaning staff in a daze. Because Xiao Sisi was sitting on a ladder, her back was turned to everyone as she concentrated on her work, and all anyone could see was her conspicuous butt. Xiao Sisi was wearing work clothes, a mask, and the cleaning department also came with a hat, so in everyone's eyes, she was an elderly aunt, and Fu Chengye was obviously peeping at her butt. Fu Chengye took sips of coffee from time to time and watched with relish. He had to admit that after their encounter that night, whenever he saw her, it was hard for his thoughts to be pure. He couldn't help but reminisce. Naturally, his expression looked a bit lewd. Everyone in the office saw it and looked at each other. For a while, rumors spread. The story about Fu Chengye ogling the cleaning lady spread all the way from the secretary department, finally reaching the cleaning department and naturally also reaching Xiao Sisi's ears. Xiao Sisi, the person involved, had no idea that she was being watched by President Fu. She just thought that the old man was staring at another cleaning lady. She couldn't help but curse the perverted old man in her heart. For 2 consecutive days, the entire cleaning department was talking about this. Auntie Li, who was originally in charge of the president's affairs, cried and said with a sad face, I am already at an advanced age, with a full house of children and grandchildren. If President Fu gets involved while watching, then won't I lose my integrity in my later years? No wonder the cleaning staff at the Fu Group are paid so much more than elsewhere and the age requirement is 45 and above. It turns out that the president has such a special hobby. I heard that men who are not good at that can easily develop psychological perversions. I guess that's why our president has a senile fetish. So what should I do? I'm so scared that if President Fu touches my bottom, it'll be terrible. Auntie Li hugged her shoulders, looking like a young girl being coy, but she couldn't help but get excited and look forward to it. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Xiao Sisi. Since President Fu doesn't like young girls, wouldn't it be good to let Sisi take charge of the president's office? One of the aunts suggested. Auntie Li, who had originally said she was worried about losing her reputation in her later years, suddenly refused to do it. On the surface, she said she was afraid of being taken advantage of, but in reality, she would be thrilled if she could be touched by Fu Chengye a few times. That won't do. I'll take responsibility for this myself and not harm the young girl, Auntie Li said. However, everyone said that they should let Xiao Sisi go to the CEO's office for the sake of Auntie Li. After all, no one wanted to take advantage of Auntie Li, because they all wanted to be touched by CEO Fu, so they simply let the young girl that CEO Fu didn't like take charge of the CEO's office. Xiao Sisi wanted to cry but had no tears. Unfortunately, as the employee with the least seniority and the youngest age, she had no say in the cleaning department. She could only take on the job of taking care of the CEO's office. Chapter 17, it turns out that he is the legendary general manager Fu. Early that morning, Xiao Sisi got up at 6 o'clock. Although she tried her best not to make any noise, she still woke up Fu Chengye, who was sleeping on the sofa. Fu Chengye rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw Xiao Sisi preparing to leave the house with her bag. So early? Where are you going? He asked curiously. To work. Xiao Sisi replied truthfully. Work? Has this woman changed part-time jobs again? If he remembered correctly, the cleaning department of the Fu Group had the same working hours as everyone else, starting at 9 a.m. He lived close to the company, and even if he walked, it would take him 20 minutes to get there, so why did she need to get up so early? Didn't you used to leave the house at 8 a.m.? Fu Chengye couldn't help but ask. Xiao Sisi glanced at the time, a little anxious, but she still explained to Fu Chengye, Mr. Fu, you don't know, our company's boss is really perverted. I heard that he peeked at the cleaning ladies but yesterday. Because of this, the cleaning ladies all refused to go to his office to clean, and they all demanded that I take charge of the boss's office. In order not to run into him, I want to leave early and clean the office before he arrives. Fu Chengye felt like he had been poured a bucket of water over, and suddenly he came to his senses. Isn't the boss of her company Fu Qingye? Is he a pervert? Does he peek at the cleaning lady's butt? Where did all these ridiculous rumors come from? Mr. Fu, there's no time left, I'm leaving first. Xiao Sisi said, hurriedly leaving the house. She left Fu Qingye sitting on the sofa, angry and amused. It seems that he can't sleep anymore. After arriving at the company, Xiao Sisi changed into her work clothes, then carrying a bucket, she entered the president's office early. At this time of day, there was no one in the company. Although she had heard a lot of rumors about General Manager Fu, Xiao Sisi was still in a good mood. She thought that as long as she did her job well and kept a low profile, she would not be fired. For example, before General Manager Fu arrived at the office, she cleaned the office until it was spotless. In this way, would a big company boss find fault with a little cleaning lady? It took her more than an hour to tidy up the office so that it was almost mirror-like. Xiao Sisi was sweating profusely. She was carrying a bucket and was just about to leave the office when she heard footsteps approaching. Xiao Sisi's heart tightened, and she was secretly depressed. She had finished cleaning on time, so she should not have run into Mr. Fu. Besides, the old man should have woken up late, so it was unlikely that he would be in the office at this hour. Thinking about the various perverted rumors about Mr. Fu, her heart was in her throat when the footsteps got closer and closer. The next second, someone pushed open the office door. Xiao Sisi was a little overwhelmed, holding a rag in one hand and a bucket in the other. Unexpectedly, the person who pushed the door in was the tall and handsome Fu Qingye. He was dressed in formal attire as usual, exuding a sense of rigor from head to toe, except for the fact that he had one hand in his pocket, revealing a hint of carelessness. Xiao Sisi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe that Fu Qingye would be here. At the same time, she was relieved to confirm that it wasn't the old man who had entered the office. Xiao Sisi turned to ask, Mr. Fu, why are you here? Could it be that Fu Qingye is from the secretarial department? Xiao Sisi had learned a lot about the cleaning department, and she knew that the secretarial department of the Fu Group was very good, with first-class talent and high salaries. No wonder Fu Qingye came from a wealthy family, it turns out that he has a job. So you do have a job? Xiao Sisi blurted out in surprise. Fu Qingye looked at Xiao Sisi, who was still wearing her mask after cleaning, and felt an indescribable annoyance. In her current attire, she would be unrecognizable to anyone who didn't know her. You think I don't have a job? Fu Qingye retorted. Because I ran into you twice at the nightclub, I'm sorry. Xiao Sisi felt apologetic for misunderstanding him. She thought that the rich second generation only needed to spend money. Usually, when he said he was going out to work, she thought he was lying to his grandmother. After all, he could even lie to his girlfriend. Little did she know that Fu Qingye went to the nightclub once to discuss work and once to meet up with friends by chance. He actually rarely went to nightclubs, and as a result, he met Xiao Sisi both times. Xiao Sisi glanced at the time on the wall, nervously said to Fu Qingye, Mr. Fu, the boss may be here soon, I'll go out first, bye. Oh, by the way, don't get his office dirty, I just worked hard on the hygiene and don't want to get into trouble. Fu Qingye narrowed his deep eyes. He came to the office early today in order to dispel the so-called rumors, but it turned out that this little girl mistook him for going to work? Does he really look so unlike a big boss? Fu Qingye stood still, not knowing what to say to the panicking girl in front of him. At this moment, an old employee of the secretary department, Lao Zhou, walked in. Xiao Sisi was carrying a bucket and was about to go out when she saw Lao Zhou, who was half white-haired, and she was so scared that her face turned pale. Good morning, Mr. Fu. Goodbye, Mr. Fu. Xiao Sisi greeted Lao Zhou. Lao Zhou was in his 50s, the oldest in the secretarial department, and the person in Xiao Sisi's eyes who most resembles the boss. However, even Lao Zhou is younger than the boss she imagined. Moreover, he looks decent and has a kind face. Xiao Sisi did not change her opinion of him because of his appearance, but rather her first reaction was that you really cannot judge a book by its cover. This President Fu was really a hypocrite who was disrespectful in his old age. She thought this to herself, avoided Zhou's gaze, and was about to leave with the bucket in her hand. Zhou was a little dazed for a moment before he reacted. The cleaning lady had called him General Fu. Just as Xiao Sisi was about to walk out the office door, he reached out and stopped her. Xiao Sisi was shocked when she saw Zhou's outstretched hand. Does General Fu have something else to say? She was on the verge of tears. Are you new to the cleaning department? I'm not Mr. Fu, the one inside is, so don't call me by the wrong name. Lao Zhou's face turned pale with fear. After all, he was called Mr. Fu in front of Fu Qingye, so how could he not be afraid? It would be bad if he got fired because of a little cleaning lady's mistake with the name. Xiao Sisi froze for a moment and asked back, "Is there someone else in there? Isn't it just Fu Qingye?" Fu Qingye shook his head helplessly and looked at Xiao Sisi with a smile. So, in her eyes, he is not a human being? Do you want to quit? Isn't this Mr. Fu? Old Joe reminded in a low voice, secretly feeling a cold sweat for her. Xiao Sisi finally reacted. The main reason was that the Fu group was so big that from the moment she came for the interview, she had a preconceived idea that the company boss must be an old man in his 70s or 80s. Plus, she had heard a lot of rumors about Fu Qingye in the cleaning department, and she had always thought that the boss was a perverted old man. She really never imagined that Fu Qingye was the Fu Zong in everyone's mouth who peeked at the cleaning ladies but. Chapter 18 Qingye, let's get married. Fu Zong? Xiao Sisi looked at Fu Qingye with a strange expression in her eyes. Thinking about what she said before leaving the house in the morning, Fu Qingye could guess the meaning in the girl's eyes. He was both angry and helpless. Fu Qingye had never deliberately hidden his identity. It was Xiao Sisi's poverty that limited her imagination. She really couldn't imagine that the boss of such a large corporation was actually young and handsome. I really don't know where the cleaning department gets the idea that he is old. Perhaps in the eyes of the uncles and aunts, Fu Qingye is indeed considered old at 29 years old and not in a relationship. Sorry, Mr. Fu. Goodbye, Mr. Fu. Xiao Sisi said, and slipped away like the wind with her bucket. Fu Qingye watched her back as she shook her head and smiled, her eyes filled with a faint sense of affection. Lao Zhou had worked with Fu Qingye for many years, but this was the first time he had seen Fu Qingye's usually serious face reveal such a smile with a hint of spring. He couldn't help but think of the recent rumors that Fu had been peeping at the cleaning lady's buttocks. He didn't believe it at first, but when he saw Fu Qingye smile at the cleaning lady's back, he couldn't help but shiver. After all, Xiao Sisi was well wrapped up, with a hat and a mask, plus old-fashioned work clothes and red plastic gloves that even covered her hands, so she was completely unrecognizable. Xiao Sisi ran all the way to the cleaning department's rest area, where she washed the cloths while she sorted out her thoughts. Fu Qingye was actually the boss of the Fu Group? Then he was the richest man in China, as everyone said? Xiao Sisi quickly opened her phone and searched for Fu Qingye's name, and she was absolutely shocked. This was her first time at the Fu family home, and she had visited Fu Qingye's main residence and his private residence. She had already been shocked by his wealth, but she had never imagined that he was the richest man in China. In other words, there were houses like Fu's all over the world. No wonder he had taken her to the mall before and spent millions without batting an eyelid. As a result, Xiao Sisi thought that Fu Qingye was a rich second generation who spent money like water and didn't need to work. Now, after a quick search online, she learned that after Fu Qingye's father was killed, the Fu Group was on the verge of bankruptcy. At a young age, he shouldered the entire family, and under his leadership, the Fu Group entered a new peak, completely surpassing his father's generation. It turned out that Fu Qingye was not just a rich second generation who only knows how to spend money in wine. He is a legendary figure. Thinking about the various rumors she had foolishly told him in the morning, she really wanted to bang her head against a wall and die. Come to think of it, when Xiao Sisi told him the other day that she had found a part-time job, he had looked completely normal. Could it be that he had known that she had been hired by the Fu Group? Could it even be that his influence had been behind her exceptional admission? Yesterday, the cleaning lady said that Fu Qingye had been peeping at the cleaning ladies' butts. She had been on the 33rd floor at that time. Could it be that he had been peeping at her butt? The more Xiao Sisi thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Fu Qingye's office needed to be cleaned 3 times a day. At noon, when the cleaning staff finished work, they needed to clean the CEO's office again. Now Xiao Sisi was in charge of Fu Qingye's office in the cleaning department, and after the time was up, she had to pluck up her courage and knock on his office door. Come in. His voice came from inside, magnetic and pleasant to the ear. Xiao Sisi walked into the office with her bucket, and she felt his deep gaze coming from the direction of the desk. Good afternoon, Mr. Fu. Xiao Sisi greeted him. Before entering, she had adjusted her mindset, ignored Fu Qingye's presence, and bowed her head to work diligently. After wiping the desk, she began mopping the floor with her back to Fu Qingye. Fu Qingye was waiting for a meal at this time, and he leaned back in his executive chair, unable to stop looking at Xiao Sisi. He had never seen a cleaner work so hard. For some reason, watching her work so hard made him feel very distressed. He wanted to tell her to stop and rest. Why did he always feel sympathy for her? The problem was that Xiao Sisi was wearing her work clothes, which made her look like an ordinary auntie to everyone else, but in his eyes, she still looked like a bright young girl. At this moment, her bottom was facing the sky as she worked hard mopping the floor, swaying back and forth in front of his eyes, and it even aroused his prurient thoughts again. A man's libido either sleeps soundly or never sleeps. Once it is awakened, it can never return. While feeling sorry for her hard work, he couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to have sex with her in the office. For this reason, he stared at her ass in a daze, his gaze complex, revealing a little pity for her. It was at this time that the office door was slammed open, and the angry voice of a woman came in. Xinyue, do you know that recently there have been rumors all over the company that you have a fetish for older men, saying that you peek at the cleaning lady's butt? This really makes me mad. When Tian Yayuan's voice fell, she caught the sight of Fu Qingye staring at the cleaning lady's butt in a daze, and froze in front of the office door. Xiao Sisi was startled and looked back at Fu Qingye. As a result, he had been staring at Xiao Sisi so intently because he had just had a dirty thought about her that he simply did not have time to take his eyes off her. When he came to his senses, he looked flustered and his expression was like that of a thief caught red-handed. Xiao Sisi felt like her head had exploded. So while she was trying her best to mop the floor, Fu Qingye was peeping at her butt? Facing the strange looks of the two women, Fu Qingye felt like he couldn't defend himself. Fu Qingye, you are really hopeless, you actually peeked at the cleaning lady's butt? I'm so sad, do you know? I would rather you ignore me when I was little than for you to get hurt trying to save me. Tian Yayuan's tears flowed. Tian Yayuan and Fu Qingye have known each other since they were children. That year, on their way home from school, Tian Yayuan was kidnapped by her father's rival. Fu Qingye saved her by saying he was the Fu group's young master and asking the kidnappers to let the girl go first. Tian Yayuan was unharmed, but Fu Qingye was rescued with minor injuries and was also affected in that area. This made Tian Yayuan feel very guilty, and she vowed from that moment on that she would marry Fu Qingye no matter what he became in the future. She loves him and is grateful to him. Over the years, she has become a dazzling superstar, but she has zero scandals in the entertainment industry. As a result, every time she confessed her love to Fu Qingye, he rejected her on the grounds that he didn't feel anything. Qingye, let's get married. Tian Yayuan approached with tears in her eyes, and spoke directly to Fu Qingye. Xiao Sisi, who was standing nearby, was shocked. She never imagined that she would encounter such a shocking event while cleaning Fu Qingye's office. A woman actually proposed to Fu Qingye? And when she looked more closely, it was the popular actress Tian Yayuan, wasn't it? For some reason, her hand holding the mop was trembling slightly, and her heart felt heavy. Chapter 19, the first time she saw him interested in a woman with her own eyes. She realized that deep down, after that night, she still regarded him as a different existence from other men. However, the dazzling superstar Tian Yayuan really looked good standing with him, and Xiao Sisi knew her own limitations and would never try to climb the social ladder because of what happened that night. She could only continue mopping the floor and try to be as invisible as possible. She thought that a woman as beautiful and successful as Tian Yayuan, who had lowered herself to propose, would definitely be accepted by Fu Qingye. But she never imagined that he would say with a dark face, Tian Yayuan, I have told you many times, I don't have feelings for you, so don't flatter yourself. You don't have feelings for me? You even peeked at the cleaning lady, do you think I would believe that? Tian Yayuan was still very confident in her appearance. She was a big beauty in the entertainment industry that was full of beautiful women and could not be ignored. If Fu Qingye were a normal man, she might believe that he would not look down on her, given his qualifications. But he is an only child, and he might not be able to do it at all. What's more, he has already gone so far as to develop a senile fetish. How could she possibly believe that he would not look down on her? Fu Qingye replied with a cold face, it's your business if you don't believe me. Tian Yayuan's face turned from green to white. She had put aside her aura as a movie star and proposed to him, but he was still unmoved? Fu Qingye, I mean it when I say I want to marry you. I really appreciate what you did back then, because I caused you to be impotent. I blame myself for it, and I want to be responsible for your life. After we get married, I'm willing to make our relationship public. It's as if she were the one in control of the relationship, pitying him. Xiao Sisi, who was quietly eating melon, thought to herself, why does everyone around Fu Qingye think he's impotent? He's obviously very capable. I'm serious too. Get out, or I'll call security. Fu Qingye's face showed obvious disgust. Tian Yayuan was so angry that her face turned red. She suddenly took a few steps to Xiao Cici's side, lifted the hat off her head, and angrily said, "You say you're serious, so at least find someone young and pretty, and I'll be relieved. But you've gone so far as to ogle the cleaning lady. Do you think I'll let you go easily?" Xiao Cici has been wearing a hat all day at work recently. The sudden feeling of the hat being lifted is like her clothes being stripped off. A hint of panic is visible in her round, big eyes. At the same time, Tian Yayuan's gaze also falls on Xiao Cici's face. Although Xiao Cici is still wearing a mask, after the hat is gone, her long, dark, glossy hair falls down, and the skin outside the mask is white and tender, as if it could be pinched to get water out of it. At a glance, she looks very young. She stared with wide eyes, and the next second, along with the mask on Xiao Cici's face, she pulled it off. What fell into her line of sight was a pure and lovely little face, as clear as crystal clear stream water, extremely clean, and giving a very comfortable feeling. Even though Tian Yayuan had seen many beautiful women in all shapes and sizes in the entertainment industry, she was still amazed by the unspoiled purity of the young girl in front of her. "Didn't you say that the Fu Group only hires older cleaning staff? How did you get a job here? Could it be that you used someone else's identity to get close to Mr. Fu?" Tian Yayuan stared at Xiao Cici, not sure if she was talking to herself or interrogating Xiao Cici. Xiao Cici didn't want to get involved in their business and looked a little overwhelmed. Tian Yayuan quickly made up her mind. "Chen Ye, did you know that the cleaning department has hired a young girl? This girl is young and has worked hard to get a job as a cleaner at the Fu Group. She is obviously after you, so you should fire her." Tian Yayuan pointed at Xiao Cici. She didn't like the idea of a young and pretty girl being around Fu Qingye. She was confident that Fu Qingye would listen to her and fire the cleaner. Xiao Cici trembled with nervousness. What should she do? Tian Yayuan seemed to have an unusual relationship with Fu Qingye. If she offended her, would she lose both jobs? Xiao Cici's face turned pale as she nervously looked in the direction of Fu Qingye. She was hired normally after passing the interview, not by chance. As long as she didn't make any major mistakes at work, the company wouldn't dismiss any employee at will. Fu Qingye said in an impartial manner. Xiao Cici didn't expect that even though Tian Yayuan was so angry, he would still help her. "In other words, you knew she was a young girl?" Tian Yayuan asked incredulously. "I knew." Fu Qingye replied indifferently. Tian Yayuan looked up and down at Xiao Cici twice. She suddenly began to realize that Fu Qingye was ogling the butt of a pretty little girl, not an aunt in her 50s. She was even more reluctant to accept the fact that he was not psychologically abnormal. Her stunning face became distorted. In private, she was strong and assertive, which was a far cry from the gentle woman she portrayed on screen. She had known Fu Qingye for so long, and it was the first time she had seen him interested in a woman. No, it couldn't be. Even if Fu Qingye was interested in this little girl, it was only because she was a little cleaner with nothing, and in front of her, he wouldn't feel inferior. If she made a move, how could it be her turn with this little cleaner? Knowing that you still won't let her go? Tian Yayuan asked angrily. Tian Yayuan, when did you start meddling in my company's hiring matters? Fu Qingye asked back unhappily. Tian Yayuan's face turned white and green. Get out immediately, don't make me order you not to enter the Fu family gates. Fu Qingye's face was as cold as ice. Even Xiao Cici, who was standing nearby, felt that he was being a bit too harsh on the other person. But in Tian Yayuan's eyes, this was all caused by Fu Qingye's inferiority complex in front of her. He was just being extra harsh on her because he wanted her to find happiness elsewhere. She gritted her teeth and glared at Xiao Cici, warning her, "You'd better get your head straight. You're just a cleaning lady, do you really deserve Fu Qingye? Even if he is not good enough, he is still not someone you, in your position, can hook up with." Xiao Cici glanced at Fu Qingye. Although she felt aggrieved for him, a man. After all, he really wasn't not good enough. Seeing that Fu Qingye was about to call the security guard, Tian Yayuan could only turn her head and leave to avoid being thrown out. In the office, only Fu Qingye and Xiao Cici were left. Xiao Cici quickly continued to mop the floor with her head bowed. She could only swallow her anger at having accidentally eaten with Fu Qingye, the popular movie star. Therefore, she worked even harder. Fu Qingye had never seen such a hard-working girl before. Girls her age were under the protection of their parents, still in school, wearing pretty little dresses, and enjoying their youth to the fullest. The girls around Fu Qingye are all from good families, with exquisite makeup, and none of them work as hard as her. The thought of others being able to scold her as they like, but she turning pale and not daring to reply for fear of losing her job, caused a vague pain in his heart. With a click, Fu Chunye locked the door, and then returned to his chair. Xiao Cixi, don't do it anymore. Fu Chunye's voice came. Chapter 20. For the first time, someone offered her a helping hand. Xiao Cixi was shocked. She thought that although he had apparently dismissed Tianya Yuan, he was actually still listening to her and planning to fire her. She froze in her movements as she mopped the floor and looked sideways at him. President Fu, would you please give me another chance? I will work hard and never tell anyone what I just heard. Fu Qingye then realized that he had spoken too sternly. I told you to stop for now and return to your main job. His voice was much gentler. For some reason, he really couldn't bear to see this little person busy working in front of him. Xiao Cixi only reacted then. The boss of both her jobs was Fu Qingye, and pretending to be his girlfriend was her main job, the one she was more afraid of losing. Xiao Cixi then put away the mop and asked, so I take these back to the cleaning department? Come and sit down. Fu Qingye pointed to the chair across from his desk. Xiao Cixi put down the mop and obediently came to the opposite side of Fu Qingye and sat down in the chair at his signal. Mr. Fu, is there something wrong? Xiao Cixi nervously clasped her hands together and gazed into Fu Qingye's deep eyes. Take the card, use it if you need to, and don't do the cleaning job anymore. Fu Qingye handed Xiao Cixi his own secondary card, which could be used without any limit. Xiao Cixi was stunned. She realized that, instead of dismissing her because of Tianya Yuan, he had seen her predicament and wanted to help her. This was the first time in many years that someone had unconditionally offered her a helping hand. Xiao Cixi's eyes were a little red. Although she was short of money and very grateful, she still waved her hand to refuse. President Fu, thank you for your kindness, but I can't accept your money for no reason, except for my work compensation, Xiao Cixi said. Just take it if I tell you to, Fu Qingye ordered strongly. I know that you don't lack money, but your money is also earned through your hard work running the company. I am still young and can also create wealth with my own hands. Xiao Cixi is very ambitious at heart, and she is also worried that Fu Qingye will propose other conditions. For example, after getting drunk that time, he once offered 50,000 to buy her once, and now the whole company is saying that he peeked at the cleaning lady's butt. After what just happened, she suspects that Fu Qingye was peeking at her butt. The more she thinks about it, the more scared she feels. It's better not to casually take money from men. Just because she gave in the first time and didn't have a choice, it doesn't mean that she has to sell her self-respect all the time. She pulled up her chair and got up, saying, President Fu just said that the company would not fire employees casually if they didn't make any major mistakes. Xiao Cixi didn't take the card he gave her and continued to clean the bathroom. Fu Qingye ran his fingers along his high-nose bridge and gazed at Xiao Cixi's back. All the women he met wanted him to shower them with money, but she was different. She didn't want his money? Perhaps he had met too many gold-digging women, but this simple woman inexplicably attracted him. Watching her sweat, his heart felt like it was being pulled, a feeling of tension. After more than half an hour, she finally walked out of Fu Qingye's office. He had thought that, like before, she would remain a transparent person in the company, but when she walked out, many people from the secretarial department gathered around. Auntie, were you in there just now? Did you hear what General Manager Fu was talking about with the celebrity? What did they say? Why did Tianya Yuan rush out so angrily? Xiao Cixi couldn't help feeling guilty when she thought about the part she had played in Tianya Yuan's anger. She didn't want to satisfy everyone's gossiping urges, so she hid her face behind her mask, shook her head, and walked away with her tools in hand while keeping her head down. Why isn't this auntie saying anything? Could it be that she's mute? She is just an auntie who does the cleaning. She definitely won't pay attention to gossip, so don't make things difficult for her. Someone said that the people who wanted to know the gossip were naturally disappointed. Xiao Cixi just wanted to do her job well and raise the money for her grandmother's operation as soon as possible, and she didn't want to get involved in the company's messy affairs. She went to the pantry to do the cleaning instead. She was facing the floor and mopping the floor with her bottom facing the sky when two little secretaries entered the pantry laughing. One of them accidentally bumped into Xiao Cixi, causing her to fall towards the shelf. A delicate tea set fell with a loud bang and instantly shattered into pieces. One of the pieces grazed the back of Xiao Cici's hand, which happened to be gloved. The sharp pain spread throughout her body. Xiao Cixi took a step back in shock. The two secretaries glanced at each other and realized that the tea set they had broken was Fu Qingye's beloved one, which had been specially customized by a master potter. There was no way to buy a second set, and it was expensive. The two of them were terrified. They glanced at each other, as if they had reached some kind of understanding, and both pointed at Xiao Sisi at the same time. Lin Fenfen shouted, "Auntie, you're finished. You broke Fu's favorite tea set. Go and discuss compensation with the head of cleaning yourself." "What are you talking about? It wasn't you two bumping into me that caused the tea set to fall? How can you frame me instead?" Xiao Sisi was terrified. She knew at a glance that the tea set was not cheap, and she definitely couldn't afford to pay for it. She absolutely could not be framed for nothing. As the two sides argued, they attracted the attention of many people from the secretarial department. Naturally, Lin Fenfen and the others were from the secretarial department and had been at the company for a long time. Plus, the two of them agreed that Xiao Sisi had broken the teaware, and she had a cut on the back of her hand from the teacup, so it was hard to argue with the evidence. This auntie doesn't look very old, but she's really clumsy. She broke President Fu's cup and still refuses to admit it. What a shame. Of course you can't tell her age from the hat and mask. There are no young people in the cleaning department. Everyone's skin is better than their faces. I'll tell you, these ants have the worst quality. It's not like no auntie has broken something before, but none of them have blamed it on someone else like her. Everyone spoke at once, not listening to Xiao Sisi's defense at all. Xiao Sisi once again experienced the evil of human nature. Hurry up and clean up. After you're done, you can either pay for the damage or resign. The manager said with a cold face. Although I am a cleaning lady, I didn't break the cup, so why should I clean it up? They should be the ones to clean it up. Xiao Sisi was very scared, but she still boldly defended herself. She pointed at Lin Fenfen and the other woman. Lin Fenfen then said, "Manager, this ant is being unreasonable. Just tell the security guards to take it away." The manager quickly called the security guards. The two tall security guards received their orders and dragged Xiao Sisi left and right towards the elevator. "Let go of me, I didn't break the cup, why are you doing this to me?" Xiao Sisi kicked her legs, refusing to take this kind of silent loss. Besides, she couldn't lose her job. However, no one took her words seriously. Just as she was about to be dragged into the elevator, Fu Qingye's voice came over. "Let go of him." His voice was cold and terrifying. Chapter 21, Our CEO Fu has really gone crazy. When she saw Fu Qingye, Xiao Sisi's vision completely blurred. She didn't know why, but whenever she saw him, she felt even more aggrieved. After all, it wasn't the first time he had appeared like an angel when she was in danger. The two security guards quickly released Xiao Sisi's body upon receiving the order. No one expected Fu Qingye to get involved in such matters. "What happened?" Fu Qingye asked. Lin Fenfen, who was in the crowd, was afraid that Xiao Sisi would say something inappropriate in front of the boss, so she quickly said, "President Fu, the cleaning lady broke your beloved teaware, and the manager told her to go to the cleaning department to complete the exit procedures." "President Fu, I didn't break the cup. It fell when they two bumped into me while playing." Xiao Sisi shook her head and explained. "Manager Fu, she is slandering me. We both saw with our own eyes that she accidentally broke the cup while cleaning. As a result, she falsely accused us. Look, she even has a cut on her hand from when she broke the cup." Lin Fenfen pointed to Xiao Sisi's bloody hand. Fu Qingye's gaze then fell on her hand. Xiao Sisi had very fair skin, but back home, she had also worked all year round, and her hands were much rougher than those of girls her age. However, it was still possible to see that her hands were very pretty, and if she took good care of them, she would definitely be able to restore them to their former delicate state. The moment he saw the wound on the back of her hand, his eyebrows furrowed. "Manager Chen, when did the company become so inhumane? You want to fire someone for accidentally breaking a cup?" Fu Qingye asked in return. "But you broke the little lotus tea set that Master Yao custom made for you." Lin Fenfen anxiously interrupted. "If you talk about the price of that tea set, it starts at least several 100,000 yuan. Lin Fenfen and the others, who actually broke the tea set, are extremely afraid. President Fu, you have to believe me, I really didn't break it." Xiaoxi hoped that Fu Qingye would believe her and explain again. "Then check the surveillance camera," Fu Qingye said. "President Fu, the surveillance camera in the pantry has just broken down and hasn't been repaired yet," Manager Chen whispered in reply. Under these circumstances, the two veteran employees pointed directly at Xiao Sisi as the culprit for breaking the tea set. Xiao Sisi, a new employee in the cleaning staff responsible for cleaning the pantry, was really the most suspicious person. The entire secretarial department had already concluded that it was Xiao Sisi who broke it, and there was simply no way for her to explain. After Fu Qingye learned that the surveillance camera was broken, he immediately changed his tone and said, "Our Fu Group is not an impersonal company. Since it was an accident, it's fine." Everyone in the room was shocked. This really wasn't like Fu Qingye's style. Although Xiao Sisi felt aggrieved, she naturally breathed a sigh of relief when Fu Qingye did not pursue the matter and did not hold it against her. She had no money to compensate for the tea set, and she didn't want to be fired. In the absence of evidence, this was already the best outcome. Lin Fenfen and the other female employee also breathed a sigh of relief. They really didn't expect Fu Qingye to suddenly become so tolerant. That was one of his beloved tea sets. He had always been very demanding of his employees. Employees should be rigorous in their work and not be allowed to fool around in the office. In this situation, accidentally breaking the tea set was also a violation of company regulations. The cleaning staff should even more cherish all the company's property. Breaking such an expensive tea set naturally made them an employee who had made a major mistake and should have been dismissed and made to pay compensation. In the past, Fu Qingye would never have let it go. After saying that, he put one hand in his pocket and prepared to return to the office. Xiao Sisi felt like she had been escorted to the execution ground. She felt completely distracted and was relieved only when she was sure that everything was fine. Lin Fenfen was very unhappy with what Xiao Sisi had just done in front of Fu Qingye. As soon as Fu Qingye turned around, she said viciously, "What are you still doing here? Go clean up the tea set in the pantry." Fu Qingye's pace paused, and the fist hidden in his pocket clenched slightly. He glanced in the direction of Xiao Sisi. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, he could already imagine that her face must be pale with no blood when she was being shouted at. Xiao Sisi glared at Lin Fenfen. Although she was very grateful to Fu Qingye for not caring, this matter had really benefited Lin Fenfen and the other. She knew that if she continued to blame Lin Fenfen and the others, it would only bring things back to square one. She was not sure if Fu Qingye, who had been so forgiving, would not become angry with all three of them. After thinking about it, she realized that cleaning the pantry was her job, so she could only hold her anger and get ready to clean up the broken tea set. No one expected Fu Qingye to suddenly say, "You go clean the pantry. You come to my office." Fu Qingye told Lin Fenfen to clean the tea set and gave Xiao Sisi a finger-crossing signal. Under the strange stares of everyone, Xiao Sisi's little face under the mask burned hot. How could she feel that she would rather clean the broken tea set than Fu Qingye's ambiguous finger-crossing signal to let her into his office? Lin Fenfen couldn't believe her ears. She was the CEO's secretary, and cleaning the trash was obviously the janitor's job, so why did President Fu tell her to do it? But since it was the boss's order, even though she didn't want to, she had to do it. The arrogance she had just now in front of Xiao Sisi disappeared instantly, and it was replaced by a gaze of secret rivalry. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Sisi twice, and she couldn't wait to lift her hat to see what the cleaning lady looked like. Xiao Sisi didn't know why Fu Qingye had asked her to go to his office, but since it was the boss's order, she didn't even dare to ask and followed him into the office. As soon as the door to the president's office closed, the office hall suddenly came to life. Oh my god! Did everyone feel that Mr. Fu was particularly different with that auntie? Aren't we all talking about him peeking at the cleaning lady's buttocks? Just now, Tian Yayuan even barged into his office because of this, so it seems that it's true. Our boss Fu has really gone crazy. In the office, as soon as Xiao Sisi entered, Fu Qingye locked the door. Every time she heard him lock the door, Xiao Sisi couldn't help but feel a sense of alarm. "Boss Fu, do you need me for something?" Xiao Sisi asked uneasily. "Sit on the sofa," he ordered softly. Then he walked into the personal lounge built into the president's office. As Xiao Sisi sat down on the sofa, she felt uneasy inside, afraid that he still didn't believe her and would privately ask her to repay him with her body for the teaware set and so on. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Until Fu Qingye came out with medicine in his hands. "The wound needs to be treated, it wouldn't look good if the girl gets scars on her hands." Fu Qingye squatted down in front of her and gently held her little hand. Only when he held her hand did he realize that the girl's fingers actually had calluses. Chapter 22. Why are you being so nice to me? Without saying a word, he bowed his head and silently cleaned her wound and applied a band-aid. Xiao Sisi was dumbfounded. She really was being paranoid. She never imagined that he would notice her wound and take special care of it. A warm current rose in her heart and did not dissipate for a long time. I really didn't break the cup. Xiao Sisi looked into his eyes and explained. She didn't want to take the blame for being specially cared for. I know. It was precisely because he believed her that he had just planned to adjust the surveillance camera, and only temporarily stopped when he learned that a broken surveillance camera would not help her case. Having gained his trust, Xiao Sisi's anger at being wronged gradually subsided. After all, it was Fu Qingye's cup that had been broken, and it was enough for the person concerned to believe her. If you need money, just let me know. You can keep the job of cleaning lady if you want, or let me know if you don't want to do it. Fu Qingye got up and tightened the cap of the medicine bottle in his hand. Xiao Sisi looked at the tall and handsome Fu Qingye blankly. Moved, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so good to me?" Fu Qingye froze in his movements. He had to admit that he really did feel something special for Xiao Sisi. It was like compensation for that night. After saying that, Fu Qingye took the medicine and turned to go into the restroom. He left Xiao Sisi blushing red, continuing to sit on the sofa. She had to admit that even though these days the two of them tacitly avoided mentioning that night, the incident was still stuck in their hearts. She still couldn't believe that she and Fu Qingye had done the most intimate thing in the world, and that it was 7 times in one night. She blushed with shame when she thought about it. She would never ask Fu Qingye for extra money, that would be no different from Auntie Lu selling her to an old man. If she doesn't want money, Fu Qingye will always be her savior. When Xiao Sisi walked out of the office, everyone's gaze turned to her. At first, they thought that Fu Qingye had probably punished Lin Fenfen for cleaning up the broken tea set and Xiao Sisi for coming to the office. However, someone with a sharp eye noticed that there was a Fu family exclusive band-aid on the back of Xiao Sisi's hand. It was produced in-house and not sold to the public, and its effect was better than those on the market. But it is unlikely that an ordinary employee would have this brand of medicine. So when Fu Qingye called Xiao Sisi into his office, the only possibility was that he was applying medicine to her. Everyone's jaws dropped when they realized this. Fu is so special to an old cleaning lady, I'm afraid she is really hopeless. That night, Xiao Sisi walked back to Yujing as usual in order to save on bus fare. After walking for about 5 minutes, a familiar Rolls-Royce stopped in front of her. The window lowered, and she could only see Fu Qingye, driving the car himself, signaling to her, "Get in." "It's okay, I can just walk," Xiao Sisi politely said. "Get in the car on your way." He lowered his voice. Xiao Sisi hesitated for a moment. She wouldn't run into any colleagues in the neighborhood, and getting in the car would be equivalent to restoring her status as his girlfriend. So she opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. Xiao Sisi has only taken Fu Cheng's car a limited number of times, but every time she gets in his car, she still feels uncomfortable. She always feels that the car is too luxurious, and she is always afraid of dirtying the seat cushions or even breaking something, because she has heard that car repairs are expensive, especially for luxury cars, which can cost tens of thousands of yuan. So she is very careful even when fastening her seatbelt, and she doesn't dare sit too heavily. "Why do you walk every day? Isn't there a special bus line from the company to your home? It's also very convenient to take a taxi." Fu Qingye asked. Xiao Sisi blushed and was really embarrassed to say that she was trying to save the $1 bus fare. "It's only 2 stops, and it's only a 20-minute walk, so it's like weight loss," Xiao Sisi replied. Fu Qingye glanced at her thin body and couldn't help but say, "Working all day at the company isn't enough to lose weight for you? If you lose any more weight, you'll just be a skeleton, will that look good?" Xiao Sisi stammered for a long time and simply didn't answer. "And why do you always sit like a model in the car? Is it uncomfortable?" Fu Qingye was a little puzzled. Xiao Sisi touched her head and said apologetically, "I'm afraid I can't afford to pay for any damage to the car." Fu Qingye laughed helplessly. "My car is not made of tofu, how can it be damaged? This little girl really underestimates the quality of luxury cars, doesn't she?" At Fu Qingye's request, she gradually leaned back against the backrest, and sure enough, it was much more comfortable. At this time, Fu Qingye's phone rang. It was Fu's grandmother calling, but he was wearing a Bluetooth headset. "I'm not going back for dinner," Fu Qingye said to Fu's grandmother on the other end of the line. "Not going back? Where are you going to eat then?" Xiao Sisi thought he was talking to her. Fu Qingye glanced at her sideways and continued speaking to Fu's grandmother on the other end of the line. "I have a girlfriend now, so of course I'll be eating with my little girlfriend." On the spot, Xiao Sisi felt like she had been shot, her heart pierced, suffocating, and uncomfortable. Did he mean the big star Tian Yayuan from the day? Oh. Although she felt uncomfortable for no reason, she still replied. She knew that Fu Qingye didn't even have a girlfriend, and it had nothing to do with her, but people have a damn possessive nature. Maybe because she had had it, it seemed a bit unimaginable that he would do that kind of thing with someone else. Fu Qingye glanced at the girl next to him again and saw that her face was a little pale, as if she was extremely depressed. Grandma, I have to go, I'm driving. Bye. Fu Qingye hung up the phone. Xiao Sisi suddenly realized something. Weren't you just talking to me? I'm wearing a Bluetooth headset and talking to my grandmother. Fu Qingye pointed at his ear. Xiao Sisi was so embarrassed that she really wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She had to admit that she was old-fashioned and didn't know that you could answer the phone without using your hands, as long as you had a headset. He suppressed a smile as he watched her face turn red. So, did you just think I was talking about another girlfriend? Fu Qingye asked with a crooked smile. After all, after he said that, Xiao Sisi's face visibly turned pale. Yes, I thought that was your girlfriend this morning. I'm sorry. Xiao Sisi was too embarrassed to look at Fu Qingye next door. Oh, so embarrassed. Tian Yayuan and I were classmates in elementary school. When I was young, I saved her out of justice, and she has been obsessed with me ever since. I don't have any feelings for her, and we don't have any other relationship. Fu Qingye explained to Xiao Sisi while driving. He didn't know why, but he didn't want Xiao Sisi to misunderstand. At that moment, her heart felt comfortable as if the fog had dispersed. In fact, you are not obliged to explain all this to me. Xiao Sisi felt respected, which was still pleasant. Although you are pretending to be my girlfriend, I will not look for other women during this period of time, Fu Qingye said seriously. Xiao Sisi obediently nodded. After thinking about it, if he has a girlfriend, why does he need to pretend to be one? Chapter 23 Mr. Fu, please help me again. The next morning, when Xiao Sisi arrived at work in the secretary department, she learned that Lin Fenfen and another secretary who had broken the tea set together had been fired. The manager announced the recording of their private chat. They said that although they had bumped into Xiao Sisi, causing the tea set to break, Mr. Fu didn't know the truth, so why did he keep siding with the cleaning lady? Mr. Fu was really sick. Of course, the part where they said that Fu Qingye was a pervert, Manager Chen secretly listened to it himself and of course did not announce it to the outside world. Everyone in the secretarial department was shocked. They never thought that Lin Fenfen and the other, who usually seemed like nice people, would actually gang up on an old cleaning lady just to shift the blame. When everyone saw Xiao Sisi again, they all cast sympathetic glances at her. The cleaning lady had it so hard. Her job was hard enough, and she almost took the blame for someone else. Lin Fenfen and the others are really inhumane. If they had just admitted their mistake and not dragged others down with them, President Fu might have been willing to forgive them. As a result, many people smiled kindly at Xiao Sisi, which made her feel a lot better. She knew that Fu Qingye must have asked Manager Chen to investigate the matter in private, otherwise she would have had to bear the blame for breaking her boss's teaware and receiving special treatment for working one more day at Fu's. That afternoon, during her break, Xiao Sisi casually opened her Moments and saw that someone from her hometown had posted a video. She clicked on the video with trembling hands, and it turned out to be her grandmother collapsing under a banyan tree. Many people from her hometown were commenting on the video, but no one came forward to help her grandmother, who was curled up in a ball. She was old, skinny and withered, not even as good as the stray dogs on the street. Xiao Sisi burst into tears as soon as she saw the video. This was the person she was closest to in the world. She swiped down further and discovered that many people in the village had posted videos of her grandmother collapsing under the tree. They were like onlookers at a monkey show, each one acting as if it were a very funny thing to see. They didn't help, and what's more, they posted the videos on Moments and even short video websites to attract attention. Sisi, where have you been lately? This morning your grandmother fainted under the tree. I helped her back to your aunt's house and told them what happened, but they didn't say a word and they didn't take the old lady to the doctor. It's really too much. Your uncle said that she fainted because her feet hurt, that she won't die and that she doesn't need to go to the hospital. Alas, a message came from a childhood friend from the same village. Sisi then learned the whole story. After thanking her, she burst into tears. Grandma's foot could not be treated for even a day, and the old lady endured the pain every day in order not to add to the family's burden. Xiao Sisi thought she had worked very hard to earn the money for the operation, but it was still taking too long. In fact, Fu Qingye had already given her a lot, but Grandma's foot problem had been left untreated for far too long. All day long, Xiao Sisi was distracted. She couldn't help but think about the words Fu Qingye had said to her. You can ask me for money anytime. Sell me, 50,000 at a time. She knows that there is no care in the world without a reason, and that if you want someone's money, you have to pay. Apart from her labor, the only thing that is worth something is her body. Xiao Sisi thought of the image of her grandmother's thin body curled up and fainting under the tree, and it made her feel so bad. She therefore had the idea of asking Fu Qingye for help. That night, she washed herself from head to toe and put on the camisole pajamas Fu Qingye had bought her before. Because they were so revealing, she had never worn them before, but this was the first time. She stood in front of the bathroom mirror for a long time, and finally gathered her courage to open the door. Fu Qingye, who was at his desk, heard the sound of the door and looked up, his gaze fixed. Xiao Sisi had fair, attractive skin, and wearing a red halter neck mini dress, she showed off her well-developed figure to the full. Her hair, half dry, occasionally dripped a little water, and she bit her lip, shyness hiding a hint of charm. The key was her eyes, which seemed to be speaking, gazing deeply at Fu Qingye, as if asking him for help. Fu Qingye could clearly feel himself rapidly arousing. After that night, he did think a lot about that matter, and he only wanted Xiao Sisi. Otherwise, he would not have said that he would buy her 50,000 yuan at a time. While he was wondering, Xiao Sisi had already walked up to him. Her dark, pitiful gaze was still on his handsome face, and her small red lips moved several times, but she didn't dare to open them. Mr. Fu, if you say you can ask me for money at any time, will you still honor your promise? When Xiao Sisi finally found the courage to speak, her fair cheeks seemed to burn, scorching hot. She felt her self-esteem completely shattered. She realized that the poor simply did not deserve self-esteem. Dress like this, just to ask me for money? Although Fu Qingye's whole body was hot, he still vaguely felt a little displeasure. He had thought that the woman was attracted to him and wanted to seduce him, but it turned out to be about money again. You said 50,000 yuan per time, I want to sell twice, is that okay? Xiao Sisi suppressed the feeling of wanting to cry and said something that made her feel extremely ashamed. She had in her hand the 30,000 yuan that Fu Qingye had prepaid last time. The cleaning lady's salary would not be paid until next month, and her grandmother's surgery would cost at least 100,000 yuan, not to mention the nutrition fees during recovery. Therefore, she needed at least 100,000 yuan before she dared to send the elderly woman to the hospital. Fu Qingye's Adam's apple slid. Although she had only approached him because of the money, he couldn't resist the temptation. He had to admit that this woman's body was very attractive to him. Are you sure you want to sell twice? Fu Qingye asked, and put his arm around Xiao Sisi. She fell into his lap, their skin touching. Their bodies felt like they were on fire, burning red. It's best if you can do it twice a night. Xiao Sisi looked up at his face, a little worried that he could only buy it once a night, in which case Grandma's feet would have to suffer for another day. She didn't want to delay any longer. Fu Qingye frowned. How dare this little girl ask him if he could do it again? Don't you know if I can do it? Fu Qingye asked back unhappily. Xiao Sisi felt her ears burning. She was terrified when she thought about that night, when she questioned whether he was able to do it and was subsequently tortured until she passed out. The fear in Xiao Sisi's eyes was obvious, and her small shoulders were hunched together, making her look weak and vulnerable. Fu Qingye could not help himself just by recalling that night. It seemed that he still had not satisfied her that night, which was why she doubted his ability. I don't know if you can make it tonight, Xiao Sisi whispered. She was really conflicted, afraid that he could do it, but also afraid that he couldn't. The next second, Fu Qingye clasped her little head, brought his lips that burned like fire, and kissed her, savoring the taste of her freshness. Chapter 24. It was always hard to say no to her. She didn't even have a chance to catch her breath, as if she had been swallowed up by him. He picked up Xiao Sisi, and she hooked her legs around his waist. The two of them kissed as they walked towards the big bed. Xiao Sisi was pushed onto the big bed. His kisses fell in a fine, dense rain, and it felt more urgent than that night. Xiao Sisi forced herself to relax, but she just couldn't do it. Her body was tense like a dead fish, at his mercy. She knew that a man's body and emotions were separate. His possessiveness towards her in this regard did not mean that he liked and loved her, but was just out of manly instinct. At a man's age like Fu Qingye, he needs it at this time, she thought, and if any woman with good looks dangled her finger in front of him, he would take the bait, right? Thinking that she was just a piece of merchandise, that the two of them had no love but were doing the most intimate thing in the world, she felt ashamed and scared. Even though it wasn't the first time, she still didn't know what to do. Just as Fu Qingye was about to take full possession of her, she instinctively tightened her legs out of fear, while tears of humiliation flowed out. In the sight of Fu Qingye, who was leaning down, the little person was crying like a tearful person, trembling all over, as if she were a broken rag doll. His heart tightened. Damn it! He was almost 30 years old, but he was actually taking advantage of a young girl in distress. Was this something a human being would do? If he agreed to buy her tonight, would he be any different from those old men chasing after her? The heat that had spread throughout Fu Qingye's body instantly faded away. He got up and said, "Forget it." Xiao Sisi realized what was going on and hurriedly sat up. She carefully embraced Fu Qingye from behind and whispered, "I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared. I've ruined your mood. How about I take the initiative this time?" He was afraid that Fu Qingye would be angry and not want to buy it anymore, and then they wouldn't be able to raise the money for grandma's surgery. She wiped away her tears, calmed down, got down on her knees, and went to him. She hung her hands around his neck, gazed into Fu Qingye's eyes, pressed her pure little face close to his, endured the pain, and took the initiative to kiss him awkwardly. The scent of him was very nice, even his breath was fragrant. Fu Qingye's body trembled slightly. He had always been very self-controlled and had decided that if he didn't want it anymore, he wouldn't. But at this moment, he found it difficult to push the little person in his arms away. His hands, placed behind her waist, several times wanted to rub her into his arms, but in the end, he restrained himself. He suddenly changed and grabbed Xiao Sisi's trembling shoulders. The little person was afraid like this, but she was still trying her best to please him, which really made him feel bad. "I can give you the money, just consider it in advance on your salary." After Fu Qingye finished speaking, he pushed Xiao Sisi away completely and left the bedroom. From the direction of the balcony came the sound of a cigarette being lit. Xiao Sisi slumped on the bed, tears sliding down the corners of her eyes. Deep down, she really appreciated Fu Qingye's help. To be honest, although he helped her that night, giving her to a stranger for the first time was more of a trauma. If she sold herself tonight because of the money, she would hate herself for the rest of her life. At this moment, her phone rang. When she opened it, she saw that Fu Qingye had directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Xiao Sisi hesitated for a moment, but for the sake of her grandmother, she clicked accept. Then, she sent a message to Fu Qingye. "Thank you, Mr. Fu. I will pay you back as soon as I get paid. I will also work hard to pay off my debts." After reading the message, Fu Qingye took 2 sharp puffs of smoke. One cigarette was not enough to put out the fire, so he smoked 3 more on the balcony alone. He stayed on the balcony until the middle of the night, and only then did the blood in his body gradually return to normal temperature. The next day, Xiao Sisi and Fu Qingye took leave, and since it happened to be a rest day at the company, she hurried back to her hometown early in the morning. Fu Qingye did not ask any questions after he had given the money, giving her complete freedom. When Xiao Sisi returned to her hometown, her aunt Guetsuehong was beaming with joy. "Sisi, have you come to your senses? I'm glad you have. I'll contact Auntie Lu right now and ask her to take you back to the city to work. Don't worry. Auntie Lu has made a fortune with all the girls she's sent there, and every one of them has found a good husband and settled down. She's not afraid of making money." Xiao Sisi rolled her eyes at Guetsuehong and said, "Don't get me wrong. I just came back to take my grandma to the city to get her foot treated." "For a foot operation? Your uncle has taken her to the hospital before. Didn't the doctor say that a large sum of money would be needed for the operation? Do you have the money to pay for it? Don't even think about taking advantage of your uncle and me, we don't have any money." Wei Tsuehong's expression changed immediately. "You don't need to pay, just ask your uncle to help me and grandma go into the city." Xiao Xiang'an's face turned pale. Xiaoyu village is not easily accessible. If Xiao Xing'an, as a son, can't even do this, then she has nothing to say and can only find another way herself. "Sisi, your grandmother's surgery will cost at least 100,000 yuan. Where will you get the money? What's the point of going to the hospital if you don't have the money?" "It's a waste of money for the tests," Xiao Xing'an said. Xiao Sisi ignored them and went straight to the family's woodshed. Grandma Xiao didn't even have a decent room in the house. When she got old, the Xiao family resented the smell of old age on her, and her hands would shake when she ate, so they simply drove her out into the woodshed to live. She ate, drank, and defecated in the old, dilapidated wood shed. The wood room was dark and she saw her grandmother lying on the dilapidated wooden bed, dying. She didn't open her eyes until she heard a voice, and when she saw the person in front of the door was Xiao Sisi, her eyes lit up. Grandma Zhao's vacant gaze lit up in an instant. Sisi? You're back. When Xiao Sisi said she wanted to take her to the city to have her feet seen, Grandma Xiao refused, fearing that she would be a burden. I don't have many years left. Don't waste the money. Just bear with it. Grandma Xiao said. Maybe Grandma Xiao doesn't have many years left, but Xiao Sisi doesn't want her to spend her remaining years in pain. At the very least, she hopes that her grandmother can move normally. With no choice, she had to call Xiao Xingyan and ask him to help her take her grandmother to the city by force. Guo Zuihong originally refused to take Grandma Xiao to get her foot treated, but then she thought, as long as they didn't have to pay, after Xiao Sisi examined Grandma Xiao's foot injury, she might be willing to go sell it with Aunt Lu. This made Xiao Xingyan drive his second-hand van to take Grandma Xiao to the city, and of course, in order to avoid Xiao Xingyan paying the examination fee, Guo Zuihong also went along. When the group arrived at the hospital, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Xingyan were walking behind them, pretending to wheel Grandma Xiao in a hospital wheelchair, for fear that Xiao Sisi would force them to pay. She really doesn't know her place. She has no money, but she still forced her way into the hospital. In my opinion, she doesn't even have the outpatient fee. Wei Zuihong whispered. Xiao Xingyan agreed. As a result, after consulting the information desk, Xiao Sisi went to the window and paid 1,000 yuan in advance. When she came over to ask them to take her grandmother to the outpatient department, Guo Zuihong looked incredulous. The fact that Xiao Sisi could come up with 1,000 yuan took Guo Zuihong by surprise. Chapter 25, He's tall, handsome, ambitious, and rich. Xiao Sisi had only been in the city for a few days. How could she possibly have earned 1,000 yuan without going out to sell? Could it be that this girl used to steal money when she helped us sell tofu? Where did she get 1,000 yuan? Wei Zuihong whispered. They all treated Xiao Sisi as if she were free labor. She helped out at home and sold tofu, but the family didn't pay her at all. A piece of tofu only sells for 2 yuan, and if you count every day, how could she hide it? Don't you dare falsely accuse Sisi, Xiao Xingyan said. That's really strange. What is she doing in the city to make that kind of money so quickly? Wei Zuihong's question, and Xiao Xingyan didn't know the answer. However, the money for the checkup was a small sum, and she definitely couldn't afford the surgery fee. At this thought, Guo Zuihong's face returned to its poker face. A series of tests were quickly completed, and after reading the report, the doctor frowned and said, "The bones of the elderly are about to break through the skin. Both feet are serious, especially the left foot, which is swollen and rotten like this. Do you know how much pain the elderly are in every day? Why did you only bring her to the hospital now? You should have had the surgery a long time ago." Grandma Zhao's feet were never properly treated after she sprained them when she was young, and she continued to work on the land. Because she could not afford treatment, she kept putting it off, and in her old age, her foot bones were completely misaligned. Of course, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao knew the situation, but they kept turning a blind eye because they did not want to spend the money. Wei Zuihong then asked, "Doctor, how much will the surgery cost? You have delayed this for too long. You need surgery on both feet. You should prepare at least 100,000 yuan for the operation. If you have no problem with that, we can arrange for you to be admitted to the hospital now, and we can conduct a more detailed examination at that time." Guo Zuihong shrugged at Xiao Sisi. "I already told you, don't do this kind of thing that seems like filial piety but actually doesn't mean anything. Just hang out with your Aunt Lu for a while, and you'll have all the money you need." No, I don't need surgery." Grandma Xiao was afraid that her descendants would spend money on her, and when she heard the figure of 100,000 yuan, she was simply terrified. "Uncle, you look after Grandma, I'll go and do the admission formalities." Xiao Sisi ignored Guo Zuihong and strode towards the window. "Admission? Do you have the money?" "You." Wei Zuihong watched as Xiao Sisi walked towards the payment window. She was full of disbelief. Grandma Xiao, on the other hand, wished she could fly home. Her anxious gaze was fixed on Xiao Sisi's back. 100,000 yuan, how could her granddaughter possibly have that kind of money? "Xingyan, you keep an eye on your mother, I'll go and have a look." Wei Zuihong followed her suspiciously to the payment window. The staff at the counter looked at the bill issued by the outpatient doctor and asked, "Do you need to pay by installments or in full?" If you pay in full, you need to pay 100,000 yuan first, and the rest can be reimbursed by medical insurance after you are discharged from the hospital. Pay in full, Xiao Sisi replied. Gui Zuihong watched as Xiao Sisi prepaid 100,000 yuan for the surgery fee and was dumbfounded. Xiao Sisi, where did you get so much money? Did you go to the city and sell something these few days? Her voice was loud, and everyone around her cast strange glances at Xiao Sisi, especially the teller, who also gave the young Xiao Sisi a strange glance. At that moment, Xiao Sisi was embarrassed. But she really appreciated that Fu Qingye had not taken her last night, and had preserved her self-respect. Although her first time was also lost in the 2 trips to the city, the culprit was Guo Zuihong in front of her. In any case, these 100,000 yuan were at least clean money, an advance from Fu Qingye, her rescuer. Anyway, you don't have to pay, so it's none of your business where the money came from. Xiao Sisi replied coldly. Then she took the receipt and returned to her grandmother. Uncle, let's take Grandma to the hospital department, she said. Grandma Xiao in the wheelchair kept shouting that she didn't want the operation and kept asking Xiao Sisi where she got the money. Wei Zuihong and Xiao Xingyan had the same question. Grandma, you have to trust me, the money is clean. Let's do the operation first, so that I can go back to the city to work with peace of mind, Xiao Sisi comforted her grandmother. Although Grandma Xiao felt very guilty, she had already paid the money and could not cause her granddaughter any more trouble. So she shut up and obediently followed the younger generation's arrangements. Guo Zuihong had originally wanted to ask for more details, but Xiao Xingyan was naturally happy to see that someone was paying for his mother's operation, so he did not let Guo Zuihong ask any more questions and simply took Grandma Xiao to the hospital department. At the hospital, after a thorough examination, Grandma Xiao was scheduled for surgery. However, after delivering Grandma Xiao to the hospital, Xiao Xingyan and his wife returned to their hometown. Xiao Xingyan wanted to stay and take care of his mother, but Guo Zuihong was worried that if he did, it would delay the tofu business, and every day they stopped working was a day they lost money. She scolded him and forced him to return to their hometown together, leaving Grandma Xiao in the care of Xiao Sisi. Fortunately, the surgery went very well. However, after the operation, Grandma was quite happy, but after receiving a phone call, she became sullen and would not say why until she was pressed. This morning, your aunt called and asked me where the money for your operation came from. She guessed that you must have sold yourself somewhere. She, tell Grandma the truth. Where did the money come from? Grandma Xiao grabbed Shi by the shoulders. She felt so guilty. She would rather die than have Shi sell herself to pay for the operation. Xiao Sisi knew that if she didn't give her grandmother an explanation, the matter would always be on the old woman's mind. If an elderly person with a heart condition has something on their mind, they may not live long. After stammering for a while, she said, Actually, I didn't sell myself. I have a rich boyfriend who gave me 100,000 yuan. Grandma, don't worry, he's very tall and handsome, ambitious, and has money. He treats me very well. Boyfriend? You're not lying to me, are you? Xiao Sisi is also 20 years old, and if she had a normal boyfriend, she would feel better. How could I lie to you about something like this? Xiao Sisi asked in return. Grandma Xiao still felt uneasy, so she said, then ask him to come and see Grandma sometime. I also want to know if this boyfriend of yours is someone you can trust. This really troubled Xiao Sisi. Where could she find a tall, handsome, rich boyfriend to meet Grandma? Seeing her in such a difficult situation, Grandma Xiao felt extremely disappointed. She was afraid that her so-called boyfriend was just trying to cheer her up. Where in the world could there be a man as perfect as Xiao Sisi described? And even if there was, how could it be the girl from an ordinary family's turn? Sisi, forget it. The hospital is not a good place, so don't let him come. Grandma Xiao said with difficulty. Sisi knew that although her grandmother said she wouldn't see her boyfriend, she definitely had a knot in her heart when she didn't see the boyfriend she mentioned. After thinking for a long time, she realized that there was no one around her who could be called to deal with her grandmother. However, she suddenly thought of someone who would be particularly suitable to pretend to be her boyfriend and would definitely reassure her grandmother. That person was Fu Qingye. Chapter 26, she definitely wasn't thinking of her. In order to ease her grandmother's worries, Xiao Sisi considered for a long time before mustering the courage to dial his phone number. Fu Qingye was in the middle of a meeting. When the words Xiao Sisi flashed on the screen, he narrowed his deep eyes a little. This girl took the money and disappeared without a trace, and now she's remembered him. Wait a minute, I need to take this call. Fu Qingye walked out of the meeting room with his phone in hand. He had never taken anyone's call in the middle of a meeting before, and this was the first time. The smile in his eyes was so obvious that the company executives couldn't help but whisper to each other. They were discussing an important project for a prime plot of land in the center of Beijing, but who was this caller that was so important that he had to answer the phone at this time? Hello. Fu Qingye's voice was as cold as usual, but it was also extremely magnetic, and it made everyone who heard it melt. Mr. Fu, I'd like to take half a month's leave. Is that okay? I'll apply for it separately with the supervisor in the cleaning department. Xiao Sisi wanted to take leave from the job of pretending to be her girlfriend. Half a month? Fu Qingye's voice was obviously a little displeased. He had thought that Xiao Sisi would be home tonight at the latest, but he never expected that she would be gone for half a month. Damn it, every day he spent time with this woman, and when he didn't see her after work last night, it felt like something was missing in his heart, an empty feeling. During the day at the office, without her under his nose, he was a bit out of it at work today. How dare she take a half-month leave? She's not going to go fall in love with some young guy her age and run off with his money, is she? Xiao Sisi is the type of girl who falls in love easily at her age and is easily cheated on. My grandmother is still in the hospital after her operation, and since there's no one to take care of her, that's why I need to take a half-month leave. Xiao Sisi obediently explained. Fu Qingye then realized that the reason why this girl suddenly wanted to sell herself twice the night before was to pay for her grandmother's operation. Where are your parents? Fu Qingye asked Rin Xiao to check on Xiao Sisi just to find out where she was, and he didn't bother to find out any detailed information. I don't have any parents. There was silence on both ends of the phone, and Fu Qingye's grip on the phone tightened noticeably. Just half a month. If you need to deal with your grandmother's situation halfway through, you should show up as much as possible. Fu Qingye said. Thank you, Mr. Fu. By the way, my grandmother is at the first hospital, not far from your home. If you need me, just give me a call, and I'll be there as soon as I can. Xiao Sisi felt like crying with gratitude. She automatically reported the reason for her absence, her location, and promised to be available at any time. Fu Qingye was satisfied. However, Xiao Sisi was stammering, as if she wanted to say something else. Something else? Fu Qingye asked back. Xiao Sisi wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend to make her grandmother feel better, but after thinking about it, Fu Qingye really didn't have that obligation. They were just an employer-employee relationship, and he had already given her too much. She really didn't want to trouble him anymore. No, it's fine. You're so nice, Mr. Fu. You're the kindest person I've ever met. Xiao Sisi didn't open her mouth after all. In order not to make Fu Qingye feel strange, she had to change her tone and start praising him. Fu Qingye's lips curled up at the corners. When he put the phone away and returned to the meeting room, his lips were still upturned, looking like he was in love at first sight. Everyone looked at each other and realized that something seemed to be going on with General Manager Fu. After Xiao Sisi finished asking Fu Qingye for leave, she immediately called Zhao, the supervisor of the cleaning department. However, asking Zhao for leave did not go as smoothly. Half a month's leave? Do you think the Fu group is your family? You can just ask for leave whenever you want? Well, since you're still on probation, just don't come in anymore. Your wages will be transferred to your card. Supervisor Zhao hung up after saying this impatiently. Xiao Sisi knew that her request was excessive, but how could Supervisor Zhao not listen to her reasons, or at least discuss it with her? If that was really impossible, she could just take less leave. Losing her job as a cleaner, she would find it even more difficult to repay Fu Qingye. After about 20 minutes, when Xiao Sisi was feeling really down, Manager Zhao called back. This time, his attitude had completely changed. Sisi, something happened at home just now, and I'm in a bad mood. Don't be offended. You want to take half a month off? Granted. We're a humane company, just treat the company like your home. Xiao Sisi was dumbfounded. Manager Zhao had changed his mind too quickly. What he didn't know was that Manager Zhao was sweating profusely. He had never expected that his superiors would call him specifically to tell him to grant Xiao Sisi's leave of absence. This made him wonder if Xiao Sisi had some powerful backer in the company. Manager Zhao, you just said that. You would take care of this for me. Please, you must come back to work in half a month. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his position as manager. Although Xiao Sisi was happy after hanging up the phone, she couldn't help but wonder if the difference in Zhao's attitude was related to Fu Qingye. Could it be that Fu Qingye had put pressure on him to let her take leave? She thought that in the Fu group, she only knew Fu Qingye, and only he could help her. Thinking about this, she secretly gave Fu Qingye a few more points in her heart. After getting permission to take leave, Xiao Sisi could finally rest assured and stay in the hospital to take care of her grandmother. However, Xiao Sisi could tell that although her grandmother no longer mentioned having her bring her boyfriend to see her, she was still upset. She could often catch her grandmother looking at her with a heartbroken expression, as if she was convinced in her heart that she had sold her out and only got the money together for her medical expenses because of her. It was really obvious how she blamed herself. Xiao Sisi didn't know how to tell her grandmother about it either. In the blink of an eye, she had been in the hospital for 7 days. That night, she went to the tea room to finish boiling water and was about to return to her grandmother's ward when the phone rang. She took out her phone and found that it was a video call from Fu Qingye at night. Xiao Sisi quickly tidied her hair before answering the phone. On the video call, Fu Qingye was lying in bed, propped up on a light gray pillow, staring at Xiao Sisi on the phone. He hadn't slept well for a few days, so he went to bed early today. While he was sleeping, he had a dream that Xiao Sisi had taken the money and run, and he couldn't get in touch with her directly. After waking up, he still felt a tight pain in his heart, and he couldn't help but call Xiao Sisi on video call. Unexpectedly, the little girl answered the video call pretty quickly. Seeing that she hadn't run away and that he could still get in touch with her, he actually felt relieved. He explained to himself that he just didn't want to be fooled like a fool, and it was definitely not that he missed her. Chapter 27, You really don't know how to repay me? Mr. Fu, is there something wrong that you're calling on video at this hour? Did Grandma come to the house? Do you need me to go back right now? Xiao Sisi asked 3 questions in a row nervously. No, we just need to send Grandma a screenshot of the video. Fu Qingye answered seriously. Xiao Sisi nodded. Then you take the screenshot. She obediently smiled at the camera, her smile pure and watery. The man on the other end of the video couldn't help but raise the corner of his lips as he watched her smile brightly and try her best to cooperate. In order to let Fu Qingye capture a good-looking photo, Xiao Sisi gave the camera the scissor hand sign. Mr. Fu, you also give the scissor hand sign and then take a screenshot for Grandma, Xiao Sisi said. Fu Qingye then realized that he was smiling. Did he get too familiar with her in his usual manner, daring to ask him to do all this? Childish. Have you finished taking the screenshot? Is there anything else? Xiao Sisi had to give the camera a thumbs up on her own. It was as if the two of them had nothing else to say except to deal with Grandma. Xiao Sisi knew her own limitations, so of course she didn't dare get too close to Fu Qingye. Besides, the two of them had kissed more than once, especially the other night. Although it didn't work out in the end, she was kissed all over, and it was no different from having sex. In fact, she was still very ashamed when she saw him. But in order to be worthy of the money he gave her, she pretended to be completely unaffected. Fu Qingye looked steadily at the little face in the video. She was the only girl he had ever seen who was so beautiful without makeup. Mr. Fu? Is the video stuck? Xiao Sisi waved her hand at the screen. Fu Qingye then realized that he had been staring at her, motionless, as if the video had really stuck. He cut the call as he prepared to hang up, embarrassed. Mr. Fu, wait. Xiao Sisi suddenly thought of her grandmother, who had been so depressed all day. She wondered if Fu could video chat with her. That way, the old lady's heart would be relieved, and he wouldn't have to bother going to the hospital. What's up? Fu Qingye rested his head on one hand. My grandmother keeps asking me where I got the money for the operation. I lied and told her I'd met a tall, handsome, ambitious, rich boyfriend. Could you pretend to be my boyfriend and say a few words to her on video chat? In the video, Fu Qingye looked calm and composed. Liar? He's tall, handsome, ambitious, and rich. Isn't that the truth? The main thing is that I can't find such a man around me. You're the only one who matches these characteristics. If I had known, I wouldn't have made my boyfriend sound so perfect. Xiao Sisi was very annoyed. Fu Qingye then raised the corner of his lips imperceptibly. So I'm that perfect in your heart? He asked with a smile. Xiao Sisi's face turned red. It's the truth, you're just being modest. Fine, I'm free right now, so I'll help you out. Fu Qingye said with a reluctant expression. You have to act like you mean it. I told Grandma that you were very nice to me. My grandma just had surgery and can't handle any more excitement. Got it. Xiao Sisi gave a few more instructions, not convinced, before taking her phone and heading back in the direction of the ward. In the ward, Grandma Xiao looked at the ceiling with a vacant gaze. After the operation, her feet no longer hurt as much as before, and the pain in her body had subsided. However, the sadness in her heart was magnified. She hated herself every moment for not dying sooner. Why did she have to make her poor granddaughter sell herself? As she thought about this, a tear rolled down the corner of her eye. Grandma, my boyfriend is calling on a video call. Since he is usually busy at work, I didn't let him come to the hospital. Can I let him video chat with you? Xiao Sisi asked in a low voice, holding the phone. Boyfriend? Really? Grandma Zhao's eyes lit up, and she quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Sisi sat down by the bed, pointed the phone screen at her grandmother, and appeared in the phone screen next to her grandmother. On the other end of the line, Fu Qingye suddenly changed his usual aloof manner and politely waved at Grandma Xiao. Hi Grandma, I'm Sisi's boyfriend Fu Qingye. I've been busy at work recently and haven't been able to visit you in the hospital. Please understand. Sisi, please pass Grandma's reading glasses over here. Grandma Xiao sat up straight with excitement. Sisi Xiao quickly opened the bedside table and took out the reading glasses and handed them to Grandma. After she put them on, she was able to see Fu Qingye's appearance clearly. Even an elderly person could appreciate Fu Qingye's good looks from the screen. Fu, are you really Sisi's boyfriend? You can't be an actor she found somewhere, can you? Grandma Xiao still couldn't believe it. Grandma, she is so pretty, aren't we a mismatch? How could I look like an actress? Fu Qingye smiled and asked in return, without the usual bossy attitude, and was very kind to the elderly. That's right, Grandma also thinks you two are a good match. Grandma Xiao finally revealed a long-lost smile. Xiao Shishi on the side blushed. I didn't expect Fu Qingye to improvise so well. It seems that he has already gained experience in coaxing his own grandmother. Grandma Xiao then realized that although her granddaughter came from a poor background, she looked just like her mother, and was really pretty. Sisi's mother was the village beauty of Xiaoyu village back in the day, and was famous for her beauty. Fu, what do you do for a living? How old are you? Grandma Xiao asked. I'm 29, and I run a company at home. You're 29 and still not married? You're older than our Sisi? Grandma Xiao obviously felt that he was a bit older than Sisi. Fu Qingye was a bit speechless. Another one said he was older. Grandma Xiao, do I look old? Fu Qingye was even more embarrassed about his appearance. It's better to be older, because then you know how to treat people with care, Grandma Xiao replied. In fact, Fu Qingye just wanted the old lady to praise him for being young. His handsome face twitched involuntarily, and the thought of his own grandmother calling him an old cow eating young grass flashed through his mind. Xiao Fu, thank you for helping to pay for the surgery this time. I was worried that she had done something bad out there, but I'm relieved to see that she has you. Grandma Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Fu Qingye looked at the elderly woman's tear-stained face and felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was not as great as the elderly woman thought, and he almost paid for her body. He also realized that she really needed the money for her grandmother's surgery. Grandma, don't worry, this is the least I can do to help Sisi. My life has not been affected in any way. You must get well soon, and when I have some time, I will come visit again. Fu Qingye's nighttime aura was extraordinary. A few sincere words dissolved the knot in Grandma's heart. Xiao Sisi was so grateful through the screen that she wanted to cry. Later, she walked out of the hospital room and thanked him through tears. Mr. Fu, thank you so much. You've helped me so many times, and I don't know how to repay you. Fu Qingye then asked in return, do you really not know how to repay me? He stared at the pure little pitiful person on the screen, as if he were staring at delicious little prey. Chapter 28, Why is he angry? Wronged. In the video, his collar was slightly open, his Adam's apple rolling, and his deep, dazed gaze was full of lust. Xiao Sisi's ear lobes were visibly red. I will work hard to earn money to pay you back. She quickly changed the subject. That night, she barely escaped from the tiger's mouth, and she didn't want to be caught by him again. Fu Qingye seemed to be holding back a little, as if he particularly needed to. In Xiao Sisi's eyes, Fu Qingye was the most lustful man in the world. After all, no other man would want to get her every day. She stammered for a while, unable to help but want to point the way out. Mr. Fu. He looked at Xiao Sisi indifferently. He originally just wanted to tease her, but she rejected him, so he was inevitably disappointed. In fact, if you really want to do that kind of thing and don't want to take responsibility, you can go find a woman who specializes in that. Xiao Sisi said out of goodwill. Fu Qingye's screen once again froze and did not move, and then after he reacted, his face turned pale with anger. He really wanted to give the girl on the other end of the screen a couple of slaps. Did she have some kind of misunderstanding about him? Did she think that he, Fu Qingye, was that desperate? That he wanted to sleep with just any woman? Xiao Sisi, don't ask me for help next time. Fu Qingye hung up the phone directly. Xiao Sisi didn't know why he was so angry. He acted like he really needed it all day, and she was so kind to give him advice, so why was he angry? After all, what kind of woman did Fu Qingye want to sleep with? It was impossible that he was only interested in her, right? What did she say that was wrong? She touched her head, not understanding his thoughts, and turned her head happily back to the ward. Grandma's heart was finally relieved, and she was also relieved. Soon, Grandma Fu recovered and was discharged from the hospital. The doctor advised that she needed to rest at home for at least a month before she could get up. Xiao Sisi took a taxi to take her grandmother back to her hometown. She had originally planned to go back to the city to work after giving her uncle an explanation, as her vacation had already run out. Unexpectedly, Guo Zuihong was exceptionally enthusiastic today when she saw Xiao Sisi, and the family cooked several hot dishes, insisting that Xiao Sisi have lunch with them. When her cousin and cousin were not at home, Xiao Sisi had never seen Guo Zuihong cook so many dishes. What was going on today? Unable to resist Guo Zuihong's enthusiasm, and with her grandmother's reluctant entreaties, Xiao Sisi sat down at the table, only intending to stay for a short while to keep her grandmother company. Sisi, it was wrong of me to keep telling you to go to the city with Aunt Lu. I take back those words, don't be angry with your aunt. I've come to my senses. It's easier for us country folk to stay in the countryside. The city is too complicated, not for us. Guo Zuihong suddenly changed her tone. Xiao Sisi couldn't believe it. How could her attitude change so much? I've already found a job in the city, I have to go back after dinner. Xiao Sisi replied. Forget about work. You know that one-eyed guy in our village? He makes a lot of money as a fisherman, and he's willing to pay 300,000 yuan in bride price to marry you. What kind of job in the city can save up 300,000 yuan? Get a good night's sleep today, the one-eyed guy will be back from sea tomorrow. We'll meet then, and if everything's fine, we'll get married. While eating, Guo Zuihong took it for granted that she would be making the important decisions in Xiao Sisi's life. Xiao Sisi knew that Guo Zuihong was up to something, but she never imagined that she would become more and more shameless. One-eyed dragon, as she was called, had lost an eye in a fight when she was a child, and her mouth was crooked from birth. She was extremely ugly, and although her family was a bit wealthy, no normal girl would want to marry her. Guo Zuihong was actually planning to let her marry someone like that for 300,000 yuan in bride price? She really didn't consider her, Xiao Sisi, as a person. She slammed the table and stood up. It seems that there is nothing delicious about this meal. I won't marry some one-eyed old lady. You take care of yourself, I'm going back to Beijing first, I'll come back to visit you when I have some vacation time. Xiao Sisi said, and tried to turn around and walk away. Guo Zuihong got up and roughly grabbed her arm. Xiao Sisi, you sold yourself to earn the money for your grandmother's surgery, didn't you? You've lost your virginity, so what good family are you looking for? The one-eyed man is a bit ugly, but he's well off, so what's not good about him? The family needs money for everything, so if you don't marry someone and earn some money for the wedding, are you going to let your uncle and I starve to death? Guo Zuihong angrily said. When it comes to being a virgin, Guo Zuihong has touched Xiao Sisi's sore spot. Although Fu Qingye is very nice, which woman doesn't want to fall in love before taking this step? I already have a boyfriend, so I won't marry anyone, let alone a one-eyed man, Xiao Sisi said coldly. Yes, Sisi has a boyfriend. The money for my foot surgery was not dirty money, it was given by Sisi's boyfriend, Grandma Xiao said hastily. She's only been in the city for a few days, and you believe her when she says she has a boyfriend? Old people are so confused, they take everything at face value. Guo Zuihong rolled her eyes at Grandma Xiao. I've seen Sisi's boyfriend, he runs a company at home, and he's a good-looking guy, he's perfect for Sisi, so don't force her. Grandma Xiao was convinced that what she saw was real. Unfortunately, Guo Zuihong still didn't believe her. He runs a company? People aren't blind. Nowadays, rich people only look for partners from similar backgrounds. How could he give her 100,000 yuan just after they started dating? How is that possible? If you say the guy is a bit older and not very good looking, I'd believe you. But handsome and rich? Are you watching a TV show? Xiao Xing'an asked beside her. Mom, where did you see Cece's boyfriend? Did he come to the hospital? No, he just said a few words to me when he was on video chat with Cece. He's a really nice boy. Grandma Xiao is very satisfied with Fu Qingye. Xiao Cece, it's easy to lie to your grandmother, but it's not easy to lie to us. Don't think I don't know that you just found a guy to fool your grandmother so that she can feel at ease. Gui Zuihong simply didn't believe that Xiao Cece had a handsome and rich boyfriend. After all, she felt that Xiao Cece didn't deserve it. She was convinced that she must have sold herself to get that much money in such a short period of time. As the saying goes, don't argue with a fool. Xiao Cece, whether she believed it or not, shook off Gui Zuihong with all her might and planned to go straight back to the city. Gui Zuihong gave a sign, and together with Xiao Xing'an, they took Xiao Cece back and tied her up. The couple had discussed this behind closed doors and had also communicated with the one-eyed man, so naturally they couldn't let Xiao Cece go so easily. What are you doing? Don't do this to Shishi. Grandma Xiao was so anxious that she almost stood up. But she was still recovering and couldn't walk, so she could only worry. Mom, we just want Shishi to stay for the night, and we'll meet with the one-eyed monster tomorrow. We won't do anything to her, Xiao Xing'an reassured her. It's just that the one-eyed monster has a lot of money, and he may not necessarily like her, what Zuihong said. Chapter 29, her heart was in turmoil, so she came to her. They took Xiao Cece's phone and locked her in the utility room where she had been living. The couple discovered that Xiao Cece had actually replaced her old, broken phone with a high-end one, which they had given her when it was about to break down. Where did Cece get the money to buy this phone? It must cost more than 10,000 yuan, right? Xiao Xing'an muttered. Where else could it come from? She must be as vain as her mother, selling herself to buy this rubbish. Gui Zuihong said that Xiao Cece's phone was rubbish, but in fact she hid it tightly, planning to keep it for herself. Xiao Cece was desperate. Because she had promised Fu Qingye that she would go back to his house tonight, and she had to start cleaning tomorrow, she was now faced with a musty utility room, with no one to turn to. The next day at noon, when Cyclops and his mother came to the house, Xiao Cece was taken to the living room. However, in order to prevent her from being dishonest and talking nonsense, she was still tied up with a rope, and her mouth was also sealed with a seal. Cyclops didn't even have an eyeball in one eye, his mouth was crooked to the side of his normal eye, and even his nose was crooked. The skin on his face was pitted, and just one look would give you nightmares. As soon as he entered the hall, he stared at the bound Xiao Cece with his only eye, his face revealing the hunger and thirst of a 29-year-old single woman. Unfortunately, at the same age of 29, he and Fu Qingye were poles apart, one strikingly handsome, the other horribly ugly. Son, what do you think of this one? Do you like it? The one-eyed man's mother asked. The one-eyed man saw Xiao Cece and his mouth watered. Naturally, he nodded vigorously. I like it, I like it. This is the one, don't need to look at anything else. I told you you'd be satisfied. The 300,000 yuan will be transferred to my account now, and you can take her away. My niece is quite stubborn, you'll need to spend some time training her. Gui Zuihong had been afraid that they wouldn't like Xiao Cece. Seeing that the one-eyed man liked her so much, she let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she couldn't help but despise her in her heart, just like her mother, she was a natural flirt. What's so hard to train? Once she's pregnant with our Long-Long's child, she'll naturally behave herself. The one-eyed dragon's mother replied disdainfully. They simply treated Xiao Cece like a piece of merchandise and started trading her like that, completely ignoring her own wishes. Xiao Cece could not speak, shaking her head with tears streaming down her face, but no one cared. Her only care, her grandmother, was locked in the woodpile shed and could not get out to stop it. She could only howl loudly from the woodpile shed. Xing'an, you can't do this to Cece, she has a boyfriend and a job in the city, you have to let her go. If you don't let her go, I'm not finished with you. Unfortunately, no one believed it, and no one paid any attention to what Grandma Xiao said. Don't pay any attention to that old woman, she's crazy. Our Shishi is only 20 years old, where would she get a boyfriend in the city? Gui Zuihong said. The one-eyed man's mother was finally relieved. Xiao Cece let out a whimper from her mouth, which was sealed with a seal. It didn't sound loud, but it was actually heart-wrenching. The one-eyed man obviously couldn't wait any longer. While his mother and Gui Hong were haggling over the price, he couldn't help but reach up and try to touch Xiao Sisi. As soon as he approached, he gave off a smell of someone who hadn't bathed for a long time, mixed with a strong earthy smell, which almost made Xiao Sisi vomit. Seeing that his hand was about to reach her chest, Xiao Sisi widened her eyes and lifted her legs to kick the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon stumbled backwards and fell, while Xiao Sisi slid off the chair and sat on the ground, her bottom hurting like hell. The Cyclops mother doted on him, and when she saw Xiao Sisi dare to kick her precious son, she took a few steps forward, grabbed Xiao Sisi's hair and slapped her hard in the face, left and right. Xiao Sisi's eyes immediately filled with stars. She was completely plunged into darkness. If she were to be sold like this, she would have to live a life worse than death in the future, and she would never be able to see the light again. Indeed, everything is decided at birth, and she was unable to fight against her fate. Perhaps the year after her father died and her mother resolutely left, she was already destined to be a puppet in the hands of her uncle's family. Just as the one-eyed mother was about to raise her hand again to slap her in the face, someone's voice came from the courtyard. "Is this the right house?" When Xiao Sisi heard Fu Qingye's voice, she even thought she was dreaming. She called out to Mr. Fu in her heart, but unfortunately, her mouth was sealed, so she couldn't make a sound. "Who is that outside?" The one-eyed woman's mother heard someone coming and asked nervously while holding Xiao Sisi's hair. "Maybe they're here to buy tofu," Gui Hong said. The Xiao family sold tofu, soft tofu, soy milk, dried tofu, etc., so the family's courtyard door was always open. They thought they were just ordinary customers from the village who had come to buy tofu, but when the tall and handsome Fu Qingye entered the hall from the light, everyone looked at him in shock. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, long, straight legs, a handsome face and pale skin. Dressed in a hand-tailored suit, he looked like a paper doll cut out of a comic book, so perfect it was hard to believe. Everyone in Xiaoyu village had lived there for so many years, and they had never seen a man with such an aristocratic air. Ren Chao followed right behind him. Unfortunately, Ren Chao's appearance was considered good-looking among ordinary people, but standing next to Fu Qingye, he became an unremarkable green leaf. Everyone just stared at Fu Qingye. As soon as Fu Qingye entered the hall, he bumped into Xiao Sisi's red eyes. She stared at him excitedly, her mouth unable to speak, but her eyes already told him everything. It felt like every time they met, she was like a poor little rabbit, either with red eyes or crying. Fu Qingye's whole heart felt stuffy as if it had been tied together. Originally, Xiao Sisi had promised him that she would be back last night, but in the end, he didn't see her late at night, and her phone was not connected. He even thought that Xiao Sisi might not have planned to come back because she had cured her grandmother's illness. A fake girlfriend and a little cleaning lady, even if she doesn't come back, he shouldn't have cared about it, but he was so distracted in the morning that he couldn't even read the documents, so he asked Ren Chao to drive him to Xiaoyu village. He never expected to run into Xiao Sisi in such a predicament. He gasped, wondering what would have happened to the girl if he hadn't come. If he had hesitated for even half an hour, the one-eyed man and his mother would have dragged Xiao Sisi away. "Who are you? Buying tofu? Why haven't I seen you before?" Gui Hong asked in a row. He wanted to speak, but Ren Chao. However, Fu Qingye stopped him and preempted him, saying, "I'm Sisi's boyfriend." "What are you doing? Tying someone up in broad daylight?" Xiao Xingyan and Gui Hong exchanged glances. They thought of Grandma Xiao in the direction of the woodshed, who had just shouted that Xiao Sisi had a boyfriend and said she had seen her boyfriend. Seeing a man claiming to be Xiao Sisi's boyfriend at this time, he was indeed as handsome and dashing as Grandma Xiao had described, with an extraordinary temperament, and it was obvious that he was a person in a high position. "Why don't you let go?" Fu Qingye's cold eyes were like sharp knives, and they were cast on the one-eyed mother's hands, which were gripping Xiao Sisi's hair. Chapter 30. I told you that Sisi has a boyfriend, didn't I? The one-eyed mother had never been unreasonable, but at this moment, she inexplicably feared Fu Qingye's authority. As soon as she let go, Ren Xiaofei kicked her, sending her tumbling to the ground. Seeing this, the one-eyed man tried to hit Ren Xiao, but he was quickly knocked to the ground by a few punches and kicks. "Gui Hong, didn't you say your niece didn't have a boyfriend yet? At such a young age, she's already looking for a man, and you still want to trick me into paying a 300,000 yuan bride price? You're really asking for a lot." The one-eyed man's mother cursed at Gui Hong as she lay on the ground. "I really didn't know this." Gui Hong looked up and down at the unrealistically gorgeous Fu Qingye. Fu Qingye then understood the whole story. If he had been even a little bit late, Xiao Sisi would have been sold by her aunt. "Get out!" Ren Chao shouted. The one-eyed man's mother was afraid of being beaten again, so she shut up. The mother and son held each other up and fled, not daring to take Xiao Sisi with them. Xiao Xingyan and his wife were shaking with fear. The main thing was that they had not expected Xiao Sisi, who had only been in the city for a few days, to actually find a backer. Regardless of whether the man in front of them was her boyfriend or not, Xiao Sisi had been bullied as much as she liked while she had been in their home for so many years. Apart from her useless grandmother, when had anyone ever stood up for her? This was the first time someone had stood up for Xiao Sisi. "Young man, I am Sisi's uncle. Are you really her boyfriend? Did you pay for my mother's surgery last time?" Xiao Xingyan stepped forward to confirm. Fu Qingye ignored him and walked straight up to Xiao Sisi, picked her up from the ground, and untied the ropes around her. Then he tore off the gag in her mouth. Xiao Sisi was finally able to breathe in a big way. Fu was going to call him Mr. Fu, but then he remembered that he had pretended to be her boyfriend in front of her grandmother, so Xiao Sisi quickly changed her mind. "Shengya, why are you here?" Xiao Sisi was full of disbelief, and the emotion in her eyes was palpable. She was really overjoyed and touched, and she really had the urge to give herself to him, even if he wasn't responsible. After all, he had saved her life again. If he hadn't appeared in time, she would have been bought by the one-eyed man, and he would have definitely locked her up and forced her to be his wife until she gave him a child, after which she would have regained her freedom. Last night, just thinking about this outcome made her whole body tremble with fear. He took in all these emotions. "I promised to go home last night, but I didn't see you come back, so I had to come find you." Fu Qingye tried his best to suppress the inexplicable anger that had come over him, and his voice was calm but contained a tremor. "You really are Sisi's boyfriend, right? How old are you? I heard from her grandmother that your family runs a company. What do you do?" Hui Hong asked. Hui Hong was quite resentful because he had ruined her chances of collecting a large bride price. However, Fu Qingye looked extraordinary, and if he was the one who paid for the operation, then it meant that his family had a lot of money, and perhaps the bride price would be even higher? Thinking about this, she suppressed her anger at the ruined deal and spoke to Fu Qingye as calmly as possible. "If I heard you correctly, you were going to sell Sisi just now? Since you are so heartless towards her, from now on, don't ever call yourself her family again," Fu Qingye said coldly to Hui Hong. The next second, he squeezed Xiao Sisi's hand and dragged her straight towards the direction of the courtyard gate. Hui Hong rushed up to block their way. "Young man, I am Xiao Sisi's aunt. Her parents are both gone. I have worked hard to raise her up to this age. What's wrong with making decisions about her marriage? What do you mean by selling? You can't talk like that. Let me tell you, if you like my Shishi and want to take her away, then sit down and talk about the bride price. As soon as the money is paid, you can take her wherever you like," Hui Hong said bluntly. Fu Qingye didn't know how he felt after hearing this, and Xiao Sisi felt extremely embarrassed. How could she ask a man she had just met for a bride price? Right, Hui Hong is someone with no bottom line, so what wouldn't she do for money? "Don't mind him." Xiao Sisi shook her head at Fu Qingye. "But my grandmother is locked in the woodshed with them, so I need to explain a few things to her before I go." Xiao Sisi was worried that if she just left like that, my grandmother would think she had been sold, and it would be bad for her heart. Fu Qingye then stopped pulling her along. He turned to Hui Hong with great authority and said, "Sisi and I have just started dating, and we haven't even discussed marriage yet. Even if that day comes, I will discuss our marriage with grandma, and in any case, it will not be your so-called aunt who makes decisions about her marriage." "What do you mean it won't be me making the decisions? After her parents passed away, I raised her as her mother, and you're saying I can't make decisions about her marriage?" Hui Hong retorted. "Have you really fulfilled your role as a mother?" Fu Qingye retorted. Even Hui Hong was silenced. This was the first time that someone had spoken up for Xiao Sisi and silenced Hui Hong. She looked at Fu Qingye with a subtle sense of admiration. He was mature and composed, and even in the presence of older people, he exuded an air of authority. She felt safe next to him and was not afraid of being bullied. Hui Hong paused, wanting to say something else, but Ren Xiao took a step forward and stared at her with a sinister look. Thinking about the image of the one-eyed man and his mother being beaten by Ren Xiao just now, Hui Hong shut up. Xiao Sisi opened the door to the woodpile room and wheeled her grandmother out in her wheelchair. Grandma finally got to see Xiao Sisi's tall, handsome, rich boyfriend in person, and he was even better looking in person than in the videos. Grandma Xiao couldn't stop smiling when she saw Fu Qingye. I told you that Cece had a boyfriend, didn't I? You didn't believe me, but now do you believe me? Isn't he tall and handsome? The young man is even more handsome in person than in the video. Grandma Xiao was full of pride. Seeing that Xiao Cece was safe and sound, she also let out a sigh of relief. What's the use of being handsome? You still need to have rice to eat, said Gui Hong sourly. Xiao Xing'an, who was standing nearby, whispered, Cui Hong, you should keep quiet. Shishi's boyfriend can pay for our mother's surgery, unlike those who have no money. Look at the one next to him, could he be his bodyguard? Do you really think this is a TV show? He's not even a bodyguard. Maybe they're both just small fry. As soon as she finished speaking, she received another glare from Ren Xiao. He rolled up his sleeves, tilted his head, and scared the soul out of Cui Hong. Ah Fu, thanks to you arriving in time, I already told her aunt and uncle that Shishi has a boyfriend, but they just wouldn't believe it. I was so worried just now. Grandma Xiao said to Fu Chengye. Don't worry, Grandma, I will protect Shishi from now on and won't let her get hurt again. Fu Chengye put his arm around Xiao Shishi's shoulders. She couldn't tell from his gaze whether he was acting along or being serious. Chapter 31 Holding her to comfort her. She looked at Fu Chengye gratefully and really thanked him for going the extra mile and continuing to cooperate with her in the play. And he played it so convincingly. Xing'an, hurry up and pour tea for your guests. Grandma Xiao reminded. Xiao Xing'an hurriedly ran to the kitchen to prepare to pour tea. No need, Grandma. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to Beijing now. Don't worry, I work for Chengye's company and the pay is pretty good. And Chengye takes good care of me. You just rest at home and take care of your injury. I'll come back after I get some vacation time. In fact, what Xiao Cece was thinking was that after she had saved up some money, she would pay off the debt she owed to Fu Chengye, and then save up some more to buy or rent a small apartment of her own, and bring her grandmother to live with her. She never wanted her grandmother to be treated like a dog and kept in the woodshed again. After all, Xiao Xing'an and his wife were the heads of the household, and Zhao's grandmother could not make the decision to keep guests for dinner. Thinking about how her granddaughter had almost been sold just now, she nodded and said, Okay, Grandma will take good care of her injuries, so don't worry. Xiao Fu, we'll leave our Shishi in your care. Zhao's grandmother looked at Fu Chengye with tear-filled eyes. Xiao Cece was a little embarrassed. After all, Fu Chengye was only helping her to coax her grandmother. Unexpectedly, he sincerely went up to her and patted her on the shoulder, saying gently, Don't worry, Grandma, I'll protect her. I came in a hurry today and didn't bring you any gifts. Next time, I'll definitely come prepared and visit again. Okay, then you should hurry and go while it's still light out, or the Xiaoyu village shuttle bus might be gone. Before Xiao Cece left, she didn't forget to ask for her phone back. Guo Hong didn't want to give it to her, but since she had two backers by her side today, she had no choice but to give it back. Fu Chengye didn't explain much about his driving. After he and Xiao Cece said goodbye to their grandmother, they completely ignored the Xiang Xing'an couple. After all, they were already grateful that they didn't argue with them about selling Xiao Cece. The group left the courtyard. Xiao Xing'an and his wife reluctantly chased after them, only to see the three of them get into the Rolls-Royce in front of the gate. It soon drove off the village road and disappeared from sight. Xiao Xing'an was only in his 40s, and he also had a second-hand van. Men, regardless of age, are particularly interested in cars. More or less, they all have dreams of luxury cars. He pointed in the direction the car drove off, and was so excited that he could not speak for a long time. Lao Lao. What are you fretting about? The guy has been poached for nothing, and you're still fretting about it. You're useless. Wei Hong scolded. No, Xiao Cece's boyfriend drives a Rolls something. Let me search for it. What Rolls something? What kind of car can her boyfriend drive that costs a few 100,000 yuan? You look so hopeless. Wei Hong didn't take it seriously at all. Soon, Xiao Xing'an found it. This is it, a Rolls-Royce. This car is worth more than a few 100,000 yuan, and the one he was driving just now is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth tens of millions of yuan. What? Tens of millions? You're saying Xiao Cece's boyfriend drives a car worth tens of millions of yuan? How is that possible? Wei Hong didn't believe it at all. However, they had all just witnessed it with their own eyes. Fu Chengye was driving the car in Xiao Xing'an's phone. The car had a luxurious appearance, unlike ordinary cars, and there was simply not a single one to be seen on the street, so it was easy to remember it. The one who just drove the car was the short one, not the tall one. Maybe the owner of the car is the short one. Guo Zuihong would rather believe that Ren Chao is a rich man than that Xiao Sisi could get involved with a rich man. Maybe she despises her niece, who has no parents, deep down, or maybe she thinks that she will never change her life, so she refuses to believe that she will ever get ahead. Can't you see the short one protecting the handsome one like a bodyguard? Besides, the owners of luxury cars are all big bosses. Why would a big boss drive himself? It must be the chauffeur who drives. Xiao Xingyan analyzed. Guo Zuihong felt that he had a point. Upon thinking about it, the man had money to pay for Grandma Zhao's surgery, bought Xiao Sisi an expensive mobile phone, and now drove a luxury car. Could it be that he wasn't really rich? She suddenly began to regret her plan to sell Xiao Sisi cheap. In the car, Fu Qingye sat in the back seat with Xiao Sisi. Xiao Sisi didn't come to her senses until the car had driven quite a distance. She turned her head, her eyes red, and looked at Fu Qingye next to her, wanting to say something but unable to. Fu Qingye naturally saw at a glance that she had something to say, but she was probably restraining herself from saying what she wanted to say because Ren Chao was there. As if he didn't exist. Fu Qingye directly reminded her. Xiao Sisi realized that Ren Chao was someone Fu Qingye trusted and would not go to Grandma Fu to complain about her, so she relaxed. Mr. Fu, thank you so much for coming to see me just now. If it wasn't for you, I would have been finished for good. Xiao Sisi said with a choked voice. Thinking about the disgusting face of the one-eyed man and the domineering appearance of his mother, she shuddered all over just imagining the consequences of being captured by them. Just saying thank you? Can you come up with a more novel way of expressing your gratitude? Fu Qingye coughed twice. Xiao Sisi's face flushed. To be honest, in that situation, she would have let Fu Qingye take her away and even offered herself to him on the spot. Whatever way Mr. Fu wants to thank me, I'm fine with it. Xiao Sisi answered shyly and seriously. She was willing to do anything. Because she really wanted to thank Fu Qingye. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became ambiguous. Ren Chao acted like a drone. They really didn't treat him as a person. Xiao Sisi said this so lovingly, but Fu Qingye was the one who felt embarrassed. The other day, she had suggested that if he wanted to do it, he should go find a woman who specialized in that. He was still angry about that, and if he just said yes, wouldn't she think he was desperate again? What are you thinking? Why are you blushing? I mean, everyone knows to thank someone by buying them a gift, so why don't you learn from them? Fu Qingye had no choice but to change his words. Xiao Sisi was stunned, and instantly felt that he was even more great. She couldn't help but grab his arm. Mr. Fu, you are really the most handsome and caring man I have ever met, oh. Xiao Sisi would have probably fallen to her knees in front of him if she wasn't in the car. She felt a sense of fear and realized that Fu Qingye didn't need her to promise her body, and she just felt that he was really different from ordinary men. She let out a sigh of relief and finally couldn't hold back her tears. Fu Qingye didn't know that a person could shed so many tears. As he watched her, weeping like a weeping willow and trembling all over, his expression gradually sank, and his gaze became extremely cold. He suddenly felt an urge to embrace her in his arms. The more Xiao Sisi thought about it, the more scared she became, and she couldn't stop crying. The next second, Fu Qingye finally couldn't hold back and reached out to embrace her shoulders tightly. Xiao Sisi then embraced his waist in return, her face resting on his strong chest, crying uncontrollably. It's okay, don't be afraid. Fu Qingye frowned and comforted her gently. Chapter 32, Getting Used to Having Her Around. The airman in the front row had his pupils slightly dilated. This was the first time Ren Chao had seen Fu Qingye, who was usually ruthless, speak in such a gentle voice. So Fu always comforts little girls, too? Xiao Sisi cried for a while before she finally managed to control her emotions. She realized that she had cried her shirt wet, and that she was hugging him in a way that was borderline inappropriate. She quickly got out of his embrace and moved to the left a little. Fu Qingye handed her a tissue. She turned her face to the side and wiped away the moisture on her face, unable to tell if it was snot or tears. When she turned her head back, she saw Fu Qingye bowing his head and wiping his shirt. The tissue was even a little sticky, and she felt embarrassed and humiliated. Fortunately, he looked normal and didn't disdain or blame her. He wiped it off by himself. Mr. Fu, how come you appeared so promptly? Xiao Sisi asked, trying to compose herself. Fu Qingye had already thought of a reason for her question when he arrived, so he simply replied, to prevent you from absconding with the money. I see. Xiao Sisi was actually a little disappointed. She had thought that Fu Qingye would appear so promptly after she had gone missing for a whole night because he cared about her. Fu Qingye straightened his collar to hide his embarrassment. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that he had been so anxious about not being able to contact her last night that he hadn't thought about the money she owed him at all, but rather been more worried. He also didn't know why he felt so special about a little girl he had only known for a few days. This situation was unprecedented, and it had made him extremely unstable, like a woman having her period recently. It wasn't until this moment, when she was sitting beside him unharmed, that peace returned to his heart. It was late when they returned to Beijing that day. Neither of them went to the office, but went back to Yu Jing's home. Xiao Sisi asked for another day off from the head of the cleaning department, Zhao. This time, however, Zhao didn't make things difficult for her, but said in a very nice manner, "It's fine, Sisi. If you have something at home, just take a couple of extra days off. Our company is very humane, and everyone treats it like their own home." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Sisi still felt warm inside. She couldn't help thinking that this was indeed a company run by Fu Qingye, and that the boss was kind-hearted. The atmosphere in the company was really different. That night, it was probably the best night's sleep Fu Qingye had had recently. He seemed to have gotten used to having her in the bedroom. When she wasn't there, it felt like the room had no soul, and was empty. Xiao Sisi, on the other hand, woke up several times during the night. Whenever she closed her eyes, she dreamed of the terrifying face of the one-eyed monster. Every time she woke up, she peeked at Fu Qingye on the sofa with the help of the table lamp. The orange light fell on his handsome face with sharp angles, which was breathtakingly beautiful and washed away the filth in her heart. In the middle of the night, she finally gradually returned to normal. Of course, Xiao Sisi would not really rest more because of what Director Zhao said. She did not want to be docked pay for taking leave, so the next morning, she reported back to the cleaning department on time. During the day she was gone, Fu Qingye's office had been taken care of by Auntie Li. After Xiao Sisi returned, Auntie Li wanted to continue taking care of Fu Qingye's office. Unexpectedly, Director Zhao came over and said, "Auntie Li, you will be in charge of the hygiene in the cafeteria from now on, and Sisi will continue to take care of President Fu's office." "No, Mr. Fu likes me to clean." Auntie Li was devastated. Supervisor Zhao ignored her completely and went off to attend to other matters. Xiao Sisi had no choice but to carry her cleaning tools and go to Fu Qingye's office. At that moment, Fu Qingye was listening to a work report from a few employees. "Hello, Mr. Fu." Xiao Sisi, as usual, walked in, said hello, and then got down to work. Fu Qingye's lips curled up when he saw her come in. When the employees saw that the visitor was a cleaning lady, they were all shocked. Fu Qingye, however, didn't care. He felt much more comfortable with her in the office. Not only was he used to having her at home, he was actually used to having her in front of him at work. During the past 2 weeks without Xiao Sisi, he had been irritable to the extreme every day when faced with the self-righteous Auntie Li. From time to time, he would glance at her while working, and his mood would brighten a little. While listening to the report, his eyes were always drawn to her working in the corner. The employees looked at each other, and the employee who was giving the report could only fake a cough to get Fu Qingye's attention back. Fu Qingye then realized that he had lost his temper. His gaze fell again on the faces of a few employees, and it was obvious that the way they looked at him had confirmed the rumor that he was a pervert. Fu Qingye of course knew that ever since Xiao Sisi had arrived, there had been rumors about his gerontophilia in the company, all because everyone had mistakenly thought that there were no young people in the cleaning department. By the time the employees had finished reporting, Xiao Sisi had also finished cleaning the office. She was about to leave with the bucket in her hand when she was stopped by Fu Qingye. "Xiao Sisi, come here." Xiao Sisi quickly obediently put down the bucket. She was already an obedient person, but since Fu Qingye had rescued her from the little fish village, she listened to him even more. At this moment, the way she stood before him dutifully really looked like a schoolchild and her teacher. "Mr. Fu, do you need something?" Although the cleaning staff are issued with hats, there is no compulsory requirement for them to wear them at work. "Can you not wear a hat and a mask every day when you work? It's so hot, isn't it uncomfortable?" This woman is the only one in the entire cleaning department who wraps herself up like a mummy every day, causing everyone to mistake her for a pervert. "Fu Zone, because the cleaning department does not recruit anyone under 45, I am the only young person here, and I am afraid of being treated as an outsider." "Take it off," he ordered directly. It was only then that he remembered that in the past, in order to prevent some whimsical young girls from approaching him through the work of a cleaner, he personally stipulated that only cleaners over the age of 45 would be recruited. Unexpectedly, it was this rule that caused him to suffer like this. Xiao Sisi naturally did not dare disobey Fu Qingye's order, so she quickly took off her hat and pulled off the mask on her face, revealing a pure and tender little face. His gaze was slightly stunned, and his deep gaze revealed satisfaction. President Fu, I won't wear a hat or a mask in the future, so can I go now? Xiao Sisi asked. Ni Fu Qingye then waved his hand in satisfaction. Xiao Sisi then opened the door and walked out of Fu Qingye's office. The employees who had entered the office earlier to give a report were gathered together discussing Fu Qingye. I didn't believe the rumors that the boss had a penchant for older men until just now when I saw him peeking at the cleaning lady, and I realized that the rumors were true. Yes, I saw it too, it's terrible. While everyone was whispering, someone saw Xiao Sisi, with her rosy cheeks, carrying a bucket and came out, and everyone was stunned. Chapter 33, An Old Man and a Child? What the heck? Xiao Sisi heard what they were saying and felt quite embarrassed to be stared at by everyone with such strange looks. So she quickened her pace and disappeared from everyone's sight like she was escaping. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? When did the cleaning department get a pretty little girl? She's so delicate looking, too? So Fu always peeps at the little cleaning girl, not the auntie we thought it was? Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. Rumors had it that Fu Qingye had a penchant for older women, but Xiao Sisi's removal of her mask put paid to that. That day, the cleaning department also received a notice saying that in the future, the cleaning department would welcome staff of all ages, with no age restrictions. In this way, Xiao Sisi would not be treated as a special existence in the cleaning department, and would not even be targeted. During their lunch break, the employees gathered together to gossip and talk about Xiao Sisi. At first, we thought that General Manager Fu had a mental problem for staring at the cleaning lady all day long. Now we know that General Manager Fu is perfectly sane. Who wouldn't take a second look at that young and fresh-looking girl? Yes, she is in charge of General Manager Fu's office all day long. He probably knew that she was a young girl. It's just that we are blind. At first glance, we can tell that she is a young girl, but because she is wearing the cleaning lady's uniform, we thought that she was an aunt in her 50s. Yes, the two of them walking together looked like an uncle and a child. Fu Qingye had just stepped out of the office during his lunch break. He had thought that once Xiao Sisi took off her mask, the rumors about him being a pervert would disappear, but instead, the rumors had gone the other way. An uncle and a child? Were they saying that he was old? Trying to take advantage of a young girl? Fu Qingye suddenly felt his chest burning. He tugged at the collar of his shirt and coughed twice. Only then did the employees see him and scatter in fear. Xiao Sisi could clearly feel that after removing her mask, more people were paying attention to her, which made her feel uncomfortable while working. But since Fu Qingye had asked for it, she would still do it even if she didn't feel comfortable. When it was time to go home from work, Xiao Sisi walked home as usual. As a result, just as she walked out of the company building, a young security guard the same age as Xiao Sisi caught up with her. Hey, I've noticed you for a long time. I feel that you are not like the other cleaning ladies. I didn't think you were so young. I thought I was the youngest in the company. It's really happy to see someone my age, said Yi Shenxian, the young security guard. Hello. Xiao Sisi greeted him politely, her mind full of thoughts about going to the night market today to buy Fu Qingye a gift to thank him for saving her. Fu Qingye was right, she thought, gratitude cannot be expressed with words, it must be shown through actions. She greeted Yi Shenxian absent-mindedly and then turned to leave, but Yi Shenxian continued to follow her, saying, I'm off work too, let's walk together. Not far away, Fu Qingye's car pulled up. Recently, he has been getting off work on time more and more, and subconsciously wanted to give Xiao Sisi a ride on his way home. However, to his surprise, he saw her walking with a young security guard. He had to admit that although Yi Shenxian was wearing a security guard uniform that didn't quite fit, he was quite handsome. The two of them walking together looked like they were the same age. In contrast, Fu Qingye realized that no wonder everyone said he was older than Xiao Sisi. If he walked with these two people, even if he wasn't an uncle, he would be considered a big brother. He stared at the two of them, chatting happily, and frowned deeply. He wondered, Xiao Sisi usually obediently walked in the direction of Yujing after work, but today she had walked in the opposite direction? Has this little girl fallen in love with the handsome little security guard? Fu Qingye felt a sense of inferiority for the first time. The president of the Fu Group actually envied the youth of the security guard. No matter how much wealth he had, or how handsome he was, he would never have what the security guard had. He had to admit that he didn't have the youthful spirit of the security guard. He suddenly realized that it was good that she wore a hat and mask to work like before. Fu Qingye watched Xiao Sisi go away, angrily stepped on the accelerator, and went home first. The reason Xiao Sisi had a good time chatting with Yi Xinxian was mainly because she couldn't think of anything Fu Qingye lacked. She thought that guys definitely understand guys better, so she asked Yi Xinxian what kind of gifts he would generally like to receive. The other person thought about it and told her, a watch. Xiao Sisi walked to the intersection and left Yi Xinxian behind. She went to the night market alone and found several stalls selling watches. Although they were street stalls, these watches looked very exquisite. Little girl, is this for your boyfriend? Our mechanical watch is selling like hotcakes, and it's a high-quality imitation of a big brand. The exact same one in the mall costs over 100,000 yuan, but mine is only 300 yuan. What do you think of the quality? Xiao Sisi paused, her gaze falling on the watch. She thought, Fu Qingye wears formal attire all day, and this watch will definitely look good on him with his temperament. After all, she was still in debt. She had never bought anything so expensive, let alone a 300 yuan gift for someone. But in order to thank Fu Qingye, she gritted her teeth and spent 300 yuan to buy the watch. Then she continued walking home with the small bag. In order to save the bus fare, it took almost an hour to walk from the night market back to Yujing. She was happily preparing to go upstairs to find Fu Qingye when, as a result, Butler Du stopped her in her tracks and whispered, "Young mistress, there's something wrong with master coming home today. It seems like he's very angry. Did you two have a fight?" No, Xiao Sisi was baffled. She clearly remembered that she had bumped into him at the company during the day, and he had a smile on his lips. Fu Qingye, the big iceberg, probably didn't even know that he occasionally let slip a faint smile that was even warmer than the sun. She went upstairs with doubts. After pushing open the door, she saw Fu Qingye smoking on the balcony. "Mr. Fu," Xiao Sisi called out, and she quickly walked to the balcony. With her hands behind her back, she thought about thanking him and then giving him the present. However, contrary to her expectations, Fu Qingye was acting unusually. It was as if he hadn't heard her, and he simply ignored her. Butler Du was right, Fu Qingye really didn't seem happy. She pondered, if a big boss like Fu Qingye was unhappy, it definitely wasn't because of her. His company was so big, she guessed it must be because of business matters. What should she do? At this time, it didn't seem appropriate to thank him and give him a gift. Seeing that the other person was ignoring her, Xiao Sisi quietly retreated back to the bedroom. "What time is it now? Is it because I gave you too much freedom that you forgot that you still have other work besides cleaning?" Fu Qingye, with a cigarette in his right hand, suddenly extended his left hand and grabbed Xiao Sisi's wrist. He had a lot of strength, and she winced in pain. Chapter 34. If you really want to thank me. Xiao Sisi turned her head and her gaze met his deep, dark eyes. He seemed very angry. Xiao Sisi was a little at a loss for words and said, "I'm sorry, of course I remember. I just wanted to go to the night market to buy you a gift, but it took a little longer because we had to walk. Next time, if we go out, I will definitely take the bus and never save that $1 or $2 again." Xiao Sisi's eyes were red, as was the wrist that Fu Qingye was holding. Fu Qingye froze for a moment, and then asked in return, "A gift? Didn't you say last time that just saying thank you all the time made it sound insincere? So I wanted to buy you a gift and say thank you properly." While she was talking, Xiao Sisi handed Fu Qingye the gift she was hiding behind her back. Fu Qingye then let go of her hand. Although he didn't know what gift she had given him, he learned that she had gone the opposite way today to buy a gift for herself, instead of going on a date with the security guard. Instantly, he was not only not angry, but also felt a vague sense of happiness in his heart. He opened the paper bag and saw that there was a men's watch inside. Fu Qingye had countless famous watches, and he knew at a glance that the one Xiao Sisi had bought was a fake sold on the street. Not only did he not dislike it, but the corner of his lips also visibly curled up. "Mr. Fu, thank you so much for coming to Xiaoyu village to save me yesterday. You are my great benefactor in my life. This gift is a little token of my appreciation. I hope you like it." Xiao Sisi thanked Fu Qingye very seriously. Fu Qingye hooked the corner of his lips and said with satisfaction, "That's enough. Don't go to such trouble next time. How much did you pay for this watch?" Seeing her sweating like crazy to save a little bus fare, he suddenly regretted letting her spend money on a gift. A light gift carries a heavy meaning. No amount of money can match the sincerity of my gratitude to Mr. Fu. Xiao Sisi patted her chest sincerely, her smile bright. Fu Qingye's gaze became slightly unfocused. The atmosphere became a little strange. At that moment, the tall Fu Qingye suddenly approached, his gaze clearly aggressive. Xiao Sisi was blocked at the door and forced to look up at him. He pointed at his cheek. If you really want to thank me, give me a kiss. Xiao Sisi's face turned visibly red. Hadn't she spent 300 taels of silver just to avoid having to repay him with her body? Xiao Sisi was embarrassed, but thinking that she had almost been sold to the one-eyed man, she obediently pouted her lips and gave Fu Qingye a kiss on the cheek. She muttered to herself, why is Mr. Fu so lecherous? Every day, he either wants to sleep or kiss, but they are not really in a relationship. The next second, he pinched her chin and kissed her. Xiao Sisi was a little suffocated by his sudden kiss, but she had to admit that Fu Qingye's kissing skills were getting better and better. He seemed to want to devour her, with a strong sense of possession, suffocating her to the point where she could not make a sound. It was only after 3 minutes that he finally let go of her lips. At this point, both of their ears were red. Xiao Sisi was completely at a loss for words when Fu Qingye whispered, next door, Butler Du is here. Maybe he came back tonight in a bad mood, so Butler Du is spying next door. Xiao Sisi glanced over and was surprised to find that there was indeed someone on the balcony next door looking in their direction. No wonder Fu Qingye would let her kiss him and suddenly kiss her like crazy. She almost thought that this guy might have a little interest in her. It turned out that this was just another part of her job that needed to be fulfilled. The next second, Fu Qingye put his arm around her shoulders and closed the door. Xiao Sisi quickly broke free of Fu Qingye and turned red as she went to the bathroom. Although she knew that she was just cooperating with Butler Du, the deep kiss between the two of them was real. Fu Qingye kissed her so crazily that if it was acting, he could have been an actor. After she locked herself in, she still couldn't control her racing heartbeat. Fu Qingye, on the other hand, took his watch and went to the cloakroom. He placed the watch that Xiao Sisi had given him next to the famous watch he usually wore, and reflected on himself in his heart. Just now, when he first noticed Butler Du, he could have simply put his arm around her shoulders and gone back to the bedroom with her, but instead, he chose to kiss her. Xiao Sisi came out of the bathroom after washing up and saw Fu Qingye in his cloakroom. She stuck her head in and noticed that he had a cabinet with dozens of famous watches inside. She realized that he had as many watches as she had rice. When Fu Qingye went to wash up, she couldn't help but sneak into his cloakroom. She was shocked to discover that the watch she had given him was also placed among his famous watches. When compared, the cheap watch she gave him was clearly fake. Xiao Sisi suddenly regretted why she had given such a cheap gift to the richest man. She should not have listened to the security guard. If she had known, she would not have given it to him. After all, Fu Qingye had already given her face by not throwing away the watch she gave him. She thought to herself, Fu Qingye would never wear this watch in his life, right? Unexpectedly, the next morning, after Fu Qingye got dressed, he deliberately rolled up his sleeves, and what was exposed on his wrist was the watch she had given him. He actually wore the watch she had given him? Xiao Sisi's face turned red when she saw it. Seeing Xiao Sisi staring at her wrist, Fu Qingye adjusted his tie and said proudly, "You have good taste. I like this watch." Xiao Sisi wondered, is he serious? He obviously has so many expensive watches, and he still says he likes the one he got from a street stall? Mr. Fu, maybe you shouldn't force yourself. I only found out yesterday that you already have a lot of watches, and they're all very expensive. Xiao Sisi felt that the gift she had given him was really not suitable for him, and she was extremely embarrassed. But it's just for telling the time, is the time on this watch not accurate? Fu Qingye seemed to be in a good mood. It's accurate. That's fine then. Fu Qingye did not take her advice and continued to wear the fake watch she had given him. Xiao Sisi felt very mixed emotions, wondering if perhaps rich people had seen so many good things that they preferred simple, unadorned things? Fu Qingye's fondness for the watch did not seem like an act. That day, when Xiao Sisi arrived at the secretary department, she heard everyone gathered around gossiping about Fu Qingye. The watch Fu always wears seems to be sold on the street of Starlight Night Market. Our security guard has one too. I think I saw it right? I noticed that too. My grandfather has one too, and I bought it online for 38 yuan. But he seems very proud of it, and has been rolling up his sleeves all day. Could it be a new model from a brand? Xiao Sisi's face turned as red as a burning fire when she heard what everyone was saying. Not only had she found out that the watch she had given Fu Qingye was a cheap knockoff, she had also discovered that she had been ripped off by the auntie at the night market. She quietly opened her phone and searched, and sure enough, a bunch of the same models popped up, for only 30 to 40 yuan. Damn it! Chapter 35 Mr. Fu, you are the best Mr. Fu in the world. Unfortunately, she had told Fu Qingye not to wear it, but he insisted on wearing it, so there was nothing she could do. Every time she saw him deliberately rolling up his sleeves, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed for him. Originally, giving Fu Qingye the watch was Xiao Cici's way of showing her affection, but in the end, it became her biggest worry, and she regretted buying such a cheap gift for Fu Qingye. The drama was that one day, Fu Qingye accepted an interview with the media and was still wearing the watch that Xiao Cici had given him. In the end, the watch he was wearing actually became a hot search. Fu Qingye is thrifty. Xiao Cici only recently got into the habit of reading Weibo, and when she saw the news about Fu Qingye, she couldn't help but click on it. It was because she got to know Fu Qingye that she started paying attention to this person, and she hadn't paid attention to his news before. As it turned out, the search results made her laugh and cry. Everyone was praising Fu Qingye for being thrifty, and the reason was actually the watch she had given him. I never thought the richest man would be so down to earth, wearing the same watch as my grandfather. I just love this kind of man who was handsome and rich but so low-key. For a while, the watch Fu Qingye wore became even more popular than before, and many business elites followed suit and bought it. Xiao Cici was stunned when she saw this trend. She couldn't help but think that it seems that what's valuable isn't the watch itself, but the person wearing it. Thus, her heart was untied. Fu Qingye can wear the watch as much as he likes, because it has become a fashion icon, with every man on the street wearing one. During her lunch break, Xiao Cici, as usual, sat in the corner of the cafeteria, eating the food she had packed from the Fu family. After all, there were too many dishes at home, and she felt that it would be a waste not to eat them. So she simply packed them up to take to work for lunch, which also saved on meal expenses. The food in the company cafeteria was not expensive, but it still cost more than 10 yuan for a meal. She adhered to the principle of saving where she could, and never spent a penny more than necessary. At this time, Yi Shenxian, a young security guard, sat down face to face with Xiao Cici, carrying a tray of food. Since that day, Xiao Cici had become familiar with Yi Shenxian. Every day when she passed by the security department, Yi Shenxian would greet her warmly. Even Xiao Cici had to admit that Yi Shenxian was one of the few people in the Fu group who was her age. The two ate and chatted, completely unaware that the large cafeteria was a little different today. Fu Qingye never eats in the company cafeteria, and the company cafeteria is managed by a dedicated person. However, today, he led the company's top management with him for the first time ever in the name of inspection. The group inspected the business situation of each small boss in the cafeteria. Fu Qingye walked around, and finally, his gaze fell on the corner where Xiao Cici was. Unexpectedly, he ran into her again with that little security guard. Fu Qingye is surrounded by people who know how to read body language. When Manager Zhou, who was by his side, saw that Fu Qingye was actually staring at the young security guard and the cleaning lady, he smiled and said, "President Fu, aren't you feeling how good youth is? At this age, you are the richest. Even if you are doing an ordinary job and earning a very small salary, you are in the sweetest relationship in the world." Another senior executive agreed. The young cleaning lady and the young security guard are quite a match. Several other senior executives also agreed. They didn't notice at all that Fu Qingye's face had turned as dark as it was about to rain. "I'm not the same age as you," Fu Qingye said coldly. The several executives quickly shut up. They were indeed more than a round older than Fu Qingye, but compared to the two children, wasn't Fu Qingye also about a round older? Although everyone thought this in their hearts, they didn't dare say it outright. But their expressions still made Fu Qingye feel very uncomfortable. He left the restaurant with a solemn face, very unhappy. That night, Xiao Cici felt that Fu Qingye had become a bit abnormal. He suddenly started working out, and after he finished, he washed his face and used skincare products. Xiao Cici secretly wondered why Fu Qingye had suddenly become so concerned about his appearance. Did he not think he was handsome enough? He always felt that he was acting strangely today. Since Xiao Cici found out online that Fu Qingye was the richest man in China, she had gotten into the habit of checking her phone whenever something happened. She casually looked up Fu Qingye's unusual behavior, and the search results made her eyes pop. Men suddenly start paying attention to their appearance. Either they're cheating, or they're in love. Cheating? That's impossible. Fu Qingye isn't married, and their relationship is fake. So, is he in love? Fu Qingye is 29 years old after all, and it's normal for him to be in love. Xiao Sisi also knew that this day would come sooner or later, she just didn't know it would come so soon. She felt inexplicably depressed, and told herself that it might be because she was anxious about losing her job as a fake girlfriend. She also wondered who he was in love with. Xiao Sisi sat on the sofa, staring blankly as Fu Qingye applied his skincare products, her face turning pale. After applying the night cream, Fu Qingye's already cold and white skin was so tender that it could be pinched to get water out of it. He turned around with a bit of confidence and looked in the direction of the sofa at Xiao Sisi. He felt that this girl was acting strangely today, as if she were very unhappy. During the day, he had clearly seen her chatting happily with the security guard in the cafeteria, so why was she unhappy when she came home to face him? Fu Qingye didn't speak to Xiao Sisi, but turned his head to check it out as well, wanting to know the reason why the girl was suddenly unhappy. Girls in a relationship are more likely to be sensitive and unhappy. In a relationship? Could it be that she is really in a relationship with that little security guard? The two people in a bedroom suspect each other of having someone else. Ahem. Fu Qingye suddenly coughed twice. Xiao Sisi's thoughts were suddenly drawn back, and she looked at Fu Qingye with a face full of question marks, feeling that he had something to ask her. Xiao Sisi, with your family background, if you fall in love, you have to choose wisely. Don't go for some poor guy your age, you'll be working hard your whole life, got it? Fu Qingye suddenly said seriously. Xiao Sisi was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes turned red. She was extremely touched. Mr. Fu, why are you so nice? Ha? Fu Qingye couldn't help but raise the corner of his lips. He wondered, is the effect of the skincare product so good? Did this young woman suddenly shine with light in her eyes because the skincare product had achieved instant results? But she didn't expect Xiao Sisi to say, almost in tears, I feel like you're just like my father. Only an older person would care about who I'm in love with, right? Oh, Mr. Fu, you're so nice. Her father had died in a car accident when she was very young, and apart from her grandmother, no one else cared about her. She remembered when she was in high school, while other students had parents worrying about whether they were in love, she was the only one who didn't even get a question when a boy sent her a love letter. This was the first time someone had cared about her feelings. However, Fu Qingye was petrified, his face gloomy as if the sky was about to turn dark. Like what? Dad? Chapter 36 Girls should know how to say no. Fu Qingye felt like a big stone had been stuck in his chest, suffocating him. Did she think he was an elder? How else would she have come up with the adjective dad? I'm not a good person, and I'm not like your father. Fu Qingye replied in a low voice. He got up with a dark face, went to the balcony, and lit a cigarette in silence. Smoking in the dark, his handsome face in the moonlight looked a little melancholy. Xiao Sisi was moved to tears, but now, naturally, she put away her emotions. She was secretly depressed, why get angry? At this time, the sound of a ringing phone came from the balcony. Although she couldn't hear what the person on the other end of the line was saying, it was obvious that it was a woman. Xiao Sisi couldn't help but think of the movie star Tian Yayuan, who had barged into Fu Qingye's office the other night. Such a beautiful woman, she would certainly remember having met her once. Xiao Sisi couldn't help but wonder if Fu Qingye was talking to Tian Yayuan. Although he had said very seriously that they had nothing to do with each other, they hadn't officially confirmed their relationship, so they could still be considered to have nothing to do with each other. Thinking about this, she felt a sense of depression well up in her heart. The next morning, Xiao Sisi had to leave early. Xiao Sisi, why are you up so early today? Fu Qingye looked suspicious, his deep gaze faintly conveying displeasure. Could it be that she is trying to find a way to go out with that little security guard? The cleaning department notified me that there will be a big cleaning early this morning, and the time is almost up, so I have to rush to the company. Xiao Sisi replied truthfully. The gloom in Fu Qingye's eyes then dispersed. I'll let the driver take you. No, it's not far from here. It would be hard to explain if someone from the company saw me. Xiao Sisi quickly left with her bag, her youthful figure quickly disappearing from view. Once she was gone, Fu Qingye's heart also seemed to follow, and all sleepiness disappeared. It wasn't long before Fu Qingye also set off for the company. Today, under the influence of Xiao Sisi, he got up relatively early, so he arrived at the company earlier than usual. He saw that the grounds outside the company building were full of employees wearing the cleaning department's work clothes cleaning up, and he saw Xiao Sisi in the crowd at a glance. Xiao Sisi was responsible for cleaning the green belt outside the building. Not far away, Yi Shenxian, a young security guard, ran over with a bottle of drink in his hand and handed it to Xiao Sisi. Xiao Sisi took the drink with a sweet smile on her face. The two of them really looked like they were young and innocent, and they looked very compatible, just as those high-level leaders had said. Fu Qingye, who was in the passenger seat of the car, saw this scene and his face suddenly sank. So in her heart, someone of this age is the only one who could become her partner? And no matter how handsome he is and how prominent his status is, he is still her senior. The driver Rin Xiao also saw Xiao Sisi. The two of them never treated Rin Xiao as a human being and did not avoid talking in front of him, so Rin Xiao knew about their relationship. President Fu, if you really like her, you should go after her. If you keep being so passive, she'll leave with someone else. Ren Xiao couldn't help but blurt out. Who said I like her? Fu Qingye rolled his eyes. Ren Xiao couldn't help but say to himself, trying to save face is like suffering in silence. He was about to drive directly to the company garage, but Fu Qingye suddenly told him to stop the car and assigned him another task, sending him away. Ren Xiao saw in the rearview mirror that after he got out of the car, he walked towards Xiao Sisi with one hand in his pocket. Many staff members in the cleaning department recognized Fu Qingye, and one after the other, they stopped what they were doing and greeted him politely. Fu Qingye did not look away. Originally, Yi Shenxian, who was talking to Xiao Sisi, saw Fu Qingye and whispered, President Fu, you're here early today. He seems to be walking in our direction. President Fu? Xiao Sisi turned her head in Yi Chenxuan's direction, and sure enough, she saw Fu Qingye walking over with a gloomy face. His expression really looked like her father's, as if he had caught her in an early love affair. What is the security department doing here during working hours? I didn't know the company forbade dating? Fu Qingye said sternly to Yi Chenxian. The young security guard was scared out of his wits. He never imagined that Fu Qingye had suddenly come over, actually coming specially to scold him? How could a busy person like him care about a little security guard like him? Sisi, I'll go back first. Yi Shenxian whispered, and turned to run. Xiao Sisi was holding a broom in one hand and a drink given to her by Yi Shenxian in the other. Fu Qingye's gloomy gaze fell on the half-drunk drink in Xiao Sisi's hand. So gullible, a drink made you so happy? Fu Qingye mocked. President Fu, what are you talking about? I've been cleaning up until now. Shenxian just bought me a drink out of the kindness of his heart. I was going to say no, but he was so enthusiastic, so I couldn't just refuse, could I? One must learn to say no, especially girls, and even more so, they must know how to say no, otherwise they will suffer sooner or later. Xiao Sisi just felt that Fu Qingye was like someone who had eaten gunpowder today. She had looked it up online last night, and she knew that men in love have unpredictable moods. The way he was acting, it looked like he was definitely in love. I understand. She nodded obediently to avoid annoying him again. And kids his age are useless, except for being young, and they have no sense of responsibility at all. Don't be fooled. Fu Qingye couldn't help but give a piece of advice. We didn't do anything. What did he lie to me about? Xiao Sisi felt sorry for Yi Shenxian. In short, when you're in a relationship, keep your eyes open, and not just anyone can be trusted. Fu Qingye made it even more obvious. Mr. Fu, don't worry, while I'm pretending to be your girlfriend, I definitely won't fall in love. I still have a basic sense of contract. Xiao Sisi promised. The person who had a gloomy face a second ago, the next second, the corner of his lips raised imperceptibly. Then, he turned around and went back to the company, satisfied. Xiao Sisi couldn't help thinking in her heart, if her father were still alive, and saw that she was inclined to fall in love, he might also speak like Fu Qingye. That afternoon, Xiao Sisi received a call from her cousin Xiao Na. Xiao Sisi, where do you work? Grandma made dried radish, and asked me to bring it to you, said Xiao Na on the other end of the phone. Xiao Sisi didn't expect that Grandma had the energy to make dried radish. It seems that after the operation, her leg no longer hurts, and her blood and energy have returned. She hadn't eaten Grandma's dried radish for a long time, and she missed it. Recently, after eating all kinds of delicacies at the Fu families, she has missed Grandma's cooking even more. I'm at the Fu group. Is it convenient for you to come over? If it's not convenient, I can come by later to pick it up. Xiaona is at Beijing University, and she stayed in a rented room in Beijing during the summer vacation. She doesn't know if she has a job or not, but she definitely didn't go back to the countryside to live. As soon as she heard that Xiao Sisi was actually at the legendary Fu group, her eyes lit up. I don't have much to do today, so I'll bring it over, she said. Chapter 37, This is my girlfriend. After Fu Qingye drove Xiao Sisi away from the countryside in his Rolls Royce last time, the more Guo Zuihong thought about it, the more depressed she became. She was worried that Xiao Sisi had really climbed a high branch. So Guo Zuihong told her daughter Xiao Na about it and asked her to use the pretext of delivering dried radishes to go and see what kind of work Xiao Sisi was doing in the city. Originally, Xiao Na had looked down on Xiao Sisi, but now she had heard that she worked for the Fu Group and suddenly became interested. She wondered if Xiao Sisi had really landed a rich man. In less than half an hour, Xiao Na appeared at the door of the Fu Group with the dried radish. Looking at the towering luxury building, she secretly envied Xiao Sisi for being able to work in such a big company. She doesn't even have a degree. Could it be that she knows someone in the company's upper echelons, and that's how she got a job in such a big company? Xiao Na stood nervously outside the security booth. Who are you looking for, beautiful? One of the security guards asked. Xiao Na said proudly, my sister works here, I'm delivering something to her. Just register your visit and you can go straight in to see her, the security guard said enthusiastically. No, I'll just give her a call. So Xiao Na called Xiao Sisi on the spot. You're here already? I'm eating in the cafeteria, I'll be right out. Xiao Sisi finished eating without finishing her meal and put her lunchbox away. She soon appeared at the company gate. Xiao Na's smile froze on her face when she saw Xiao Sisi appear in her cleaning uniform. She even felt the staff in the security booth throwing derisive glances at her. She was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Xiao Sisi was different. She was very happy to see that Xiao Na had really brought dried radishes to see her, and she greeted her with a bright smile. Xiao Na's face suddenly fell, and she disdainfully shoved the dried radishes into her arms. After rolling her eyes at her, she said disgustedly, so you're working as a cleaner here? I heard from my mom that you've hooked up with some big boss, and I thought it was true. This is so embarrassing, I wish I hadn't come. Xiao Sisi was overwhelmed by a sudden wave of disgust and froze in place. Xiao Na didn't even wait for Xiao Sisi to respond, afraid that others would find out that the cleaning lady in front of her was her cousin. She turned around and quickly left. Xiao Sisi felt a flush of shame. Yes, she should have realized a long time ago that Xiao Na was no good. When they were young, this woman took advantage of her parents' love to hog all the food and drinks. She was taller than Xiao Na, but she could only wear the old clothes that Xiao Na had worn. Because they were the same age, they were even classmates in elementary school, and Xiao Na drew a line on their desk to keep her from crossing over. If she crossed the line, Xiao Na would hit her, and even throw her school bag on the ground, not letting her put it in the drawer. Thinking about the past, Xiao Sisi's eyes welled up. However, the dried radish in her hand was really made by her grandmother with her own hands, which was a lot more comforting to her. With tears in her eyes, she silently turned around and returned to the company. Xiao Na, on the other hand, angrily called Guo Zuihong. Mom, are you guys blind? How can you say she's hooked up with a rich guy? Let me tell you, she works as a cleaner in the city, delivering things to her, I'm going to lose face. Xiao Na was depressed and felt like she had wasted a lot of time. What? She's working as a cleaner? But that day her man really drove a luxury car, your father and I both saw it. God knows what's going on, I personally saw her working as a cleaner in a big company, but I specifically looked it up, the cleaners at this company are well paid, 15,000 yuan a month, maybe grandma's surgery money was earned by herself, there is no man at all. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xingyan and his wife glanced at each other. After hanging up the phone, the two of them reviewed the situation. Even if Xiao Sisi really earned the money for the surgery from working as a cleaner, it would not have been possible for her to get her hands on it so quickly. Although they did not know what was going on, one thing was certain, if she had really hooked up with a rich man, she would not be working as a cleaner in the city. I thought your niece was really going to make something of herself, but working this kind of job in the city is no better than selling her to the one-eyed man back then. Xiao Xingyan was speechless. Although he loved his family more, he didn't want his wife to speak ill of his niece. He could only swallow his anger and let Guo Zuihong mock Xiao Sisi for being a cleaning lady. On Saturday, Fu Qingye was at home resting, and Xiao Sisi only had a single day off, so she had to go to work. After work in the evening, she rushed home as soon as she could. Before she even entered the door, she heard some noisy voices in the living room. Although she didn't know what was going on, she still walked in. She found that there were many guests in the house. On the sofa were all of Fu Qingye's friends, and she had met several of them before when she worked in the bar, when they were sitting with Fu Qingye. In addition to these people, Tian Yayuan was also there. When everyone heard the footsteps outside the door, they all looked in the direction of Xiao Sisi, leaving her at a loss for what to do. What should she do? Shouldn't she have come home at this time? If only she had walked more slowly today. Luckily, every day before she entered the house, she would change back the cleaning lady's uniform in the public toilet outside. Hey, isn't that the waitress from the bar that night? Why is she in your house? Pei Junxiao was the first to recognize Xiao Sisi. At that time, when those 5 old men bullied Xiao Sisi, Fu Qingye even lost control and hit someone because of her, so everyone had a deep impression of Xiao Sisi. When Pei Junxiao mentioned this, the few people in the bar that night all recognized Xiao Sisi. Naturally, Tian Yayuan also recognized her, but she had only met Xiao Sisi at the Fu group, and she remembered that she was a cleaner at Fu's. How did she end up at Fu Qingye's home? No one, not even her childhood friend, could just walk into Fu Qingye's home, so what right did this girl have to enter? Everyone's gazes were different. Xiao Sisi, on the other hand, froze in place, looking to Fu Qingye for help, wondering how she should introduce herself. Should she continue to pretend to be his girlfriend in front of his friends? But many of these people had met her before and knew her other identities, so could she continue to pretend? Would Fu Qingye want her to call herself his girlfriend in front of his friends? In particular, Xiao Sisi even suspected that Fu Qingye's recent mood swings and his newfound interest in maintaining his appearance could be a sign that he was in a relationship with Tian Yayuan. Master Chang, why is this girl here? Aren't you going to introduce her? Another friend, Gu Xingfan, asked. The eyes of the crowd were full of unshielded curiosity. No one expected Fu Qingye to pat his thigh and indicate that Xiao Sisi should come sit on his lap. My girlfriend, he said generously. Chapter 38, Kissing Her in Public. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes, all staring at Fu Qingye incredulously. It was as if in their eyes, Fu Qingye was a eunuch, the type who would never touch a woman in his life. In particular, Pei Junxiao, whose mouth was quick and ungrateful, blurted out almost as an exclamation, if you weren't looking for a girlfriend, why? In their opinion, if Fu Qingye was capable, he would have been with Tian Yayuan a long time ago, so how could he be looking for another woman? Why would I need a girlfriend? Fu Qingye rolled his eyes at him, and his gaze continued to rest on Xiao Sisi's face. Xiao Sisi didn't expect Fu Qingye to blatantly say that she was his girlfriend. She thought that he might not want to pretend in front of his friends. She realized that this was Fu Qingye's home, surrounded by Fu grandma's spies, and even if there were his friends there, she had to cooperate and show affection for each other. Under the burning gaze of everyone, she walked over to Fu Qingye. He took her wrist, causing her to sit on his lap. The moment the two were in close contact, Xiao Sisi's face flushed to her ears. Her hands were so nervous that she didn't know where to put them, so she simply climbed onto Fu Qingye's neck. She then greeted everyone politely. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Sisi. Master Chang, you really moved fast. That night, I thought you weren't interested in her. Pei Junxiao's tone was sour. After all, he was the first to notice Xiao Sisi. When you meet someone you like, of course you have to act fast. Fu Qingye replied naturally. No one expected that they would ever see Fu Qingye feeding a dog. In the past, when they went out together, everyone would hold one, and Fu Qingye would be sitting alone. Now, the tables have turned. In broad daylight, Xiao Sisi even sat on Fu Qingye's lap, and the sight was so nauseating. Throughout the whole process, only Tian Yayuan had not spoken a word. When she first saw Xiao Sisi, her face had changed, but then she thought, this woman must be Fu Qingye's hired actress for the elders. After all, if Xiao Sisi were really his girlfriend, she wouldn't be working as a cleaner in his company. Thinking about this, Tian Yayuan felt much more at ease. Her face quickly returned to normal, and she quietly watched Fu Qingye pretend. Have you given up on Master Chang? Gu Xingfan asked Tian Yayuan in a low voice. The few friends present all knew what had happened between Fu Qingye and Tian Yayuan, and they knew that Tian Yayuan had been trying to make amends and woo Fu Qingye for years. Unexpectedly, Tian Yayuan laughed disdainfully and said, You really believe they're a couple? Fu Qingye, if you want me to give up, at least find someone who can compete with me. This little country girl, you're telling me you love her and not me? You think I believe that? Tian Yayuan raised her voice. Pei Junxiao and the others looked at each other, wanting to say that Tian Yayuan was really bold, and she didn't dare to say that. However, as a big star, she was very confident, and she didn't believe that Fu Qingye would let her go and choose a cleaning lady from the countryside. In the lobby, the eyes of many maids also fell on Xiao Sisi's face. At that moment, Xiao Cixi's face turned red and white, and she felt like a clown, inferior in every way to Tian Yuan, who was successful in her career and had a powerful aura. Really, why did they have to use her as a tool for their couple's antics? Recently, Fu Qingye has been acting very strangely at night, and she is more and more certain at this moment that Fu Qingye is in love with Tian Yuan. Alas! Unfortunately, she needs Fu Qingye's salary, so even though she feels aggrieved and humiliated, she can only bear it and continue to sit on his lap. Unexpectedly, the next second, his handsome face suddenly buried close, and his thin lips sealed her pale lips. Kissing her in public made everyone in the hall stare with wide eyes. Tian Yuan, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly turned pale. She never expected that Fu Qingye, the man who had fought for his whole life in the past, would actually kiss another woman in front of her. Moreover, he kissed her so skillfully and fiercely, as if the two of them had kissed more than once. Even the chatty Pei Junxiao shut his mouth tightly, glanced at Tian Yuan secretly, and quickly withdrew his gaze afterwards. Everyone began to realize that Fu Qingye seemed to be acting for real. From what they knew of Fu Qingye, it was unlike his style to act so convincingly. At the very least, he would have to dislike the girl in order to do it, right? Fu Qingye is a man with a strong sense of cleanliness and extremely high self-expectations. How could he kiss a woman so casually? Only Tian Yuan still didn't believe it. She stood up abruptly, her exasperated face twisting a little as she did so. Fu Qingye, do you think this will make me believe you? By doing this, you're only making me feel more that you have low self-esteem. You've really gone to the bottom to make me give up on you. She ranted, regardless of her appearance. Fu Qingye then let go of Xiao Cixi's lips. Xiao Cixi's face was already as red as a tomato. Although every kiss was for show, the kisses were real, and they were kissing in public, so she was really embarrassed. She wanted to get up from his lap, but he had one hand around her waist, not giving her the slightest chance to move. Xiao Cixi had no choice but to continue sitting firmly on his lap in an extremely ambiguous position. Tian Yuan, what do you have to do to get over your narcissistic problem? The ghost likes you? Fu Qingye was obviously angry and shouted coldly. In everyone's opinion, Fu Qingye had already cursed her enough, and he was just short of naming all her ancestors. But the angrier he yelled at Tian Yuan, the more she felt that Fu Qingye was doing it because he loved her too much and wanted her to give up on him completely and find true happiness. Sorry, I can't change. You think I'll believe you had an affair with this woman just because you kissed her? I'll believe it only if you two can have a baby, but can you? Tian Yuan said these harsh words before turning away angrily. Fu Qingye had to admit that the problem of not being able to have children was a pain for him. Even if he had slept with Xiao Cixi more than once, there was no way the girl could get pregnant with his child. Because of this, after his friends had left, Fu Qingye's face remained gloomy. That night, he drank a lot of wine downstairs alone. Xiao Cixi finished washing up early and went to bed. However, when she thought about what Tian Yuan had said and the kiss in public, she felt like a clown standing in the way of other people's relationships. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she felt. It was at this moment that the door was pushed open. Fu Qingye's tall figure, reeking of alcohol, staggered closer. The dark shadow grew larger in front of her eyes, and then, his body burning with heat, he pressed over. Xiao Cixi had just finished showering and her body smelled fragrant. At this moment, she was completely surrounded by the smell of alcohol, and even her lips, which exuded a minty aroma, were invaded by the smell of alcohol. Chapter 39. Fu Qingye doesn't even want to get close to a woman at night? She knew very well that she was only pretending to be his girlfriend, and even if she needed the job, she would never give in to him in this way. Besides, she felt that Fu Qingye was only being like this with her because he was angry with Tian Yuan. Otherwise, he was usually polite and would never treat her like this for no reason. Xiao Cixi tried to push him off her, but he was like a stone, and the harder she pushed, the harder he kissed her. She felt her lips were broken, it hurt so much. Just as he unfastened his belt, Xiao Cixi swung and slapped Fu Qingye in the face. She knew she owed Fu Qingye a lot, money and favors, but she was a human being with dignity, not a tool for him to kiss and sleep with whenever he wanted. Fu Qingye's face was turned to the side from the blow, and the hot slap mark was even deeper than the redness after getting drunk. After a while, he slowly recovered, straightened his face, and gazed at the little girl below him, who had already been crying into tears. "Mr. Fu, I already said a long time ago that I am not a prostitute. If you really want to do this kind of thing, either go find your real girlfriend or go find someone who sells herself for money, but please don't insult me like this." Xiao Sisi spoke with a tearful voice. Listening to her aggrieved voice, Fu Qingye's drunkenness seemed to have woken up halfway. He didn't know what had come over him. He had been kidnapped and injured that year, and the diagnosis was that something was wrong there, which had indeed made him feel inferior. Today, Tian Yuan's words had really irritated him. He had drunk a lot tonight, his whole body was hot, and he had nowhere to vent. For some reason, all he could think about was this girl, and he really longed for that night, and really wanted her. He did it on impulse. But why should he want this little girl when he was a man who couldn't even get a woman pregnant? Could it be that after making someone fall in love, he tells them that he is impotent? He rolled off her, still burning hot, but now back under his control. He apologized. Xiao Sisi turned her side to him, ignoring him, curling up into a ball and hiding under the covers, quietly weeping. Feeling her sadness, Fu Qingye tried several times to roll over and hold her in his arms, but he withdrew his hand. The next day, when Xiao Sisi came to work, her eyes were swollen. She noticed that since Fu Qingye had lifted the age limit for cleaners, several young people, both male and female, had joined the cleaning department. One of them was called Ji Rongrong, about 30 years old, with a plump figure and exquisite makeup. Even in the cleaning uniform, she still couldn't hide her graceful figure. Every time she passed by, all the men's attention would be drawn to her. Every time Zhao, the supervisor of the cleaning department, saw her, his eyes would light up. He looked at her with such a lecherous expression as if he wanted to lock Ji Rongrong in the toilet and do her. Obviously, a woman like this came to the cleaning department, and she definitely wasn't there to clean. She had another agenda. Sure enough, when she learned that Xiao Sisi was in charge of cleaning Fu Cheng's night office, she approached Xiao Sisi in private. "Are you here to hook up with Mr. Fu too?" Ji Rongrong gave Xiao Sisi a quick once-over. A woman with her charm and style naturally looked down on a pure and innocent young girl like Xiao Sisi, thinking that they were not feminine enough to attract men, or that they were not to be feared. Xiao Sisi's face flushed, and she shook her head quickly. No. That's good, I've already spoken to Supervisor Zhao. Starting today, I'll be in charge of the hygiene of the president's office, and you'll be in charge of the first to third floors." Xiao Sisi couldn't help but feel that Ji Rongrong really had some skills, and she must have already gotten Zhao in her pocket. It so happened that Xiao Sisi was still angry with Fu Qingye from last night and didn't want to go to his office. She didn't say much and turned to take charge of the first and third floors. Ji Rongrong deliberately undid a button on her chest. The conservative work uniform of the cleaning department became a uniform on her, and it was very seductive. It really is true that a good figure looks good in a sack. Xiao Sisi couldn't help thinking that Ji Rongrong was so beautiful, with lust in her eyes, and any man would like her, and Fu Qingye was probably no exception. Thinking about Fu Qingye's insatiable appearance all day, she could already foresee what would happen after Ji Rongrong entered his office. Thinking about this, Xiao Sisi felt a little depressed. She didn't want to mess around with Fu Qingye herself, but she couldn't help feeling sad when she thought about him possibly doing that kind of thing with another woman. Fu Qingye thought about it, and Ji Rongrong wanted it even more, so it was really hard not to happen. Sigh. She kept saying for Fu Qingye to go find a professional, but she couldn't be happy when a woman was offering herself to him. She could only keep telling herself that she had had Fu Qingye, but how could a man like him be hers alone? And she is not the only one who can have his body. If he needs a woman, she has no right to stop him. This caused Xiao Sisi to be distracted at work. Until, when she returned to the cleaning department, she was simply stunned. She saw that the originally charming Ji Rongrong had gone to Fu Qingye's office, but she was crying so hard that her makeup had fallen off, and her false eyelashes hung on both sides of her cheeks, mixed with heavy foundation, making her look disgusting and pitiful. What happened? Xiao Sisi couldn't help but ask in a low voice. "Sisi, you've come at the right time. President Fu is looking for you. You'd better go." Supervisor Zhao said to her in a flustered voice. "Looking for me?" "Yes, we're looking for the cleaning lady who usually takes care of the cleanliness of his office, and that's you." Xiao Sisi didn't know what had happened, but when she learned that Fu Qingye was looking for her, she quickly grabbed her tools and went to the president's office. President Fu really seems to be in a bad way. That woman was wearing a cleaning lady's uniform, but I have to say, she was really hot. Under the circumstances, it's a good thing I wasn't tempted, or I would have kicked her out of the office. As soon as she went in, I heard President Fu smash things and yell at her. I guess the woman was shameless enough to keep coming back, and that's why President Fu kicked her out. TSK. It seems like he doesn't like women, but in fact, he can't stand them. It's hard to tell who's more pitiful, the two of them. Xiao Sisi finally understood the whole story. She really didn't expect that Fu Qingye, who was so in need of someone, could easily kick away the delicious food that came to his door. For some reason, she was shocked but also a little happy. At least, he really doesn't sleep with just anyone. She was the only one who knew that Fu Qingye was not impotent at all. She walked into the office with a bucket in her hand, and all she saw was broken crystal ashtray fragments and scattered ashes on the ground. Xiao Sisi didn't even need to look up to feel how cold Fu Qingye's gaze was. Xiao Sisi, was that the so-called professional you just found? Fu Qingye's voice was full of anger. Chapter 40, You started the rumor, you solve it. Xiao Sisi looked up at Fu Qingye's cold eyes and shook her head innocently. I didn't. How could she find a woman for him? At most, she had given him that idea before because she couldn't stand the way he looked with lust all over him. No? He questioned. I told Director Zhao that only you can clean my office. If it wasn't with your consent, how did that woman just come in? Fu Qingye spoke while moving closer to Xiao Sisi. His pale skin, thick features, perfect figure, and neatly pressed black suit all conveyed an air of sexual abstinence, especially when he was angry, giving the impression that he didn't need a woman in his life. However, such a man was pushing her back against the wall step by step, his free hand against the wall, imprisoning her in his broad embrace. No, she said she wanted to take care of your office, so I let her have it. Xiao Sisi answered nervously. She had to admit that deep down, there was indeed an element of pique because of what happened last night. You let her have it just because she wanted to take care of it? What you mean is that you knew exactly what she wanted to come to me for and you acquiesced, didn't you? Fu Qingye was furious. He stared straight at Xiao Sisi's flashing eyes, grabbed her chin and forced her to look at him. Xiao Sisi blushed and said, This kind of thing is consensual. If you don't want to, can't people just leave you alone? Her voice grew smaller and smaller. Do you know what the consequences will be? Fu Qingye asked in return. What consequences? Xiao Sisi looked stunned. Just because I turned away a woman who came to me, now the whole company is rumoring that I'm not okay. You tell me, how should I dispel this rumor? Fu Qingye asked her. Xiao Sisi had indeed heard the rumor when she arrived just now. After all, the rumor that he was impotent had always accompanied Fu Qingye, and after what had just happened, it was practically confirmed. I know you're capable, so it doesn't need to be known by everyone, right? Xiao Sisi whispered. Not only do you know, it's not enough. I have to make everyone shut up. Since this started because of you, you'll have to dispel the rumor. How? Xiao Sisi was extremely nervous. The next second, Fu Qingye untied his tie and, before Xiao Sisi could react, tied her hands with it. Then, he lifted her thin wrists up above her head. President Fu, what are you doing? Xiao Sisi was extremely panicked. He ignored her completely and buried his head to seal her lips. While kissing, he moved her to the desk and suddenly, with a forceful flip, made Xiao Sisi's back face him. President Fu, you can't do this to me. You just said you wouldn't do it with the one you just gave me, so why are you doing this to me? Xiao Sisi cried out. I just want to screw you. Fu Qingye said forcefully in her ear. He roughly tried to pull her pants down, but Xiao Sisi held onto the waistband tightly. The cleaning lady's work clothes were not of the best quality, and with a sizzling sound, a large piece of the pants ripped. Outside the office, everyone saw another pretty cleaning lady enter Fu Qingye's office, and they heard an intense conversation between the two inside, so they all came running over and listened to it through the door. Xiao Sisi felt nothing but humiliation. Just as he was about to force himself on her, Xiao Sisi cried out, Fu Qingye, what do you take me for? I think to myself, even though I borrowed your money, I worked very hard to pay it back. What gives you the right to kiss me whenever you want and sleep with me whenever you want? Without love, what's the difference between what we're doing and animals? Fu Qingye's movements froze. After a while, he finally let go of Xiao Sisi's waist. Xiao Sisi felt as if she had completely lost the strength to move, and she slumped over the desk. It wasn't until she realized that staying in Fu Qingye's office would only make her more dangerous that she, without caring about the embarrassment of her torn pants, grabbed the torn fabric and covered as much exposed skin as possible before sprinting out of the office door. The employees who had been eavesdropping on the door saw Xiao Sisi running in tears and were so scared that they scattered in all directions. The entire office hall was in an uproar until Xiao Sisi had completely left the president's office. If I'm not mistaken, it was only 3 minutes since she went in, right? She came out crying again, and the answer is becoming more and more obvious. Do I really need to guess? It was never going to work out, otherwise, with President Fu's qualifications, how could he still be single? Sigh. That's why you have to dispel everyone's illusions. What's the point of President Fu being rich and handsome? If he's not good at that, it's all for nothing. The rumors about Fu Cheng not being able to go out at night have become unstoppable. That day, Xiao Sisi was distracted and didn't feel like working. When it was almost time to go home, Supervisor Zhao gathered everyone together and said, "Today is the team building day for our cleaning department. I have discussed it with the security department. In order to make the once-a-month team building more lively, the two departments will get together tonight." The uncles and aunts cheered. Everyone works hard every day, so naturally they look forward to the monthly team building activities. Xiao Sisi didn't want to go, but in order to fit in, she had to go along. Night Sheng Karaoke Bar. The staff from the two departments gathered together, drinking and singing. The uncles and aunts usually work hard, but they also have a good time when they play. Xiao Sisi sat on the leather sofa, watching the aunts dancing hand in hand, while the uncles were playing drinking games with straws. A few brothers were fighting for the microphone, while she felt like an outsider, out of place. When she thought about Fu Qingye's behavior, she felt very upset and powerless. If she didn't know Fu Qingye money and desperately needed it, she really didn't want to work here. Therefore, the whole time she was sitting there, she looked worried and sad. At this time, Yi Xinxian walked through the crowd and sat down next to her. "You look like you're in a bad mood. Why don't you drink?" Yi Xinxian had to speak loudly in her ear for Xiao Sisi to hear. She waved her hand and said, "I don't drink." Xiao Sisi had never drunk before, and after her previous experience, she knew even better how to protect herself, so she would not drink outside. Yi Xinxian saw that she was unwilling to drink with him, so he drank alone. Xiao Sisi felt that when Yi Xinxian was drinking, his body seemed to be consciously moving closer to her little by little. She really didn't like the feeling of him getting close to her, and she even felt a bit disgusted. It was also then that she realized that she didn't seem to dislike Fu Qingye's closeness, and sometimes she was even happy about it. It was just that the kind of closeness that had no name or status made her feel humiliated, which was why she had rejected Fu Qingye again and again. Chapter 41 Mr. Fu, do you like Xiao Sisi too? Yi Xinxian felt Xiao Sisi move and followed suit. Until, when she leaned against an ant, there was nowhere to retreat, and Yi Xinxian continued to squeeze closer to her. Unbearable, Xiao Sisi stood up abruptly and told Director Zhao that she had to go because she had something to do. Isn't it fun? You want to go back so early? Director Zhao asked in puzzlement. The little girl can't get along with our old folks. Guess we'll just go. The uncles and aunts continued to have fun, and no one stopped Xiao Sisi. As soon as Xiao Sisi left, Yi Xinxian followed suit, asking the security manager for leave and chasing after her. It had already been autumnal equinox day, and although it was still very hot during the day, the streets at night were already a bit cooler. After Xiao Sisi walked out of the karaoke bar, she entered a quiet street. Not far away, in a luxury car, Fu Qingye stared at Xiao Sisi through the car window. He was conflicted about Xiao Sisi's actions over the past 2 days. He had wanted to go home and talk to her tonight, but unexpectedly, the cleaning department had a team building event tonight, and he didn't know why he had ended up at the place where she was having the event. He had thought that Xiao Sisi might not leave the karaoke bar until late at night, but unexpectedly, she had only been inside for less than half an hour before she came out. Fu Qingye couldn't help but smile when he saw Xiao Sisi's delicate figure. He was about to get out of the car, but Yi Xinxian came out after him. Fu Qingye froze as he went to open the car door. Yi Xinxian had changed out of his security uniform and was wearing a plain white t-shirt and white sneakers, looking more boyish than usual. He had also had a few drinks, and his fair face was flushed. When he looked at Xiao Sisi, there was light in his eyes. Xiao Sisi couldn't help but take 2 steps back and asked, "Why are you here too?" "Sisi, I have something to tell you," Yi Xinxian suddenly said in a serious tone. He seemed a little nervous, and his breathing became heavier as he spoke. What is it? I like you, will you be my girlfriend? Yi Chenxian seemed to have summoned up a lot of courage. He had drunk quite a lot tonight, just to give himself the courage to confess to Xiao Sisi. Xiao Sisi was shocked. The two of them had only known each other for a short time, and she had never thought in that direction. She took 2 steps back and waved her hands. Yi Chenxian, don't scare me like that. At this stage, I just want to work hard, I don't want to fall in love at all. Don't want to fall in love? But usually when I talk to you, you don't reject me, do you? You drank the water I bought you, and I eat and chat with you every day, you never rejected me, did you? Yi Chenxian probably hadn't thought about being rejected, and his face changed a little. Xiao Sisi didn't even know that her polite behavior would be misconstrued as meaning that she had feelings for him. I'm really sorry, I don't have those feelings for you, I'm going home. Xiao Sisi said, planning to walk around Yi Chenxian and go home. As a result, he stretched out his arm and stopped Xiao Sisi, clasping her shoulder like the overbearing CEO in an idol drama. The next second, Yi Chenxian buried his head and planned to use the strength of the alcohol to kiss Xiao Sisi. She twisted her face, struggled hard, and shouted in resistance, Yi Chenxian, let go of me, if you do this again, I'll call the police. But Yi Chenxian simply didn't listen, and just as his lips were about to touch Xiao Sisi's, someone grabbed Yi Chenxian by the collar from behind. The tall Fu Qingye dragged Yi Chenxian to the side like an eagle catching a chicken, separating the young man from the young woman. Xiao Sisi's face turned pale with fear. She really didn't expect Fu Qingye to show up at this moment. Although to her, Fu Qingye was the real big bad wolf, for some reason, he was still the one who could give her a sense of security in times like these. What are you doing? Trying to kiss a girl at such a young age? Fu Qingye's voice was cold and condescending. Seeing Fu Qingye, Yi Chenxian's drunkenness woke up halfway. He couldn't believe that Fu Qingye would show up here. The point is, neither he nor Xiao Sisi were wearing work clothes, so why did Fu Qingye, the big boss, seem to recognize them as employees of the Fu Group? President Fu? Yi Chenxian muttered in disbelief, then boldly and justifiably said, President Fu, this is private time. I'm in love while off work, so you shouldn't be able to tell me what to do, right? Of course, his voice was very low, and he was obviously as afraid of Fu Qingye as he would be of an elder. If I remember correctly, you are the security guard of our company, right? At such a young age, you don't even have a decent job, you can't even support yourself, and you don't want to build a career, but you want to chase girls? Just imagine, if you get this girl pregnant, can you even afford the abortion? May I ask, what makes you qualified to fall in love? Fu Qingye really acted like the patriarch of the two at this moment. Yi Chenxian's face turned red and then white as he was lectured. Xiao Sisi, on the other hand, stood there at a loss for words, really feeling that he was like her father. If it weren't for the fact that he usually groped her, she would definitely admire him to death. But because of his usual behavior, she now only felt that Fu Qingye was so hypocritical. He was even more excessive than Yi Chenxian, and not only did he force a kiss, he also wanted to. President Fu, I was just confessing to a girl. Our relationship is very innocent, we haven't progressed to that step. Yi Chenxian scratched his head, feeling a little aggrieved. What step do you want to progress to? Get out of here right now. Oh yeah, don't come to work tomorrow. Fu Qingye suppressed the urge to punch him. President Fu, I didn't break any rules, did I? Could it be that you like Xiao Sisi? Yi Chenxian suddenly realized something. It seems that he has been targeted by Fu Qingye more than once for approaching Xiao Sisi. The scene suddenly became quiet. When faced with this question, Fu Qingye's expression became a little unnatural, as if he had fallen into thought. Xiao Sisi blushed and peeked at Fu Qingye. My rules are the Fu family's rules. I told you to leave, don't you understand? After Fu Qingye finished speaking, he angrily grabbed Xiao Sisi's wrist, ignoring what Yi Chenxian thought of the two of them. He dragged Xiao Sisi towards the car. Behind them, Yi Chenxian's drunkenness had completely worn off. He finally realized what kind of people he had been messing with over this period of time. He suddenly realized that losing his job was the least of his worries. If he really did something to Xiao Sisi tonight, he was afraid that he would lose his life. However, President Fu had gone too far, hadn't he? How old was he, and he was actually messing with a young girl? The whole way home, Fu Qingye and Xiao Sisi were silent with each other. Although Xiao Sisi was quite grateful that Fu Qingye had appeared in time, because of what had happened in the past 2 days, she still didn't know how to face him. When the two returned to the bedroom, Xiao Sisi still didn't say anything. She held her pajamas and planned to go wash up. At this time, Fu Qingye's voice came from behind her. I saved you tonight, and you don't even have a thank you? It seems that you don't want me to ruin things? There was a lot of jealousy in his voice. Chapter 42, is this his way of declaring his love? Xiao Sisi turned her head and looked at him with a frown, feeling particularly aggrieved. How could that be? Didn't you see that I was so angry that I wanted to call the police? She asked in return. Really? I thought you were playing hard to get. Upon hearing her vehemently deny any relationship with Yi Xinxian, Fu Qingye's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Who was playing hard to get? You don't think Xiao Sisi was about to say something but stopped herself? You don't think she's also resisting him? What do you mean? Fu Qingye leaned towards her as he asked the question. Since when did she become so overwhelmed with fear whenever he got close? Seeing her resistance, Fu Qingye's expression darkened again. He was already intimidating when he was serious, and his dark face made people tremble with fear. It seems that not only do you hate that little security guard, but you also hate me? Fu Qingye narrowed his dark eyes unhappily. No. Xiao Sisi hurriedly explained. She didn't know why she blurted it out, fearing that Fu Qingye would misunderstand that she hated him. No? Then why do you resist me as if you are resisting him from approaching you? You don't like me kissing you? Even less. He didn't continue to say anything. Could it be that she was different from him? Didn't she feel the pleasure when doing that kind of thing? Xiao Sisi bit her lower lip, contemplated for a while, and finally plucked up the courage to say, Mr. Fu, I want to ask you, if you had a daughter, would you want her to have sex with a man she didn't know over and over again? Do you like me? When this topic was brought up, the room fell silent again, much like when Yi Xinxian had asked this question earlier, and Fu Qingye had been unable to say a word. Fu Qingye gazed into Xiao Sisi's eyes and moved closer to her. At this time, Xiao Sisi had also retreated to the bathroom door, and she felt her ears heating up. I like sleeping with you. After the words fell, Xiao Sisi suddenly became a little red, and her whole body was burning. Suddenly, she regretted bringing up this topic. Fu Qingye really thought so, and he also wanted to know, thinking about sleeping with her every moment, did that count as liking her? When Fu Qingye spoke, he swallowed, and his Adam's apple rolled, showing his true nature as a man. Xiao Sisi had retreated to the sink. She wasn't even sure if this man's words could be considered a confession. His tall body leaned close to her, and he whispered in her ear, I regret refusing your gratitude with your body that day. How about we do it now, and I'll write off the money you owe me? You can even save your salary. What's not to like? His voice became lustful, and her ears felt as if they were being pierced, turning red until they bled. She had to admit that Fu Qingye's proposal was very tempting to her. Although her grandmother had had an operation on her foot, she was still living in the wood-fired room, worse than a dog. If having sex with Fu Qingye would wipe out her debt, then after she got paid in a few days, she could consider renting a room somewhere else, and then she could take her grandmother with her. She didn't say anything back, and he started nibbling on her ear. The warmth of his breath slipped into her neck, and she was itching with discomfort. Xiao Sisi's breathing seemed to have stopped. She suddenly realized that she didn't really dislike Fu Qingye's closeness. When Yi Xinxian tried to kiss her at the entrance to the karaoke bar earlier, she felt so disgusted that she wanted to call the police. But Fu Qingye was different. The masculine charm exuding from him even made her a little bit infatuated. She knew that this man just wanted to sleep with her, and she couldn't even say that she liked him. So how could she like his closeness? How could she be so cheap? When his kiss moved from her ear to her lips, Xiao Sisi didn't know where the strength came from to push him away. She shook her head. Mr. Fu, I'm sorry, forgive me for not being able to accept this as a trade. I'll pay you back the money slowly. Xiao Sisi's eyes were red and puffy, as if she had suffered a great injustice. This pitiful and defiant look was like a fire extinguisher, instantly pouring cold water over Fu Qingye. That night, Xiao Sisi secretly looked up what it meant to like sleeping with someone alone. She found the word physiological liking, and only then did she realize that men want to sleep with a woman at first sight, and they always want to sleep with her and be intimate with her. Some people call this kind of liking true liking. After reading this, she thought about Fu Qingye kissing her every other day, and her face turned red. Her heart pounded as she exited the page on her phone. She wondered if so-called physiological attraction was really love, and if Fu Qingye really had so-called physiological attraction for her. She only knew that the man really wanted to sleep with her at any time. As a result, she couldn't even sleep peacefully. She was afraid that Fu Qingye would climb into bed with her in the middle of the night. The next day, Xiao Sisi avoided him by asking Auntie Li to take charge of Fu Qingye's office. Fu Qingye was already inexplicably anxious, and because Xiao Sisi did not show up and was obviously avoiding him, his mood was even worse. Go out, you don't need to clean the office today. Fu Qingye sent Auntie Li away, but he didn't specifically call Xiao Sisi back. At this time, Ren Xiao entered the office with the files in his arms and respectfully asked, President Fu, have you looked at the documents just now? No, he answered coldly. Ren Xiao noticed at once that Fu Qingye, who always put work first, was in a bad mood today. Fu Zong, is there something troubling you? Ren Xiao asked cautiously. Fu Qingye looked up at him, thinking for a moment before asking, have you ever liked a woman? He wasn't even sure about Ren Xiao's relationship status. Since Fu Qingye was single, his subordinates with high emotional intelligence would of course not expose their own emotional lives in front of him, so Ren Xiao never brought up personal relationship issues. Fu Qingye suddenly asked this question, and he was first surprised, and then he thought of his fake girlfriend Xiao Sisi. Of course. Ren Xiao answered. What's it like? Wanting to be with her, wanting to get her, thinking about her all the time, whether something is going on or not. Ren Xiao answered seriously. What if you just want to sleep with her? Fu Qingye's question nearly made Ren Xiao choke on his saliva. He coughed violently for a while before returning to normal. This is also a kind of liking. First of all, if you do that kind of thing, it doesn't seem like you'll be happy if you're not with the woman you like. But it's not impossible for some men to distinguish between this kind of thing and liking, so I don't know which kind you are, Mr. Fu. Ren Xiao answered as objectively as possible. I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about a friend of mine. I'm not an animal, after all, and I can't do this kind of thing with someone I don't like. Fu Qingye's emotions were running high, and he blurted out what he was thinking. Only after he had finished speaking did he realize what had happened. What about my friend now? He raised his eyebrows and looked at his omnipotent special assistant. If you meet a girl you like, I mean your friend, of course you have to express your feelings first, let her know how you feel, and then you can start dating. Ren Xiao raised his eyebrows and gave a thumbs up with both thumbs. Chapter 43, Better to be Obedient. In other words, if he wants to sleep with Xiao Sisi, he has to do it in the name of dating? He is the president of the Fu Group, and he still has to woo a woman like an ordinary man in order to sleep with her? When it comes to liking, it has to be Xiao Sisi who likes him first. How can he be charmed by a greenhorn? Go out. Fu Qingye waved his hand. He sat alone in his chair, turning left and right, not wanting to think about Xiao Sisi, but the taste of her was still imprinted in his mind and would not go away. That night, Fu Qingye gave Xiao Sisi a dress and an invitation. Accompany me to a reception tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. I have other work tomorrow night and may be late. You can enter with the invitation. Fu Qingye said to Xiao Sisi. Xiao Sisi was clearly becoming more and more afraid of him. She couldn't help but ask, will Grandma be attending the cocktail party as well? No. Then it seems that it is not within my job description to accompany you to the cocktail party. Xiao Sisi spoke in a low voice, defending herself as best she could despite her fear. Fu Qingye narrowed his dangerous dark eyes. He never expected that Xiao Sisi would dare to refuse him. How many women would like to accompany him to public events? But he had never brought any woman to any public event before. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to invite a woman, and she had rejected him? Did this woman know what it meant when he decided to bring her to a high-end cocktail party? It was indeed not part of his job. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, if you are willing to attend, just go directly to the address on the invitation. Fu Qingye finished angrily and turned to leave. Xiao Sisi had been torn between two thoughts all day. She thought about the scene when Fu Qingye came to the village to save her. If it wasn't for him, she would have been raped by the one-eyed man by now, and she might still be tortured at home. In fact, although Fu Qingye's actions towards her were excessive, his good deeds outweighed his bad. Although she didn't know why Fu Qingye suddenly wanted to bring her to a public place, she decided to comply with his request and attend the event as he had requested. That night, Xiao Sisi put on the dress Fu Qingye gave her, and a makeup artist came to the house to apply a delicate and translucent makeup look on her. Her small, pure-as-water face, paired with the light blue halter dress, was like a fresh wild butterfly, as if born to belong to unpolluted nature. As agreed, Xiao Sisi arrived at the Huaguan Hotel. She managed to enter the hotel without any problems, but when she arrived at the ballroom on the 8th floor, she was asked by the waiter to show her invitation. Xiao Sisi had her mobile phone and some personal documents in her bag, and thought that the invitation was just a formality. She didn't expect the organizers to take it so seriously, and she looked around for it. She didn't notice at all that her cousin Xiao Na and a few girlfriends had come out of the elevator. When Xiao Na saw Xiao Sisi, she thought she was mistaken for a moment. Since childhood, Xiao Sisi has always picked up her old clothes to wear. No matter how good her face looks, she always wears yellowed or even torn clothes, which always gives people a dirty feeling. 2 days ago, she even saw her wearing the work uniform of a cleaning lady. As a result, today she has completely transformed, wearing a magnificent dress made of silky material and makeup that perfectly suits her temperament. She seemed like a different person, having transformed from an ugly duckling into a high-class socialite. Xiao Na almost didn't recognize her. Wasn't she a cleaning lady? How did she end up here? Nana, doesn't that woman look like your cousin? Xiao Na's female companion said. Her girlfriends were all from the small fishing village, and they had played together since childhood. Of course they had bullied Xiao Sisi together in the past, and now they had all come to Beijing to study, except for Xiao Sisi, who had actually been accepted into university but had not been able to attend. Therefore, they looked down on Xiao Sisi even more, who had not been able to attend university. Unexpectedly, one day, Xiao Sisi actually appeared in such an upscale place, dressed up in a flashy outfit. Xiao Na took the lead and walked towards Xiao Sisi. Xiao Shishi had just found her invitation and was about to hand it to the doorman when she heard Xiao Na's shrill voice. Xiao Shishi, what are you doing here? Is this the kind of place people like you can just walk in and out of? Xiao Na asked, cutting to the chase. She was afraid that if they entered the cocktail party, someone would find out that the cleaning lady was her cousin, so she didn't want Xiao Shishi to go in. Moreover, she felt that if Xiao Shishi entered the cocktail party, the quality of the venue would be lowered. She grabbed Xiao Sisi's wrist and tried to get her to leave by elevator. Xiao Sisi then noticed Xiao Na and the others. I came to attend the event. Xiao Sisi said with a little lack of confidence. Although she was invited, her relationship with Fu Chengye was not enough to give her any confidence. Attend the event? Do you have an invitation? Xiao Na asked incredulously. The invitations for the few of them cost 2 months' living expenses and were bought from scalpers, of course with the aim of meeting rich people. And not everyone can buy an invitation to the cocktail party from scalpers. Naturally, they were able to buy the invitations because the female students had met some so-called tycoons through escorting. Of course I have it, otherwise how could I get in? Xiao Sisi finally pulled the invitation out of her bag. You actually have an invitation too? Xiao Na felt like her invitation, which she was so proud of, instantly became worthless. They felt honored to be able to attend today's event, and had already announced it several times in their friend circles before coming. In addition to posting that they had been invited, they also posted the invitation and a bunch of flirty selfies, which had earned them a lot of likes. Nana, what's so strange about her having an invitation? She must have bought it from a scalper too, and her goal is naturally to hook a rich guy too. Let's not argue with her, just stay away from her when we go in a bit, so as not to lower our own status. Yao Yao, a girl from the same village, said with contempt. This is exactly what the saying goes, you are what you are, and that's what everyone else sees in you. Not far away, the big star Tian Yayuan and a few other famous Beijing socialites walked over, dressed in pearls and jewels. They were all fair-skinned and beautiful, and they had naturally witnessed the scene of a group of girls ridiculing Xiao Sisi. Not only did this group of people disdain Xiao Sisi, they also ignored Xiao Na and the others who were making things difficult for Xiao Sisi. A bunch of bumpkins. It's annoying to run into these overconfident country girls at every event. One of the rich girls whispered a curse. The waiters knew Tian Yayuan and her entourage, and even without them showing their invitations, someone respectfully ushered them into the ballroom. As they passed by Xiao Sisi and her entourage, Tian Yayuan gave Xiao Sisi a look of contempt. She wasn't sure if Xiao Sisi's invitation was given to her by Fu Chengye or if she really bought it from a scalper, as these girls said. Anyway, what kind of background could someone have who dares to make things difficult for even Xiao Na, a girl who can be seen at a glance to be from a humble background? Tian Yayuan was very confident from beginning to end that Fu Chengye loved her, and she was convinced that Fu Chengye had arranged for Xiao Sisi to act in order to let her pursue happiness in life. However, even she had to admit that Xiao Sisi had a very high-class temperament when she was slightly dressed up. Even she was a little jealous. Chapter 44, Yes, I'm Fu Chengye's girlfriend. As they watched the superstar and a few other celebrities enter the venue directly, Xiao Na and the others were extremely jealous. They stared at the graceful backs of the few people, their eyes shining. It wasn't until Tian Yuan and the others disappeared from sight that Xiao Na and the others' attention returned to Xiao Cixi's face. "Get out of here already! Can't you see who's going in there?" Xiao Na scolded Xiao Cixi. At this time, a waiter noticed the invitation in Xiao Cixi's hand. That was an invitation for VLP-level guests. He hurried over and respectfully said to Xiao Cixi, "Miss, can I take a look at the invitation? The other party needs to confirm it." Xiao Cixi quickly handed over the invitation. The waiter opened it and, after taking a surprised look at Xiao Cixi, his attitude changed dramatically. He respectfully bowed 90 degrees and said to Xiao Cixi, "Dear distinguished guest, please come in." "Don't you dare go in," Xiao Na threatened from the side. Xiao Cixi was invited by Fu Qingye today, and she regarded attending the reception as if it were work. Naturally, she would not do anything to upset Fu Qingye just because of a few words from Xiao Na. So, ignoring Xiao Na, she was the first to enter the banquet hall under the guidance of the waiter. Xiao Na was furious, but she had to accept the fact that Xiao Cixi had already entered the banquet hall. At this time, another waiter asked, "Do you ladies have invitations? Please show them to me." Xiao Na, with a dark face, opened her rented designer bag and pulled out the invitation she had bought from a scalper. Similarly, Yao Yao and the others also took out their invitations. After looking at their invitations, the waiter looked at them with strange eyes and said, "This is not an invitation to a cocktail party, it's more like a work permit. Waiters will be fined for coming in so late, so hurry up and go to the registration desk to report and change into your work clothes before entering." "What? Are you saying that we were invited to be waiters with this invitation?" Xiao Na couldn't believe her ears. The scalper had told them personally that if they took this invitation to the cocktail party, they would have the opportunity to meet the bigwigs in Beijing. Yes, 800 yuan for one night's work, and you'll be paid at the end of the party. But why was that woman just let in? Shouldn't she have had the same invitation as us? Yao Yao asked, unconvinced. If they were both bought from the same scalper, why was Xiao Cixi allowed to go in all dressed up, while they had to go in as waitresses? The lady just now showed an official invitation. "Oh, I'm sorry." The waiter was being as polite as he could. The girls looked at each other. Why was Xiao Cixi able to buy a formal invitation? Xiao Na and the others left the main entrance and walked to a less crowded hallway in the hotel. She called the scalper. "Didn't you say that this was an invitation that would get us into the reception hall? Why are we being told to go in as waiters?" Xiao Na angrily questioned. "Yes, I said we could get into the reception, but I didn't say we'd be guests. And don't you see what kind of high-end reception this is? You can only get in touch with these big shots as waiters." "Did I lie to you?" the other person said with justification. "Even if that's the case, the waiter's salary is only 800 a night, so what makes you think you can charge us 3,000 for a ticket? Big sister, do you think it's easy for waitresses at this kind of reception to get your turn? If you don't want to do it, just give me the ticket back now and I'll refund your money. There are plenty of girls lining up to be waitresses in there." Xiao Na and the others exchanged glances. Although what the scalper said was unpleasant to hear, they had to admit that it was true that it was hard to get a job as a waitress at a high-end event like this without an introduction. And all the people there are the top bigwigs in Beijing, so maybe one of them will take a fancy to you? When you think about it like that, 3,000 yuan for a waitress experience ticket isn't that expensive. She was unconvinced. The main thing was, why was Xiao Cixi able to get in as a guest? "Hey, do you want a refund or not? Don't waste my time," the scalper was urging from the other end of the phone. "Forget it." Xiao Na hung up the phone. After discussing it for a while, they decided to swallow their pride and go through with it. After checking in at the reception desk, they removed their heavy makeup and changed into waitress uniforms before entering the venue. Xiao Na and the others were stunned when they entered the luxurious banquet hall, where they saw familiar faces of celebrities. They secretly envied the guests who had been invited, even if they were waitresses. Being able to get close to the guests here was a source of pride. Of course, the first thing they did when they entered the venue was to serve tea and water, but in reality they were looking for Xiao Cixi's location. They wondered, even if Xiao Cixi could enter such a high-end reception, she would be the lowest level guest and would definitely be sitting in the outermost position. As a result, they scanned the scene but couldn't see the light blue figure. Where did Xiao Cixi go? Why isn't she in this area? Yao Yao leaned over and muttered. Who knows, maybe she snuck in too and has already been thrown out. Another female companion agreed. Xiaona frowned on hearing this, and her gaze still searched the scene for the figure of Xiao Sisi. What she didn't know was that Xiao Sisi was sitting at the first seat of the VLP according to the seat number written on the invitation. The people sitting at her table were all top bigwigs in Beijing, and there were 5 people sitting at the table including Xiao Sisi. And at this time, Fu Qingye had not yet appeared. This was the first time Xiao Sisi had attended such a high-end reception. Because of her special seat, many people cast strange glances at her, making her a little overwhelmed. In particular, the people sitting at the table were all big shots that she could only see in the news, which made her feel very nervous. Fortunately, the more accomplished these people were, the more relaxed they seemed. They all had kind faces and smiled at Xiao Sisi from time to time. One of them, Wang Tingfei, an internet tycoon, nodded slightly to Xiao Sisi and asked, "Little girl, you are Fu's little girlfriend, aren't you?" "Ah, I see that you are sitting in Fu's seat." Xiao Sisi's face flushed, and she realized that Fu Qingye not only brought her to the reception, but also gave her a status. She had no idea what Fu Qingye meant. So she quickly sent Fu Qingye a WeChat message. "Mr. Fu, when are you coming? Someone asked me if I'm your girlfriend, what should I say? Waiting online. Urgent. I'll be there in a minute. You're holding an invitation that only Mrs. Fu would have, what do you think you should say?" Xiao Sisi realized only then that even her invitation was different from everyone else's. No wonder her table was full of the top people in Beijing's celebrity circles, making her so nervous that she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. Although she didn't know what Fu Qingye meant, Xiao Sisi still nodded politely to Wang Tingfei and said, "Yes, I'm Qingye's girlfriend." After she said that, everyone at the table looked over, and Xiao Sisi's ears even turned red. Chapter 45, even through the screen, he was aroused to protect her. These big shots in Xiao Sisi's eyes, after learning that she was Fu Qingye's girlfriend, became even more respectful, as if she were the VIP among them. Xiao Sisi felt uncomfortable, and she just hoped that Fu Qingye would come over soon. She couldn't help but send him another message. "Mr. Fu, how long are you going to be? Can you come over soon? You miss me that much?" Fu Qingye still replied immediately. "I'm so scared," she said honestly, and even her small hands trembled as she typed. Fu Qingye, on the other side of the screen, was already aroused by her short 3 words, and her nervous and helpless appearance flashed through his mind. If it weren't for an important meeting that day that made him late, he would not have let Xiao Sisi go to the reception alone. Seeing the 3 words she sent, he really wished he could fly to her side immediately. He put aside his playful mood and quickly replied to the message to reassure her. "Don't worry, I'm almost there, about 5 minutes." Fu Qingye glanced at his watch. Then, he turned to Ren Xiao and gave him instructions, "Take a shortcut and drive faster." Xiao Sisi felt much more relaxed when she learned that he would only need 5 minutes to get here. Not far away, Tian Yayuan naturally noticed at once that Xiao Sisi was actually sitting at table VLP1. The people at her table were all top bigwigs from Beijing, and even she, Tian Yayuan, didn't have the status to be seated at the same table as these people. But Xiao Sisi, a small cleaning lady and a young girl from the countryside, can actually sit on the same level as these big shots? The point is, today Xiao Sisi is wearing a clear makeup and a simple dress, exuding a sense of luxury from head to toe. Sitting among the big shots, her temperament is not inferior at all, and her new face, coupled with the particularity of her seat, is very eye-catching. Almost everyone around, both men and women, were looking at Xiao Sisi, while she, Tian Yayuan, the big star, was treated like nothing out of the ordinary, with no one looking at her. This sense of disparity made Tian Yayuan feel very uncomfortable. She knew that Xiao Sisi was able to sit in this position because Fu Qingye obviously let her come. Presumably, Fu Qingye knew that she would also be attending tonight, so he used this killer move? Trying to make her completely give up on him? He really has gone to great lengths for her happiness. But doesn't Fu Qingye underestimate her? She won't give up so easily, just as he risked his life to save her. Tian Yayuan pretended to be calm as she sipped her champagne. The other girls with her followed her gaze and noticed Xiao Sisi, who had just been stopped at the door. "Oh my god! Isn't that the girl from earlier? How did she end up at table VLP1? One little rich girl exclaimed, her jealousy twisting her. Another little rich girl chimed in, "Do you need to ask? That's the seat of the Fu family. That woman is really bold. She is calculating that Mr. Fu doesn't have a partner, so she took his seat." As long as the organizer doesn't find out, she will be fine. She might as well get the contact information of the big shots at the table. Let's go and expose her. The little rich girl in pink stood up. The others followed her and walked towards VIP table 1. Tian Yuan knew Xiao Cixi's identity and that she was only able to sit in that seat with Fu Qingye's consent, but she really couldn't bear to see her sitting in the seat that was rightfully hers. She was of course happy that someone was willing to teach her a lesson. She took advantage of the fact that Fu Qingye had not yet arrived to get rid of Xiao Cixi. Even if Fu Qingye found out, he would not stand up for a little cleaning lady. She took a gentle sip of champagne, and the red lipstick imprint was on the rim of the clear glass. Looking through the glass of the tall glass, she looked in the direction of table VLP1. On the other side, after searching the whole venue, Xiao Na and the others finally found Xiao Cixi's location at this time. My goodness! Xiao Cixi is actually sitting at table VLP1, and her tablemates are Wang Tingfei and the others. Yao Yao exclaimed. Xiao Na and the others were also dumbfounded. They thought that even if Xiao Cixi could sneak in, she would be the last guest inside, but she was actually sitting with the top few bigwigs. Her simple and elegant appearance was like two different people, and Xiao Na looked down at her waitress uniform, feeling a sense of disorientation. What was going on? The other day when she saw her, wasn't she just a little cleaner? Xiao Na thought about what her mother had said before about Xiao Cixi's boyfriend driving a luxury car, and her emotions at this moment were very complicated. Could it be that Xiao Cixi has really hooked up with some big shot? Everyone in the village has been talking about it lately. I heard that the money for her grandmother's surgery came from Xiao Cixi's rich boyfriend. Nana, I think you'd better suck up to your cousin a bit, it looks like she's really going to turn into a phoenix from a sparrow. Xiao Na's girlfriends chattered on, kindly reminding her. Xiao Na stood there blankly, her expression complex. At this time, Xiao Cixi had just begun to adapt a little to the environment. She held a glass of juice in her hand and pretended to taste it to hide her inner nervousness. Unexpectedly, at this time, someone gave her a heavy slap on the shoulder and said, "Miss, do you know whose seat this is? Not all empty seats can be occupied indiscriminately. Get up and get out immediately, don't make us do it." Xiao Cixi nearly spat out the juice in her mouth. She was General Fu's girlfriend, and General Fu would be here in a moment. Wang Tengfei, who was sitting across from her, helped to speak up. Her? Fu's girlfriend? If she's Fu's girlfriend, then I'm Fu's wife. As the pink-clad woman finished speaking, everyone laughed heartily. Xiao Cixi's face turned red and white, and she was at a loss for words. President Wang, you know Fu well enough to know that if he wanted a girlfriend, he would have gone for the actress Tian Ingho a long time ago. How could he possibly choose an unknown nobody like her? She's just a shameless gold digger. You didn't give her your contact details, did you? No, the little girl is quite obedient. Obedient? If she was really obedient, she wouldn't have the nerve to sit at this table. The girl in pink took the lead, grabbed Xiao Cixi's arm, and the other two also came forward to help drag Xiao Cixi. What are you doing? Let go? I have an invitation. Xiao Cixi tried her best to defend herself. Just because you have an invitation, you can just come in and sit wherever you like? Each invitation has its own seat on it. Is your crappy invitation for table VLP1? The little pink-clad girl asked disdainfully. Don't get your hands dirty, let the little girl show her invitation and we'll know. Wang Tengfei spoke up to do justice. The little girls then let go of Xiao Cixi. Upon hearing this, the questioning gazes of the crowd fell on Xiao Cixi's face. Xiao Na had just seen Xiao Cixi sitting at the VLP table. Although she was jealous, she actually felt a little regret about what she had done to Xiao Cixi in the past. It wasn't until she saw the scene that she once again revealed a look of contempt. She said it, what big shot could Xiao Cixi possibly climb up to? It was the waiter who led me to this table after seeing my invitation. I didn't sit here by myself, you can see for yourselves if you don't believe me. Xiao Cixi got rid of a few little rich girls, opened her handbag, and took out her invitation. Chapter 46, I'm sorry I'm late. The little pink-clad girl was the first to pull her invitation over, and the girls around her also gathered over, naturally raising their ears. As a result, Xiao Cixi's invitation really did say VLP1 table, and her invitation was different from everyone else's, as it was custom-made and came with the status of Fu Cheng's night companion. After looking at the invitation, the little pink-clad girl and the others looked a little pale. The VIPs at the VLP1 table looked at them, and among them, Wang Tingfei directly asked, "What's going on?" Is this little girl sitting at this table? Yes, she is sitting at this table, the little girl in pink said with some unease. Xiao Na and the others were incredulous, thinking that Xiao Sisi was going to be thrown out, which would be much more embarrassing than them working as waitresses. They didn't expect that her invitation was actually real, and she was sitting at the VLP table, the most high-end table at the entire reception. How is that possible? Can I have my invitation back? Xiao Sisi said in a low voice. Here you go. The little pink-clad girl stuffed the invitation back in her hand with a stiff face. They were about to turn around and leave, but Wang Tingfei couldn't stand by and watch, and spoke up to defend Xiao Sisi. You girls have insulted someone for no reason, and you're just going to leave without apologizing? Xiao Sisi knew that someone in Wang Tingfei's position definitely didn't have time to bother with these matters, and it was mainly because she was related to Fu Qingye that he had come forward to help. But she still looked at Wang Tingfei gratefully. The pink-clad young ladies, knowing that they were in the wrong, and fearing Xiao Sisi's background, had to lower their attitude. They were about to apologize when Tian Yayuan walked over. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you throw her out? Tian Yayuan asked coldly. Tian, it really says VIP1 on this woman's invitation, the little golden girl in pink whispered. I know, she's just someone Changyi invited to antagonize me, I give you permission to drag her out. Tian Yayuan's gaze was like a knife. She was so jealous that she was going crazy. Seeing that the little golden girl in pink and the others were backing down, she simply came over herself to deal with Xiao Sisi. But the little golden girl in pink and the others still had some reservations. But what? I'll take responsibility if anything happens, okay? Tian Yayuan didn't take Xiao Sisi seriously at all. Everyone knew that Tian Yayuan and Fu Qingye had known each other since childhood, and with Tian Yayuan's support, the pink-clad little misses and the others were cocky again. They forcibly lifted Xiao Sisi up, and this time, no matter how Xiao Sisi screamed, it was useless. Wang Tingfei didn't know anything about the situation between these women, so naturally, he wouldn't rush to take sides. In the scuffle, a piece of Xiao Sisi's dress was torn off at the back, revealing her fair skin. What are you doing? Let me go, President Fu will be here soon, aren't you afraid that he will settle the score with you afterwards? Xiao Sisi shouted. Tian Yayuan raised the corners of her lips in derision and whispered in Xiao Sisi's ear, Little cleaner, do you think Changyi will really do anything to me for you? Do you know how much he loves me? Xiao Sisi really didn't know about Fu Qingye and Tian Yayuan's relationship. In fact, she didn't have confidence that Fu Qingye would help her if she had a conflict with Tian Yayuan. She was at a loss for words. With Tian Yayuan's support, the pink-clad little rich girl and the others didn't even take Xiao Sisi seriously. Soon, she was dragged to the area near the door, to the front of Xiao Na and the others. The originally high-end cocktail party became a bit chaotic due to this situation. Xiao Na's face was like Trump's, changing several times throughout the night. Seeing that Xiao Sisi was finally being thrown out, she looked disgusted, coldly watching as Xiao Sisi was dragged away and lost her image. She really wanted to go up and help by kicking Xiao Sisi a couple of times. She just said, how could a hard-luck girl like Xiao Sisi ever climb up to a wealthy family? It was at this moment that Xiao Sisi was dragged to the ground. She saw Xiao Na, dressed in a waitress uniform, and reached out to her for help, but she looked cold and didn't seem to recognize Xiao Sisi. Someone simply grabbed Xiao Sisi's hair and was about to drag her out by it. Just as Xiao Sisi was in a terrible state and about to collapse, Fu Qingye's voice came through. Let go at once. He gritted his teeth, hating her as if he wanted to kill her. Fu Qingye was wearing a white suit today, which made his slender and broad figure look even more majestic. He looked like the Prince Charming in every girl's dreams, and the color scheme of his suit was obviously a match for Xiao Sisi's light blue dress. It looked as if the two of them had come to an engagement banquet. He had entered the banquet venue with a rosy complexion, but he never expected that his bride would be dragged along the ground by someone's hair. At that moment, Fu Qingye's eyes were like they were filled with blood. He had never been so angry in his life. He rushed over. The little girls who had been tugging Xiao Sisi's hair let go of her at once. They were still quite afraid when they saw Fu Qingye arrive. On the contrary, Tian Yayuan, the culprit, looked normal, not at all worried that Fu Qingye would make things difficult for her because of a little cleaning lady. It's Fu Qingye. He's even more handsome in person than he looks on the news. Xiao Na's little sister Yao Yao went straight into a flowery state. Xiao Na and the others naturally also had sparkling eyes when faced with this man who was said to be the most promising young man in the country. They never expected that after Fu Qingye arrived, he would directly crouch halfway down in front of Xiao Sisi. I'm sorry, I'm too late." He had already asked Rin Xiao to drive quickly, and as soon as they stopped the car, he started running regardless of his appearance, but it turned out that he was still too late. Fu Qingye's breathing was heavy, and he regretted letting Xiao Sisi come to the reception alone. He looked at Xiao Sisi, whose eyes were red and disheveled, and his heart ached. The next second, Fu Qingye publicly picked Xiao Sisi up in his arms. Immediately, he told the person in charge of the event to get out here right now. "Why was my girlfriend treated like this when she came here with an invitation?" Fu Qingye roared. "Oh my god. Why did Fu Qingye hug Xiao Sisi? And he said she was his girlfriend? What's going on? How did Xiao Sisi hook up with him?" Xiao Na and her little sisters were all dumbfounded. The staff quickly gathered around and kept apologizing. As soon as they saw Xiao Sisi's invitation, they had arranged for her to sit in the VIP seats. Who would have thought that something like this would happen during the banquet? Tian Yayuan was the only one in the room who remained calm. When everyone pointed at her, meaning that it was Tian Yayuan who had instructed someone to drag Xiao Sisi out, she still looked indifferent. Fu Qingye's cold and frosty gaze then fell on Tian Yayuan's face. "Do you want to die?" Fu Qingye asked in a deep voice. "Would you let me die?" Tian Yayuan looked at Fu Qingye provocatively and laughed. Chapter 47, Anyone who bullies her will not have a happy ending. She seemed to have anticipated that even if she publicly humiliated a little cleaning lady, Fu Qingye would not do anything to her. There was a loud sound of pop. No one expected Fu Qingye to slap Tian Yayuan in the face. "Tian Yayuan, don't be so self-righteous, just wait and see how you will die later." Fu Qingye left a harsh remark. He didn't even take a seat, and directly left the reception with Xiao Sisi in his arms. Tian Yayuan stood in the same place for a long time, unable to believe that Fu Qingye would actually hit her, and in front of so many top celebrities. She could only feel her face burning with pain. At this moment, she finally began to doubt whether Fu Qingye was doing all this not for her. No, he wouldn't. Fu Qingye has done everything for her. He is so self-deprecating, and the more ruthless he is, the more it proves that he loves her. Tian, are you okay?" Fu just said that he wouldn't let it go. The little pink-clad girl said with some worry. "What do you know? He let this woman act as his girlfriend just to anger me and slap me. He must have been more heartbroken than I was." Tian Yaoyuan replied. The little pink-clad girl and the others nodded as if they understood. They wondered, dare I say, did the beating show how much he loved her? The heavier the beating, the deeper the love? Shauna watched the whole process from the sidelines and couldn't recover for a long time. She really couldn't believe that Fu Qingye had actually beaten the big star Tian Yayuan in public for Xiao Sisi's sake. "Nana, it seems like your cousin has really climbed a high branch. It seems that the rumors in the village are true. Could it be that the money for your grandmother's last operation was from President Fu?" Yao Yao's voice was low, but her tone was very excited. "Didn't you hear what Tian Yayuan said? Xiao Sisi is just Fu Qingye's fake girlfriend, and she did it to anger Tian Yayuan. However, it is possible that the money for the operation was earned from this job. Even if she is just a fake girlfriend, being able to get this close to Fu Qingye is already pretty unobtainable, okay?" Yao Yao really wished that she was the one in Fu Qingye's arms. Shauna didn't say anything, but she had to admit that what Yao Yao said was the truth. This was the first time she had ever been so envious of Xiao Sisi. But then she thought, apart from being able to get close to Fu Qingye, there was nothing remarkable about Xiao Sisi, and there was no way she could become the big boss's real girlfriend. It's already incredible that Fu Qingye hired Xiao Sisi to work by his side. As long as you're not blind, you won't really fancy Xiao Sisi. For this reason, she still feels the same disdain for Xiao Sisi as she always has. After returning home, Xiao Sisi went to wash up first. Fu Qingye kept on talking on the phone on the balcony. When Xiao Sisi came out of the bathroom, she saw that he was still on the phone. She endured the humiliation and hid under the covers. She kept telling herself that she was originally Fu Qingye's fake girlfriend and was not worthy of being in that kind of situation. If Fu Qingye assigned her the same task again next time and he wasn't there himself, she would never go. When Fu Qingye returned to the bedroom after finishing his phone call, Xiao Sisi was already asleep. Under the warm yellow light, a crystal tear hung in the corner of her eye. It was imaginable how much she had suffered that night. Fu Qingye really blamed himself. He had listened to Rin Chao's advice and felt that he should not always think about sleeping with other people, but try to start by respecting her. Attending important events as a couple was the best way he could think of to show her respect. But he never imagined that things would turn out like this. It was at this moment that Xiao Sisi suddenly sat up with a start and began to sob. Xiao Sisi, what's wrong? Fu Qingye hurriedly asked in a gentle voice. Hearing Fu Qingye's voice, she raised her eyelids and continued, unable to control her emotions. I had a nightmare, dreaming that I was bullied by a group of women whose faces I couldn't see clearly, much like the scene of being humiliated at the reception tonight. That feeling was really horrible, and I won't go to any more receptions in the future. Fu Qingye's heart tightened a little, and as he sat down on the edge of the bed, he reached out and embraced her in his arms. Don't be afraid, I'm here. In the past, when he got close to her, it was either a kiss or a strong desire for her, and this was the first time he wanted to simply protect her. He patted her little head. It's okay, go back to sleep. Xiao Sisi's frightened and restless heart finally calmed down because of his closeness and reassurance. She dazedly burrowed into Fu Qingye's arms, completely surrounded by his fresh breath mixed with a light tobacco smell, and finally gradually fell asleep. However, the little girl gradually became more daring in her sleeping position, not only burying her head in his arms, but also wrapping her legs around his waist, straddling him like a slingshot, as if he were a big rag doll. This made him almost want to act on his instincts as a man. Thinking about how frightened she had been tonight, he could only bear it with great restraint. That night, he was afraid of waking her up, so he didn't dare to move at all, and held her in his arms all night. By dawn, his arms were numb. Xiao Sisi slept soundly afterwards. When she woke up, she found herself in Fu Qingye's arms in an unrestrained position. Her nightdress had even flown up to her waist in her sleep, and she jumped out of fright. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, and she didn't dare to look at Fu Qingye, who was still lying next to her. She fled into the bathroom like she was running away. Fu Qingye was then able to change positions, using his hands as pillows. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips when he thought about the frightened expression on the little girl's face just now. Xiao Sisi didn't see the news until breakfast. Overnight, Tian Yuan's endorsements were all withdrawn. The investor of the movie she was in suddenly didn't want her anymore. The variety show she was in was replaced in the middle. The ones that had already been broadcast were either edited or the camera angles were blurred. For a popular female star, this was no different from being banned. Some netizens broke the news about what happened at the reception last night, saying that Tian Yuan had offended Fu Qingye, and that was why Fu Qingye used his connections to ban her. After reading this news, Xiao Sisi couldn't believe it. Last night, when Fu Qingye showed up, she already couldn't believe it because she had slapped Tian Yuan. She thought that this must be the maximum punishment Fu Qingye could have given Tian Yuan for her actions, and she never expected that because of this, he would actually ruin Tian Yuan's career directly. Could it be that after he came back last night, he had been on the balcony talking on the phone the whole time, communicating about blocking Tian Yuan's career? Didn't Tian Yuan keep saying that they were in a relationship? Xiao Sisi even thought so. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but raise her eyes and peek at Fu Qingye, who was sitting across from her. She was caught in the act of peeking, and Xiao Sisi's face turned red. Why were you suddenly peeking at me? Fu Qingye narrowed his deep, alluring eyes, and there was actually a hint of endearment in his gaze. Chapter 48, An inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Xiao Sisi, blushing with embarrassment and her eyes flashing, replied, How could I be peeping? You're looking at me right now, and you're still saying you're not peeping? Fu Qingye refused to let her off the hook and continued to tease her. If you're not looking at me, how do you know I'm looking at you? After bravely asking a rhetorical question, Xiao Sisi looked back at Fu Qingye. When their eyes met, it was as if an electric current had passed through them, and both of their faces turned red. Then, their glances flickered and they avoided each other's eyes. The two of them silently bowed their heads and ate their breakfast. At this time, Xiao Sisi mustered the courage to break the silence. I saw that Tian Yuan seemed to have been blocked, and netizens are speculating that you did it. Is that true? Xiao Sisi originally wanted to ask, is it because of last night? But she always felt that she was just his employee, and she still had to maintain a sense of boundary. And saying that kind of thing was too presumptuous. How could Fu Qingye go so hard on his former friend because of her? But any fan who knows Tian Yuan knows that she is someone who treasures her career very much and would do anything for it. Fu Qingye blocking her from appearing in public is no different from cutting off her hands and feet. Yes. Fu Qingye didn't deny it and simply replied. Xiao Sisi happened to take a sip of juice to hide her inner nervousness, but on hearing this, she coughed repeatedly as she choked. After Xiao Sisi had calmed down, Fu Qingye continued, I told you before that I was just a classmate of Tian Yuan's, and that there was no other relationship between us. Fu Qingye once again explained his relationship with Tian Yuan. Because Tian Yuan had repeatedly made things difficult for him, Xiao Sisi had almost forgotten what he had explained before, and on hearing this, she felt suddenly happy. It was at this moment that Fu Qingye's phone rang. When he saw the name displayed on the screen, he frowned, then placed the phone on the table without answering it and said to Xiao Sisi, let's eat. Xiao Sisi didn't care about Fu Qingye's business, and didn't ask who was calling, but the other party kept calling relentlessly, even after Fu Qingye had set the phone to vibrate mode. Fu Qingye then answered the phone. As soon as the call connected, the other end of the line was filled with Tian Yuan's cries of despair. Fu Qingye, I know you love me, but why did you have to ruin me to make me give up on you? Have you really gone too far this time? Tian Yuan's voice was so loud that it seemed to be coming out of the receiver, and even Xiao Sisi could hear her clearly. She was so scared that she slowed down the pace at which she ate. She really didn't know why Tian Yuan still felt that Fu Qingye loved her even after he had gone to such lengths. Tian Yuan, have you been hit on the head by a donkey? I'm not sick. If I were interested in you, would I still be acting like this? Fu Qingye was speechless. Isn't your inferiority complex just because you're sick? Because you're an only child and you don't want to waste my life, that's why you're forcing me to give up on you in this way, but this time it really passed, and you immediately unblocked me. Tian Yuan roared from the other end. Xiao Sisi had heard the other person's words clearly. During her time working at the Fu Group, she had heard the most rumors about Fu Qingye's impotence, and today, when she heard Tian Yuan say that he was infertile, she finally understood where the rumors came from. Fu Qingye must have known that Xiao Sisi had heard it too, and he looked up at her. The two of them locked eyes. Xiao Sisi's gaze was complicated. Fu Qingye wanted to say something, to explain something, but he felt a sense of powerlessness that prevented him from doing so. Xiao Sisi didn't want to understand, but she already understood from Fu Qingye's gaze that he had been passed over. It turned out that Fu Qingye was the kind of person who couldn't do it, not the kind of person who couldn't do it. Xiao Sisi suddenly remembered that she had made love with Fu Qingye 7 times that night, and afterwards, she had not taken any measures. She had been quite worried about getting pregnant or something, but after learning that Fu Qingye was an only child, she let out a sigh of relief. After all, she was young and didn't know anything about contraception. After the incident, she was so bothered by a bunch of things that she simply didn't have the mood to think deeply about what happened that night, and as a result, she missed the best time to take the contraceptive pill. From this perspective, she would not be pregnant. However, she didn't need to worry anymore, but Fu Qingye was pitiful. He was the only child in a large family, but he had actually died without an heir. What was the difference between this and eating instant noodles without a seasoning pack, or having a gun without bullets? Facing Tian Yuan's stormy and furious yelling, Fu Qingye hung up the phone directly. Afterwards, when he looked at Xiao Sisi, he noticed that the little girl's gaze was beginning to fill with sympathy. He really wanted to say something, but the fact that he had no heir was the truth, and there was really no way to explain it. Xiao Sisi actually really hoped that he could explain it again this time, but unfortunately, he didn't say anything, which was equivalent to tacitly agreeing with Tian Yuan's words. Could it be that the truth was really as Tian Yuan said, that Fu Qingye was trying every means to make her sad because of his inferiority complex? On second thought, if it wasn't for this reason, there really wasn't any other reason for Fu Qingye to target Tian Yuan. Anyway, she wouldn't think that Fu Qingye was doing it to make himself look good. She knew her own worth and simply didn't dare to hope for anything. On the other side, Shauna and a few of her girlfriends were in the rental house, looking at the screen of their phones together, their faces full of disbelief. They were all on the front line last night, eating melons, commenting on the incident of Tian Yuan's sudden ban. Everyone in the comments section said that Tian Yuan was banned because she offended Fu Qingye at a party. In other words, Tian Yuan was banned because she bullied Xiao Sisi? No way. Fu Qingye banned his best friend, whom he has known since childhood, in order to stand up for Xiao Sisi? How is that possible? Xiao Na was furious. Nana, your chance to get rich has come. From now on, cling to Xiao Sisi's thighs. Whether or not your future sisters can transcend social classes depends on you. Weren't you all there yesterday? Xiao Sisi is not his official girlfriend, so it's not because of Xiao Sisi that Tian Yuan was blocked. Xiao Na's heart was in a mess. Originally, her cousin had become a phoenix from a sparrow, and she should be happy. After all, she would have the opportunity to benefit from it. But the thought that someone she had always looked down on was suddenly someone she could never hope to be with made her feel sour. With a dark face, she had no mood to continue discussing the matter with her girlfriends, so she turned to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and was full of melancholy. However, when it got dark, Xiao Na still couldn't help calling Xiao Sisi. At this hour, Xiao Sisi was half reclining on the bed watching a drama when the phone suddenly rang, and it was Xiao Na, who rarely called her. She was surprised at first, but then she thought about how Xiao Na had seen Fu Qingye carrying her out of the party last night, and she felt that it was normal for her to call. Because Fu Qingye was also in the bedroom, she hesitated for a moment. But Fu Qingye suddenly put down his pen, raised his eyes and looked at her, and said, "What's there to be afraid of me hearing on the phone?" Xiao Sisi shook her head, wondering why she was afraid to answer Xiao Na's call when she had nothing to hide. After the call was connected, Xiao Na's voice came through. "Xiao Sisi, you've got some nerve, climbing into bed with Fu Qingye, haven't you?" Xiao Na's voice was sour. Xiao Sisi looked up at Fu Qingye across from her, blushing all over. Chapter 49 We're not related? Are you sure? Xiao Na, can you please stop talking nonsense? Xiao Sisi scolded in a low voice. She regretted a little bit for answering the phone in front of Fu Qingye. Then explain to me, what exactly is your relationship with Fu Qingye? Right now, the internet is abuzz with rumors that Fu Qingye blocked Tianya Yuan for you. Is it true? Xiao Na asked nervously, clutching the phone. How could you believe such a thing? There must be another reason. Xiao Sisi hurriedly explained. While she was talking, she couldn't help but glance at Fu Qingye, who was sitting directly opposite. Obviously, he was in a position where he could hear Xiao Na's voice. He was leaning back in his armchair, staring at Xiao Sisi with amused eyes. This made Xiao Sisi feel very guilty. I told you, Fu Qingye is not blind, how could he really like you? Xiao Na said disdainfully. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Qingye, who was sitting directly across from her, visibly tightened the corners of his lips, his face instantly turning dark. The whole room felt oppressively dark, suffocating those inside. You know better, so don't call me up again to ask such boring questions. Xiao Sisi was already extremely embarrassed. However, I saw that you two had a special relationship yesterday. You're not having an affair with him, are you? Like being his mistress or something? Have you slept with him? Where are you living now? Xiao Na had been obsessing over this matter since last night. On the surface, she didn't want to discuss it in depth with her girlfriends, but in fact, she had imagined the possibilities of Xiao Sisi's relationship with Fu Qingye over and over again, which was why she had asked so many questions in one go. Xiao Sisi's cheeks were burning. She could no longer sit still, so she lifted the quilt and went to the balcony to answer the phone. However, when she passed by Fu Qingye with her phone in her hand, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her slender wrist. As a result, Xiao Sisi fell into his arms. She looked at Fu Qingye helplessly, but he raised his eyebrows at her, indicating that she should continue. How could Xiao Sisi possibly bring up this kind of topic in front of Fu Qingye? She tried to get up, but his arms were so strong that she couldn't get away from him. Why are you so quiet? You didn't really sleep with him, did you? Xiao Na's volume increased a few more points. Xiao Sisi's hips squirmed as she struggled, and when she realized this, she dared not move around anymore, so she simply sat obediently and gently in his lap. How could that be? I have never slept with him, I have nothing to do with him, it's just an employment relationship, don't go around spreading rumors. Xiao Sisi was extremely nervous, and her tone of voice seemed to lack conviction. Because of the lie, the ear against Fu Qingye's chest was almost red. Xiao Na on this end heard this and let out a sigh of relief. That's more like it, if Fu Qingye really likes you, I think he should go see an ophthalmologist. Xiao Na scolded contemptuously. Then, without even saying goodbye, she hung up the phone. She was downright rude. Xiao Sisi was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She no longer dared to look at the man beside her. After putting away her phone, she tried to get up, but where could she get up from? She stiffly turned her head and locked eyes with Fu Qingye's handsome face, and then smiled awkwardly at him. Who is this? Who dares to speak to you like that? She's not your friend, is she? Fu Qingye asked sternly. If this woman dared to speak to Xiao Sisi like that in front of him, he would make her cry and kneel down on the spot. He gave himself the reason to defend her, saying that since he had slept with Xiao Sisi, he should protect her. It's me, my cousin, Xiao Sisi replied truthfully. No wonder. Fu Qingye had met Xiao Sisi's aunt and uncle before, and knew the virtues of the Xiao family. Thinking that Xiao Sisi had no parents and grew up in a family like that, his heart ached. It seems that no one in the Xiao family, except for the grandmother, likes Xiao Sisi. President Fu, I'm sorry, I apologize to you on her behalf. Xiao Sisi didn't know why she should apologize, probably because Xiao Na's words were really rude. You do need to apologize, Fu Qingye replied coldly. Ha? Xiao Sisi had just apologized politely, and he actually got rude. Why? Why didn't you tell your cousin the truth just now? Do I really not have anything to do with you? Haven't we slept together? Fu Qingye's hand, which had been holding Xiao Sisi's wrist, was placed on her waist, and his large hand wandered around a bit. It had been a few days since he had done so. A seemingly abstinent male god, in private, was really lustful, and even the way he looked at her felt lecherous. Xiao Sisi raised her hand and placed it on his shoulder, trying to push him away. Fu Qingye embraced her petite body, causing her entire body to press against him. Where his eyes were level, there was indeed a great view. When Xiao Sisi realized it, she hurriedly covered herself with her hand. Fu Zong, she bit her lip shyly. I was wondering if it's been too long and you've forgotten what it feels like. Is that why you're saying everywhere that we don't have a relationship? Fu Qingye swallowed. Xiao Sisi felt her mouth go dry. There was never really any feeling, who would remember something like that? Xiao Sisi pretended to be carefree. Fu Qingye's face turned even darker. How dare this little girl say that there was no feeling? He suddenly rolled over, causing Xiao Sisi to lie on the sofa chair. She was as delicate as a wounded bunny, her eyes red and wary as she looked at the tall and strong man. Fu Qingye not only wanted to kiss her, he also hated her guts. Mr. Fu, don't. I admit that I feel something, very much so, okay? Please, don't. Fu Qingye looked at her frightened face, a little unable to laugh or cry. However, he loved hearing that he felt a lot. If he thinks about it rationally, everyone around her is bullying her, so if he does the same, wouldn't that make him even more of an asshole than those people? Fu Qingye thought about this and lay down next to her. Xiao Sisi then picked up the pieces of herself that were about to fall apart and slowly sat up. As she was about to leave the sofa, Fu Qingye's voice came from behind her. You not only got this wrong on the phone, but also one other thing, too, Fu Qingye said hoarsely. What other thing? Xiao Sisi asked in puzzlement. Apart from not admitting to having slept with Fu Qingye, she hadn't lied to Xiao Na, had she? Who told you that I blocked Tianya Yuan for your sake? He asked in return. Xiao Sisi's body stiffened, and she couldn't believe what she had heard. Growing up, she had always been bullied for no reason, and yesterday, Fu Qingye had intervened to slap Tianya Yuan, which had made her feel very vindicated. She really hadn't expected that he would make such a big move because of the bullying she had suffered. Xiao Sisi turned her head and gazed at Fu Qingye with eyes that hinted at her feelings of being touched. Why? Why did you have to defend me like that? She asked blankly. Chapter 50, Are you pregnant? What does it matter to me? Fu Qingye stiffened. He didn't know why, either. When he saw Xiao Sisi being bullied yesterday, a surge of blood rushed to his head, and he lost his rationality. He just wanted everyone who bullied Xiao Sisi to die. This was not the first time he had lost control of his emotions because of her. Because of my relationship with you, it's not as ordinary as you think. Fu Qingye said something very ambiguous in Xiao Sisi's ear with a meaning. He didn't know how Xiao Sisi felt about him, but he knew that in his heart, Xiao Sisi was a different existence from other women. She was his first woman, and so far, the only woman. Perhaps because of this, he could never help but want to protect her. The little girl, who was full of emotion, blushed and turned her face away. She knew he was referring to that night. If necessary, I give you permission to protect yourself by acting like Fu Qingye's girlfriend. Fu Qingye said. Xiao Sisi's expression was indifferent, but she was actually quite grateful to Fu Qingye. Mr. Fu, you are really a good person. She couldn't help but say. Fu Qingye raised the corner of his lips. It seemed that she had called him a good person more than once, didn't she? It seemed that he had never been a good person. In the Fu Group's secretarial department, Xiao Sisi was wiping the glass in the lobby when she suddenly heard a commotion in the quiet office. One of the female secretaries said, I'm sorry, Ms. Tian, our president has said that you cannot go in. Get lost. Tian Yayuan had a powerful aura and directly pushed away the female secretary who was blocking her. With wavy curls and delicate makeup, she always maintained the aura of a big star, even after being blocked for many days. She carried her bag, looked calm, and quickly entered Fu Qingye's office. The next second, she directly locked Fu Qingye's office door. Xiao Cici's movements of wiping the glass slowed down unconsciously, and her gaze blankly looked in the direction of Fu Qingye's office door. In the office, Fu Qingye frowned as soon as he saw Tian Yayuan. His first reaction was to pick up the phone and call security through the intercom. Tian Yayuan took 3 steps and pressed the phone back down. Tian Yayuan, haven't I made myself clear enough? Or haven't I gone far enough? Fu Qingye was almost laughing with anger. He had even ruined her career, and she still thought he loved her? You can block me, I'll withdraw from the industry and become a good wife and mother. You send that woman away, and I'll go home with you to see my grandmother today. Tian Yayuan said with a serious expression. This is really unreasonable. Fu Qingye's words had not finished, and Tian Yayuan continued, I'm pregnant. Fu Qingye's face was dark, but his expression was calm. After all, what did it matter to him if Tian Yayuan was pregnant? I even don't know whose child it is, as I had to accompany a few big shots for resources last month. It just so happens that you are childless and love me so much. For your sake, I plan to give birth to the child. In this way, all those bad rumors about you will automatically disappear, and in the future, the Fu Group will not be afraid of having no one to inherit it. Tian Yayuan acted as if it was only natural. Fu Qingye was speechless for a while after hearing this. Get out. Get out of here right now. He pointed towards the door and didn't even bother to say more to this crazy person, Tian Yayuan. Qingye, I know you can't accept me doing that kind of thing with another man. I know you're jealous, but the reason you've always been inferior is because you're incomplete yourself, isn't it? Now that I'm also incomplete, you don't have to feel like you're not good enough for me. In fact, the baby will only recognize the person who adopts him. When he's born, I'll tell him that you're the baby's father, and we'll have a very happy family. Fu Qingye really couldn't bear to listen anymore, so he grabbed Tian Yayuan by the hair and pulled her wrist, as if she were dirty. The next second, Tian Yayuan was thrown out. With a loud bang, he slammed the office door. Tian Yayuan pounded on the door like crazy. Qingye, think it over and call me back. I will definitely give birth to the baby, and I will wait for you to come find me. She cried to the person on the other side of the door. Everyone in the office heard her words and was stunned. After she left, the secretary department was in an uproar. Did I hear that right? Tian Yayuan said she was pregnant? With General Manager Fu? But General Manager Fu can't get pregnant, so how did Tian Yayuan get pregnant? We've never tried it, so how would we know if it works? Anyway, it seems Tian Yayuan is pregnant with General Manager Fu's child. Xiao Cici felt extremely conflicted as she listened to the gossip. The thought that Fu Qingye had also been intimate with Tian Yayuan made her feel suffocated. But didn't they say Fu Qingye was sterile? How could Tian Yayuan be pregnant? If Tian Yayuan could get pregnant, didn't that mean she was also at risk? A series of events were intertwined, leaving Xiao Cici at a loss. When she finished work that night, Xiao Cici walked home as usual. Fu Qingye's car passed by, stopping in front of her, but Xiao Cici continued walking as if she couldn't see it. Xiao Cici, get in the car. Fu Qingye gestured. No, I'll walk home. Xiao Cici gave Fu Qingye a cold glance. All day, she had been thinking about Tian Yayuan's pregnancy. She wondered if her job was about to be terminated. And she should distance herself from Fu Qingye. Although she and Fu Qingye had had a relationship, they tacitly agreed to pretend it never happened. Now that Tian Yayuan was pregnant, Fu Qingye would definitely be responsible. She didn't want to be someone's mistress in a relationship. Xiao Cici, I told you to get in the car, did you hear me? Don't make me get out of the car and carry you up here. Fu Qingye shouted angrily. Ren Chao remained invisible, not uttering a word, and each time, he quietly finished his meal. The streets were bustling with people, and Xiao Cici was worried that Fu Qingye would really get off the car and hug her, so she had no choice but to get in the car with a stiff upper lip. However, after she got in the car, she kept her distance from Fu Qingye as much as possible, looking out the window the whole time without saying a word to him. Not only that, but the two of them didn't speak when they ate together. After going upstairs, Xiao Cici hid under the covers as soon as she finished washing up, hiding her little head under the covers as well. She didn't even play with her phone. How could Fu Qingye not see that she was obviously avoiding him, and was even angry? Fu Qingye had never been ignored like this before, and he felt indescribably angry. He couldn't stand the Cold War with Xiao Sisi in particular. He got up and walked to the edge of the bed, and suddenly lifted Xiao Sisi's quilt. Xiao Sisi curled up in a ball in fear. But she hugged herself and trembled slightly, still not saying a word. Xiao Sisi, what's wrong with you today? What's wrong with you? Fu Chengye asked angrily. Xiao Sisi also knew that she shouldn't have acted like this, but she just didn't want to talk to him. Thinking that she was just someone's employee, she answered with a stiff face, I'm fine, I just want to sleep. Fine? If you're fine, why are you ignoring me? Get up and let's talk this out, otherwise forget about sleeping. Fu Qingye reached out and yanked her arm up. Chapter 51, feeling like throwing up suddenly. His actions were a bit rude, and Xiao Sisi was pulled so hard that it hurt, and her whole face crumpled in pain. However, he didn't let go, and with another strong tug, he brought her into his arms. Xiao Sisi's chin was pressed against his arm, and when they touched, it was hard to tell whose skin was hotter. Say, what are you upset about? Fu Qingye asked. I really am not upset, I just. Xiao Sisi hadn't even finished speaking when her chin was grabbed and Fu Qingye's lips were pressed fiercely against hers, sealing her breath. He kissed her deeply, her lips were so soft, like a panacea, relieving the deep longing in his heart. Xiao Sisi's long, slender hands grabbed his shoulders, trying to push him away, but he hugged her even tighter and kissed her even deeper, as if to punish her for her coldness and aloofness. It wasn't until she bit his tongue and blood spread between their lips that he let go of her lips. With a pop sound, she slapped Fu Qingye. President Fu, it's true that I'm your employee, but I also have self-esteem. Your girlfriend is pregnant, how can you still kiss me? Can you live with yourself and the child? Xiao Sisi finally spoke her mind. She knew that even if she didn't want to lose her job as a pretend girlfriend, it was inevitable that the truth would come out sooner or later, so she might as well just come clean now. Fu Qingye froze for a moment, touched his heated cheek, and for some reason, he just couldn't get angry with her. Or rather, he was so angry that he just laughed. You mean Tian Yayuan? Fu Qingye asked in return. How many other girlfriends does President Fu have? Xiao Sisi suddenly realized that Fu Qingye had slept with her, but he had adopted an attitude of not taking responsibility and not refusing. Who knew how many other women he had done the same to? It was not certain that he did not have a girlfriend on the surface, but in private, he had a bunch of female friends like her. Xiao Sisi, let me say it again, I don't have a girlfriend, and I won't find another girlfriend during the period of your contract. Also, the child in Tian Yayuan's belly is not mine. Fu Qingye stared at her speechlessly, as if she had insulted him. This time, it was Xiao Sisi's turn to be stunned. She never would have guessed that Tian Yayuan's child was not Fu Qingye's. Then why had she gone to Fu Qingye's office to cry? She could hardly imagine that there would be such a brazen person in the world. Really? Xiao Sisi asked in disbelief. Use your own brain to judge. He gave Xiao Sisi a little tap on the head. It seemed like a heavy blow, but in fact, it was very light on the head, and even revealed a bit of inexplicable affection. Xiao Sisi thought about it and realized that it was true. If Tian Yayuan really was pregnant with his child, Fu Qingye would be overjoyed, so how could he let her leave his office in tears? In that case, how could she feel more pity for Fu Qingye? He almost became a father. She began to look at him with sympathetic eyes again. Receiving the sympathy in her gaze, he was so angry that he wanted to laugh. If she looks at me with those eyes again, believe it or not. He pretended to kiss her again, which scared her so much that she quickly averted her gaze and covered her still hot lips, feeling as if her mouth had been broken by the kiss. You can't kiss me casually in the future. Xiao Sisi said with her head bowed. No, I can kiss you whenever I want during the contract period. Fu Qingye said angrily. He wondered if the little girl didn't like to be close to him at all. He liked to be close to her and kiss her so much. But whenever she looked so scared and resisted, his interest would vanish, and he felt like a bully. No, that's only for husband and wife, and even then, it's only allowed during the contract period, when you're showing affection in front of your grandmother. Xiao Sisi plucked up the courage to speak her mind. Next time, don't suddenly stop talking to me. If you're good and obedient, I won't kiss you so much. He warned her in her ear. Then he left the bed. Xiao Sisi let out a sigh of relief. After learning that the child in Tian Yayuan's belly was not his, the dark cloud that had been weighing on her heart all day suddenly dispersed. She thought, the reason she was so happy might be because she wouldn't lose her job for the time being, right? 2 days later, Fu Qingye went on a business trip to Haisha at night, and Xiao Sisi was at home because she was off from her cleaning job that day. She was enjoying the flowers and eating snacks in the courtyard. She had to admit that the job of pretending to be a girlfriend was really laid back and comfortable. She didn't want to be a noblewoman, but she had to pretend to be one. In Fu Qingye's home, she had the best food and clothing. At this time, Butler Du suddenly rushed over and said to Xiao Sisi, "Miss Xiao, you need to come quickly, we have a guest at home." Xiao Sisi was puzzled. Why had Butler Du changed the way he addressed her today? Didn't Fu Qingye tell them to call her young mistress? And what kind of guest was there at home? Why was she so panicked? Xiao Sisi followed Butler Du to the hall with curiosity. Only then did she see Tian Yayuan sitting arrogantly on the sofa, looking at Xiao Sisi with the air of a hostess. "Miss Tian said she wanted to talk to you," Butler Du said with a strange expression on his face. Xiao Sisi didn't know what Tian Yayuan was up to, but she walked over anyway. "Miss Tian, Xingye has gone on a business trip and won't be home for a couple of days. If you need to find him, you can come back in a few days," Xiao Sisi said. "No, I'm here to see you," Tian Yayuan said. "Looking for me?" Xiao Sisi looked puzzled. "I'm pregnant, Xingye no longer needs you to coax his grandmother, I will marry Xingye and give birth to his child," Tian Yayuan said condescendingly. Xiao Sisi finally understood why Butler Du's attitude had changed so much today. It turned out that Tian Yayuan had brought the ultrasound results to the door. If Fu Qingye had not personally clarified his relationship with Tian Yayuan, Xiao Sisi would have been so ashamed that she would have cried. But with Fu Qingye's previous words in mind, she smiled and said, "Ms. Tian, first, Xingye and I are really a couple, there is no need to appease your grandmother, and second, you should find whoever the child's father is to take responsibility, not Xingye." Tian Yayuan's face turned from white to red. "Who told you such things?" "Xingye told me, saying that your child is not his." Xiao Sisi shrugged. Tian Yayuan's face turned even more ugly. She thought Xiao Sisi and Fu Qingye were completely unequal in their relationship, but she never expected Fu Qingye to explain such things to her so clearly. However, she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, "Do you believe what he told you?" "I'm not stupid. If it's not his child, do you think I'd hold him responsible? You'd better leave right now, before I call security to get you out." Tian Yayuan pointed in the direction of the door. Seeing that Xiao Sisi was standing still, Tian Yayuan stood up and continued, "Don't you ever wonder why I know that he is an only child? If I hadn't slept with him, would I know such a private matter about him? I just didn't expect that there would still be a leak in his body, and I got pregnant." Tian Yayuan had to lie to Xiao Sisi. Only by getting rid of her could she get closer to Fu Qingye. Xiao Sisi's heart lurched. Could it be that Fu Qingye lied to her that night? The world is full of heartless men who know how to coax women. If Fu Qingye slept with one woman and coaxed another, that would be disgusting. The thought that he might have slept with more than one woman suddenly made her throat burn with a very disgusting feeling. She retched twice, and almost vomited the snacks she had just eaten. Why is this happening? Why do I suddenly feel like throwing up? Chapter 52, Afraid of losing him? Or afraid of losing your job? Xiao Sisi covered her mouth and, suppressing the feeling of nausea, replied, "I'm sorry, but even if you want me to go, you have to tell me yourself, Xingye." She knew very well that she was employed by Fu Qingye, and no matter what relationship Tian Yayuan had with him, she still had to listen to Fu Qingye. At this moment, Tian Yayuan tilted her chin slightly and indicated to Butler Du. Butler Du then walked up and said, "Miss Xiao, I'm very sorry. Regarding your working as a cleaner at the Fu Group, Miss Tian has already told me that if you really are the young master's girlfriend, how could he let you work as a cleaner? If you don't want me to tell this to the old lady, then leave now and never come back." Don't look, but even though the old lady usually seems kind and gentle, she hates it when people lie to her. If she finds out about this, you know the consequences. Xiao Sisi's body stiffened, and when she looked at Tian Yayuan, she met her smug expression. Xiao Sisi knew very well that she and Fu Qingye were indeed in a fake relationship. Regardless of whether Tian Yayuan was pregnant with Fu Qingye's child, if she deceived grandmother Fu and the old lady found out, it would really be embarrassing. She had only met Fu's grandmother once so far, but she felt that she was as kind as her own grandmother. She still remembered that Fu Qingye had brought her home to meet Fu's grandmother that day, and Fu's grandmother was overjoyed. She didn't dare to think about how disappointed Fu's grandmother would be if she found out the truth. Thinking that if she didn't leave now, she would be dragged in front of Fu's grandmother for a confrontation. Her body could not help but tremble. She is Fu Qingye's girlfriend on vacation, but it is ultimately fake and cannot become real. Hurry up and take your luggage and go, and don't let me see you again. Butler Du shouted sternly. Xiao Sisi suddenly regretted going to work for the Fu family as a cleaner in order to earn more money. Now, she was going to lose both jobs. However, if Tian Yayuan really was pregnant with Fu Qingye's child, she would indeed lose both jobs. Xiao Sisi bit her lower lip, unable to say anything, and she had to go upstairs in silence. However, out of respect for Fu Qingye, who had saved her life many times, she still called him. However, Fu Qingye might be on a plane and the call did not go through. Xiao Sisi never imagined that she would be unable to continue working so soon. When she first arrived at the Fu family home, she didn't have much luggage, and when she left, she only took the cloth bag she had brought with her. She even changed into her old clothes, and didn't take any of the clothes Fu Qingye had bought her. Even so, when she was about to leave, Butler Du ordered someone to search her cloth bag to make sure she hadn't taken anything with her before allowing her to leave. Xiao Sisi walked out of the Fu family gate miserably, and for a while, she didn't know where to go. Although she couldn't get through to Fu Qingye on the phone, she still sent him a message. Mr. Fu, our fake relationship has been discovered by Butler Du. To avoid telling my grandmother, I'll leave first. I'll transfer the money owed to you back to you when I've saved enough. As for the salary you paid in advance, I'll get that from both jobs. Thank you very much for this period of time. Xiao Sisi did not want to pay back the 30,000 yuan in her hands, but she was really at her wit's end. If she didn't have a little startup capital in her hands, she couldn't survive in Beijing. Since she owed Fu Qingye money anyway, it wouldn't be that much to owe an additional 30,000 yuan. In order to earn money, Xiao Sisi thought about it and decided to stay in Beijing. She rented a single apartment in a dilapidated demolition house in the suburbs. Although the house was a bit run down, it was very close to the subway station, which made it convenient to find a job. The key was that in a place like Beijing, where land is expensive, it was really not easy to rent a single apartment for 800 yuan. Xiao Sisi gritted her teeth and went to the supermarket to buy quilts and various daily necessities, and finally decorated the rental house. The old home, after she took care of it, became a very cozy little nest. And all day long, Fu Qingye neither called back nor sent a message. Xiao Sisi wondered, the truth has been discovered, and she is afraid that she is of no value to Fu Qingye, so he probably won't call. She was inexplicably a little disappointed, as if she was still waiting for him to explain something to her, or maybe she really needed those two jobs? Is that why she feels so lost? After tidying up the rental apartment all day, Xiao Sisi opened the door and was about to go downstairs for something to eat when, unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Xiao Na and Yao Yao and a few of her girlfriends walking out of the door opposite. Although they were students, they rented an apartment together outside of school and happened to live opposite Xiao Sisi. Xiao Sisi froze when she saw Xiao Na and the others. Yao Yao was the first to exclaim, "My goodness, Xiao Sisi, didn't you hook up with Mr. Fu? How come you're here? You're not renting across from us, are you?" At the party that day, they all saw Fu Qingye take Xiao Sisi away in his arms. Except for Xiao Na, they spent the whole day talking about Xiao Sisi, their words full of envy. "Didn't I tell you earlier? She is just a cleaner at the Fu group, and she was invited to the party that night." Xiao Na replied disdainfully. That night, she called Xiao Sisi and basically knew what happened between Xiao Sisi and Fu Qingye. Plus, Xiao Sisi denied sleeping with Fu Qingye, so Xiao Na took her even less seriously. But then Tian Yayuan blocked her because of her. Yao Yao said, "Those are just speculations by netizens, and you believe them? Maybe Fu Qingye didn't want his woman to be exposed as a celebrity and just found an excuse to block her. Xiao Sisi is not even comparable to someone like Tian Yayuan." Xiao Na tilted her mouth a little, her face full of mockery. Xiao Sisi really couldn't refute what they said. She and Fu Qingye really weren't in a relationship, and they would be even less so in the future. "Xiao Sisi, you won't have lost your cleaning job, too, will you? Is it because the girlfriend of the man you're seeing is unhappy and has thrown you out?" Xiao Na asked, crossing her arms. Xiao Na's words really stabbed at people's hearts. Xiao Sisi couldn't help but pout, feeling very sad. "None of it is your business, so stop nagging," Xiao Sisi said impatiently. She was about to turn around and go downstairs. Xiao Na grabbed her arm. "It's better to be thrown out, so you don't have to work as a cleaner for someone else, taking orders from them and embarrassing the Xiao family. And by the way, don't rent opposite me, I really don't want to see your face every time I open the door." People like you, with no qualifications, should not stay in Beijing. Go back to your hometown and help my father sell tofu. You'll never find a decent job here, got it? After Xiao Na finished speaking, Yao Yao and the others covered their mouths and snickered. They had thought that Xiao Sisi had hooked up with a big boss, but she had been sent packing in a flash, which was really embarrassing. If Xiao Sisi had known that they were living across the street from her, she would not have rented the place, but she had already paid a 2-month deposit, so if she cancelled the lease at this point, she would have paid for nothing. If you don't want to see me, you can cancel the lease. Xiao Sisi finished with a cold face and quickly walked downstairs. Chapter 53, he has become attached and chartered a plane back to the city. Hey, come back here. Don't you dare take another step. Xiao Na's voice still chased after her. Xiao Sisi quickened her pace and finally got rid of Xiao Na and the others. For the past 2 days, for some reason, she had no appetite. Xiao Sisi walked around for a while and finally entered a noodle shop, where she ordered a delicious hot and sour noodle soup. The soup was sour and spicy, which made her feel much more appetized. The owner of this restaurant is very conscientious, and the portion of noodles is very generous. Xiao Sisi could not eat anymore after eating half of it, but because she is not used to wasting food, she forced herself to finish the whole bowl of noodles. As a result, when she walked out of the restaurant, she felt nauseous again. The feeling of wanting to vomit accompanied by dizziness made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She even wondered if she was sick. She endured the discomfort, her eyes red, and returned to the rental house. However, when she opened the door, she was dumbfounded. The room, which she had spent so much effort decorating, was in shambles. The new pots and pans she had bought were all in pieces, scattered all over the floor. Since the building was old, it was not well protected against theft, and the layout of the rooms was not good. The balcony opposite could even be climbed over to her side. Although she had no evidence, she knew that Xiao Na and the others had done it to force her to leave. Looking at the mess on the floor and thinking about her situation, her heart broke. The next second, her eyes were red and tears finally couldn't be held back. She sat on the ground, tears falling like rain. It was also at this time that her phone vibrated. When she saw Fu Qingye's name on the screen, instead of stopping crying, she cried even more sadly. She didn't know when she had developed a sense of dependence on Fu Qingye. She knew that his intentions towards her were impure, and that she shouldn't have any feelings for him, but she couldn't help but think of him as a good person. After a while, she managed to compose herself as best as she could, and answered the phone, although her voice was still uncontrolled and choking with sobs. Xiao Sisi, I was either on a plane or at a construction site today, so I had no signal, and I just saw your message. Fu Qingye hurriedly explained as soon as he called. To be honest, Fu Qingye's explanation was comforting to her. She had thought that once the truth was discovered, she would be of no use to Fu Qingye, and unless she took the initiative to pay back the money, the man might never appear again in the future. Unexpectedly, he did not deliberately not answer the phone or return messages. Listen carefully, as long as I don't speak, you are my girlfriend, and no one has the right to tell you to go, understand? Fu Qingye's voice was hoarse as he gave his instructions. However, the butler has already discovered it and said that he is going to tell my grandmother. I am afraid that she will be very sad, and I don't know how to face her. So I have already left your house. I have already gone, so there is no way I can go back. Xiao Sisi replied truthfully. Although she was trying her best to control her emotions, it was inevitable that her voice would sound tearful when she spoke. What? You've already left? What have you done? Are you crying? Where are you? Fu Qingye frowned and asked multiple questions in a row. He read the message Xiao Sisi sent and immediately called back, not knowing the exact situation at home. There was nothing wrong with a cold. Xiao Sisi would never admit to crying, but when he asked, she felt even worse and her voice became even more hoarse. Fu Qingye then hung up. Xiao Sisi didn't know what was wrong with him, why he suddenly hung up. She didn't expect that immediately afterwards, he called via video. Xiao Sisi turned her head and looked at the mess in the room. She really didn't want Fu Qingye to see it, but he kept calling. She had no choice but to pick up the phone, but she didn't want to turn the camera on herself, so she pointed it at the only intact part of the ceiling. She could see Fu Qingye on the screen, but Fu Qingye could not see her. He is a handsome guy, and even in the original camera lens, he is still handsome. Moreover, the lens is facing his face, and his features, which are as thick as a sculpture, are enlarged, really like a picture. At this moment, his face is visibly nervous. Where are you? Show your face, Fu Qingye ordered in a deep voice. No, Mr. Fu, I am not your employee now, so I am not obliged to. I didn't say to terminate the contract, so turn your face towards the camera immediately. Fu Qingye's tone was serious and full of majesty. Xiao Sisi was a little scared, and for some reason she turned the camera towards her own face. Her eyes and nose were red from crying, and Fu Qingye's heart tightened when he took a long-distance look. He had just arrived in Haishur and felt a sense of homesickness. He had never had any worries when he went on business trips in the past. After all, his grandmother had a bunch of servants to take care of her, but he never expected that a fake girlfriend could easily sway his heart. What's going on? Fu Qingye asked with a strong sense of annoyance. Didn't I explain everything in the message? For the rest, you can ask Butler, Du Xiao Sisi said with a sob. Where are you staying now? Send me the address. Xiao Sisi wanted to say something else, but he repeated in a cold voice, send it right away. Xiao Sisi was still in debt and was afraid that Fu Qingye would think that she was not going to pay it back, so after hanging up the phone, she obediently sent him her address. Although she felt better after talking to Fu Qingye, she was heartbroken again when she saw the mess. After a while, she calmed down and put all the broken furniture in a bag. Then, she climbed over to the balcony opposite and dumped all the broken furniture into Xiaona's living room. The apartment across the way had 2 bedrooms and a living room, which was much more spacious than hers. When they heard the sound of ping pong, Xiaona and the others, who were playing cards, ran out and saw the broken furniture all over the floor, so they knew what had happened. Xiao Sisi, the dog is getting more and more audacious. How dare you dump the trash in our house? I think you are tired of living. Damn it, go beat her up. By the time they caught up with her, Xiao Sisi had already bolted the window shut. No matter how hard they pounded on it, she didn't say a word. Fortunately, the bedding was still neat and clean. Xiao Sisi used to work all the time and never got tired, but just now, after a few random movements, she felt exhausted. Could it be that tidying up the room during the day was too tiring? So she was sleepy so early? So she lay down on the bed. For some inexplicable reason, a wave of sleepiness hit her, and she actually fell asleep. To be honest, recently, not only has she been feeling nauseous, she has also been very sleepy. She slept until late at night. She was only awakened when the door creaked open. Fu Chang used a master key to easily open the door to her shabby apartment. Because he had seen her crying on the phone and had been unable to sit still, he had chartered a plane from Haikou and rushed back that night, heading straight to her rented apartment. When he opened the door, he turned on the lights. Their worried gazes met her still dazed eyes, and even tears hung on the long lashes, ready to roll down her face at any moment. It seemed that she had fallen asleep crying again. President Fu? I thought you were on a business trip? Xiao Sisi thought she was still dreaming. Chapter 54, Staying the night at her rented home. All she could see was Fu Qingye, panting heavily, as if he had been driving all night. His eyebrows were knitted together, and his deep, penetrating gaze was full of resentment. Xiao Sisi, what kind of hellish place did you rent? It's 7 stories high and doesn't even have an elevator? And you rented it on the 7th floor? I've never climbed such a high flight of stairs in my life. Fu Qingye really wanted to swear. Just now, while climbing the stairs, he cursed every step of the way. He didn't even know that there was such a rundown neighborhood in Beijing, and he usually wouldn't even pass by it. He also wondered how Xiao Sisi had managed to find such a shabby place. Xiao Sisi awkwardly touched her head, and it was only then that she really came to her senses. There was nothing she could do. The housing prices in Beijing were too high, and she couldn't even afford to rent a place. This remote old neighborhood was a bit cheaper, but it was only 7 stories high, so she might as well consider it exercise. She replied helplessly. In fact, Xiao Sisi felt that the living conditions here were already much better than those in her hometown. Although her hometown was a self-built 3-story building, her aunt and uncle had given her the utility room to live in. For her, being able to rent a small world of her own in Beijing was already very luxurious. Fu Qingye was different. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had lived in luxury since childhood and had probably never set foot in such a rundown neighborhood. So he had no idea that there were still illegal buildings in the neighborhood that did not have elevators despite being 7 stories tall. Pack your things and come home with me right now. Fu Qingye tilted his head to the side, signaling her to follow him. He really didn't want to spend another second in this kind of hellhole. However, Xiao Sisi remained motionless and lying down, her face darkening as she thought about what had happened during the day. President Fu, if I go back, aren't you afraid that Grandma will be sad if she finds out? Butler Du already knows the truth, and it can't be kept a secret anymore. Xiao Sisi shook her head and paused before continuing. You should know that Miss Tian came to the house today, right? She came with the pregnancy test results. Didn't I explain this to you a long time ago? What the hell do I care if she's pregnant? Fu Chengye really couldn't hold back his expletives anymore. She said. What did she say? As Fu Chengye pressed his question, he moved closer to Xiao Sisi. Xiao Sisi's room was very small, so small that there was only a table with kitchenware on it. But since the kitchenware had been smashed during the day, the table was now empty and there was not even a chair in the room, just a small bed. Fu Chengye had been on a plane all day, running around on projects, and now he had returned on a chartered flight without stopping, so he was exhausted and felt as if his energy was running low. Naturally, he lay down next to Xiao Sisi. For some reason, when he was close to her breath, his tense nerves instantly relaxed. Xiao Sisi was so shocked that she wanted to sit up, but he reached out and put his arms around her waist to stop her. God knows how panicked he was when he learned that she had left his house. He also didn't know why, but he was a little afraid of not seeing her. She said that she slept with you, otherwise no one would hold you responsible. After all, she's not stupid. Xiao Sisi told Fu Chengye the exact words Tian Yayuan had said. Fu Chengye was almost amused. Although the innocent are clear of themselves, when they are smeared, it is really hard not to prove themselves. Do you believe her or me? Ha! Fu Chengye pinched Xiao Sisi's chin. The two of them almost embraced, face to face, even their breathing mingling together. Xiao Sisi met his angry gaze, her face turning red, but since there was nowhere to hide, she had to meet his deep, penetrating eyes. If I Fu Chengye have ever slept with a woman other than you, may I die a horrible death and be struck by lightning, is that okay? He was so angry that he simply swore an oath. Xiao Sisi quickly raised her hand and covered his lips. His warm lips pressed against her soft, slightly damp palm, and her heart felt like it had drifted into a cloud, a little out of control. Did General Manager Fu exaggerate when he spoke? You're 29, and you've only slept with me? Xiao Sisi couldn't believe it. After all, men are only honest when they're hung on the wall, especially rich men like Fu Chengye, who are even more popular with women. How could he have remained single for 29 years? It's not like he's really impotent. Common sense would say that Tian Yayuan's words are more believable than Fu Chengye's claim that he has never slept with another woman. Besides, Tian Yayuan is so flamboyant and confident, so if it wasn't because Fu Chengye loved her enough, who gave her such a strong foundation? Who would hold a man responsible for a child they haven't slept with? Especially since Fu Chengye is no ordinary man. Xiao Sisi really couldn't figure this out. Thinking about it this way, Fu Chengye is more like the one cheating on women. You Fu Chengye are so angry. No, I remember that night, you seemed really inexperienced, just a minute or two the first time? Xiao Sisi thought back earnestly. The shortest time was at least 5 minutes. He added 2 minutes to his oral time. Really? Xiao Sisi thought about it and muttered, I remember it finished in no time. Do you want to think about the longest time? He asked with a red face. Xiao Sisi then realized that the topic seemed to have gone off track. Why was she talking to him about this? It was late at night, and they were alone, talking about this kind of topic, which naturally gave rise to ambiguity. She felt like her whole body was on fire, and she was very uncomfortable. Anyway, I have never slept with Tian Yayuan. Do you understand? He emphasized again. Suddenly, she realized that she really shouldn't have told her that she had only slept with her. It seemed that even a 29-year-old hadn't had that kind of experience, and it was also something difficult to talk about. Especially, a man like Fu Chengye, who loved face-saving, was even less willing to show weakness in such matters, so he simply stopped explaining. This time, Xiao Sisi nodded understandingly, just wanting to extricate herself from the topic as soon as possible. No matter what, if you don't resolve Miss Tian's matter, I can't possibly go back. It feels like I've been made the third party without knowing why, Xiao Sisi replied. Even if she is his fake girlfriend, it has to be based on the fact that there is no woman around him. Fu Chengye also realized that Tian Yayuan's constant nagging was not a solution. However, over the years, he has done his best to express his disinterest in her, but the more he does so, the more that woman is mysteriously confident. It was strange. At that time, when his father saw his medical report, he was so angry that he went to the Tian family to demand an explanation, and he even threw the medical report in front of the Tian family. After Tian Yayuan learned about it, she never regarded Fu Chengye as a normal man again. In fact, the rumors about his impotence also started with Tian Yayuan. It seems that he really needs to make Tianya Yuan realize once and for all that he is really not interested in her before she puts away her over-the-top confidence. Okay, I'll go back and talk to Tianya Yuan and tell her clearly. Once she stops pestering me, I'll come get you. Fu Chengye compromised. However, although he said this, he didn't get up and leave. Instead, he rolled over, lying sideways facing Xiao Sisi, and sighed heavily, saying, I don't want to walk up the stairs anymore. I'll just walk until dawn. It's so tiring. Ha! There's only one bed here. Xiao Sisi tried to get up. His arm was so heavy that it pressed down, not allowing her to move at all. Chapter 55. He supported her. She was so grateful that she could never repay him. It's not like I've never slept in the same bed before. I promise I won't touch you, just go to sleep, Fu Qingye said, closing his tired eyes. But Xiao Sisi still wanted to say something when she saw that his breathing suddenly started to become heavy. It seemed that he was really tired. The cities of Beijing and Shanghai span half of China, and it is indeed not easy for him to travel between the two places in addition to working all day. Thinking of this, she shut up. After reaching out and turning off the light, she suddenly lost her sleepiness. Her mind was filled with the fact that Fu Qingye was actually sleeping with her in a rental house. Until now, she still feels like it is a dream. But his body temperature and breathing are really lingering around her, and everything is telling her that this is real. Looking at all this in front of her, she couldn't help but think of Tianya Yuan, who was full of confidence. She was in a very complicated mood. If Fu Chengye and Tianya Yuan were real, what was she doing with Fu Chengye? She tried to move his hand away from her body, but not only did he hug her even tighter, his long legs also hooked around her legs, and his whole body was wrapped around her, so she couldn't move at all. When dawn broke, the sound of a loud knocking came from outside, along with Xiaona's voice. Xiao Sisi, my mom told me to tell you, if you're not doing anything, go back to your hometown and find a husband. If you don't like the one-eyed guy, I'll find you another one. Hurry up and come out. Xiao Sisi had not slept well last night after sleeping with Fu Qingye, and she felt dizzy after being woken up so early in the morning. She rubbed her eyes before opening them, and at that moment, Fu Qingye had already gotten up and was walking towards the door in big strides. Before Xiao Sisi could react, Fu Qingye had already opened the door. All she could see was that outside the door, Xiaona was leading the way, followed by Yao Yao and the others, all of them laughing because Xiaona had mentioned Xiao Shishi's blind date with the one-eyed man. On the floor in front of Xiao Shishi's door was a large pile of broken kitchenware. Xiao Shishi had thrown the broken kitchenware across the street in a fit of anger yesterday, but they had moved it back early in the morning and blocked Xiao Shishi's door with it. When everyone saw the tall and handsome Fu Qingye coming out of the room, they were all dumbfounded. They were not good girls, and they thought about how to get close to men all day long. Naturally, they knew something about the top rich men in Beijing. In addition, they had served as waitresses at the reception that day and had seen Fu Qingye with their own eyes. Naturally, they recognized Fu Qingye at once. However, when they saw Fu Qingye walking out of Xiao Sisi's rented room, they were all filled with disbelief. Fu, why are you in Xiao Sisi's room? You didn't sleep here last night, did you? Xiaona asked first. When they climbed into Xiao Sisi's room from the balcony yesterday, they knew very well that her room was very small, so small that there was only a bed in it, not even a chair. If Fu Qingye slept in Xiao Sisi's room last night, didn't that mean that the two of them slept in the same bed? Fu Qingye shot Xiaona a glare, and although he didn't say anything, his fierce gaze seemed to say, who does she think she is to ask about his personal affairs? Reading the meaning in Fu Qingye's gaze, Xiaona quickly said in a familiar tone, President Fu, I'm Sisi's cousin, my name is Xiaona. She said, showing a cute expression on her face, and held out her hand, wanting to shake hands with Fu Qingye. Fu Qingye could now tell who the woman in front of him was. Once, she had overheard Xiao Sisi talking to her cousin on the phone. The woman had been very rude to Xiao Sisi on the phone, showing no affection at all and treating her like a servant. At that time, Fu Qingye had felt an urge to punch this Xiaona across the phone. He didn't even look at Xiaona properly, let alone shake her hand. Xiaona had no choice but to awkwardly put away her hand and pretend to fiddle with the stray hair at her ear. Fu Qingye then said with a calm expression, how dare you speak to your cousin like that? What's the point of banging on the door so early in the morning? And shouting like a lunatic? Oh yes, you said you wanted to set my girlfriend up on a blind date, right? Fu Qingye's question scared Xiaona. Girlfriend? He actually said that Xiao Sisi was his girlfriend? No, I didn't know she was really dating you. Xiaona's voice dropped a lot. When I came last night, there was no such thing at the door. Did you guys dump it here? Clear it up immediately, or I won't be polite. He looked down at the trash by the door, serious and displeased, his authority so strong that no one dared to disobey him. And what he said was enough for Xiao Na and the others to digest for a while. President Fu, these things belong to Xiao Sisi. She was the one who threw this rubbish from the balcony into our living room yesterday. We're just returning it to her, said Yao Yao from the side. How dare you say that? Yesterday, while I was away, you smashed my new kitchenware to pieces. I'm lucky to not be asking you to pay for it, and you have the nerve to pile this rubbish in front of my door? Xiao Sisi ignored her dizziness and got up and walked to the door. Because Fu Qingye was there, Xiao Na and the others, who had always been condescending to Xiao Sisi, seemed to have toned it down quite a bit. Fu Qingye glanced at Xiao Sisi, whose face was pale. He was too tired yesterday, and the bed was small, so he slept almost wrapped around Xiao Sisi. He could see the exhaustion on her face at a glance and knew that she must not have slept well, and she looked like she was about to collapse. Fu Qingye then stretched out his arm and wrapped his arm tightly around Xiao Sisi's shoulders. Seeing this, Xiao Na and the others didn't say anything, but a huge wave of emotions washed over them. It was hard to imagine what it felt like to be in Fu Qingye's arms. What makes Xiao Sisi think she deserves it? Xiao Sisi, don't slander. When did we smash your kitchenware? Do you have any evidence? Yao Yao said. Fu Qingye finally knew why she was crying when he called her on video yesterday. It turned out that her new kitchenware had been smashed by these people, which was simply too much. You'd better get rid of these immediately, pay for the damage, and apologize to my girlfriend. Otherwise, I'll have my team of lawyers come over to collect evidence. If you've been in this room, it'll be easy to find fingerprints. If you came in through the balcony, I can even have someone pull up the surveillance footage from the building across the street. Trespassing and vandalism are serious crimes that can result in a prison sentence of 3 to 7 years. Fu Qingye spoke slowly, but every word he said was extremely intimidating. Xiao Na and the others of course knew what kind of person Fu Qingye was, and it would be easy for him to do what he said. Xiao Sisi couldn't help but look at Fu Qingye next to her with admiration, secretly grateful for his help. Xiao Na and the others, on the other hand, were pale. One of the girls next to her, the one with the least courage, was so scared that she almost fainted. She quickly cried and said, President Fu, Sisi, I'm sorry, we'll clean it up right away. Please forgive us this time, we will never bully Sisi again. When she said this, it naturally proved that the matter was indeed done by these few people. Although the others were reluctant to show weakness to Xiao Sisi, they could only apologize along with her for fear of going to jail. Sisi, I'm sorry. Xiao Na was used to being superior to Xiao Sisi, and she really wasn't used to lowering her voice to her. But everyone had apologized, so if she still acted like her old self, wouldn't she go to jail? Thinking about this, she lowered her voice and said, I'm sorry. This was the first time in many years that Xiao Sisi had seen Xiao Na apologize to her. In the past, she had offended her, and with her aunt's support, she had never taken it for granted. At this moment, she realized how important it was to have a backer. At this time, a gust of wind blew in from the corridor, along with the cheap perfume on Xiao Na, which entered Xiao Sisi's breath. She covered her mouth and coughed dryly a few times. Everyone's strange gaze fell on Xiao Sisi's face at the same time. Fu Qingye then asked, What's wrong? I suddenly feel a bit sick. Xiao Sisi said with a frown and in pain. Chapter 56, Tell the Truth, Have You Got Pregnant? When the words fell, Xiao Sisi covered her nose and glanced at Xiao Na with a strange look. Everyone followed Xiao Sisi's gaze and looked at Xiao Na. This made Xiao Na seriously doubt herself. She said in a bad mood, What are you looking at if you want to throw up? Xiao Sisi didn't want to say anything to her, but Xiao Na suddenly thought of something and, acting like a concerned relative, asked, Sisi, you're only 20 years old like me, so you haven't slept with a man yet, have you? You're not pregnant, are you? Tell me the truth, or I'll go back and tell Grandma. She wanted to find out if Xiao Sisi had really slept with Fu Qingye, so she could calculate how much respect she should show her in the future. The strange looks of the crowd returned to Xiao Sisi's face. Xiao Sisi's eyes flickered as she spoke about this topic, as she was somewhat guilty. It wasn't that she was afraid of getting pregnant, but she was indeed no longer a virgin. Especially since the man who took her virginity was right there, she was at her wit's end. I feel like throwing up because you smell of cheap perfume, which is even worse than shit. Don't wear it again. Xiao Sisi hadn't planned to say why she felt sick. It was Xiao Na who forced her to say it directly by provoking her. When Xiao Sisi finished speaking, the women around Xiao Na reflexively took 2 steps back, distancing themselves from her. You, Xiao Na, are so angry that you could burst into flames. She couldn't help but lift her hand and sniff her left side, then her right side, as if she had become a smelly person. At this time, Fu Qingye also clenched his hands together and gently plugged his nose. He looked at the kitchen utensils smashed to pieces on the ground and asked Xiao Sisi, how much did all these things cost? A total of 857 yuan. When Xiao Sisi saw the mess yesterday, her heart ached and she felt like bleeding. Pay for the damage. Fu Qingye said coldly. Xiao Na was, after all, the one who led the smashing. Under Fu Qingye's dark gaze, she could only grit her teeth and transfer money to Xiao Sisi via WeChat, which she accepted in seconds. The next second, the girls began to clean up the mess in the doorway under the watchful eyes of the 2 men. With a bang, Fu Qingye slammed the door shut again. Although the girls outside the door didn't dare to speak, their hearts felt as if they had been split in 2. In the bedroom, Xiao Sisi wanted to say thank you, but her mouth was covered by Fu Qingye's hand. The door of this house is made of poor quality material and has extremely poor sound insulation. If Xiao Sisi says thank you, those people will know that they are not a real couple, and they will only bully Xiao Sisi more in the future. For this reason, Fu Qingye pointed at his cheek and whispered in her ear, if you really want to thank me, give me a kiss. When he said kiss, he deliberately raised his voice. Xiao Sisi blushed. Today, he had done her justice and recovered the lost money. She was really grateful to him and couldn't help thinking about the last time she went to the night market to buy Fu Qingye a watch to thank him, which ended up trending on the internet. After thinking about it, she realized that the only thing she could use to thank Fu Qingye was her body. So she stood on tiptoe and gently placed a kiss on his cheek. When she was close to him, the exclusive scent of his skin felt very nice, and her soft lips were even more of an ultimate attraction to him. The next second, Fu Qingye wrapped his arms around her waist and sealed her lips tightly. Xiao Sisi's scared face turned pale, and she instinctively resisted by making a sound. Although what she wanted to say was sealed by Fu Qingye's lips, because of the intensity of her tone, her voice was ambiguous but loud. Several people outside the door who were tidying up the rubbish heard Xiao Sisi's indistinct scream. They paused in their rubbish collecting movements, looking at each other while Yao Yao whispered, "Did you hear Xiao Sisi's voice? It sounds like they're doing it." "It sounds like that to me too." Another girl agreed. Xiao Na stared at the door with a sinister look, thinking that Xiao Sisi was actually doing it with Fu Qingye inside, and she was jealous to the point of madness. She said viciously, "No way." She said last time that President Fu hadn't slept with her. Besides, even if President Fu did sleep with her, so what? It's just a fling, he's not going to take responsibility for her. Everyone nodded, feeling that it made a lot of sense. They had been studying how to get rich off a sugar daddy all day, not to get married, but to make money. If Xiao Sisi didn't know how to take advantage of the situation, she would just be used for nothing. Thinking about this, they felt much better. There are so many people outside, what if they hear? Xiao Sisi finally pushed Fu Qingye away. Fu Qingye of course would not do anything here, he just couldn't help wanting to kiss her soft lips, that's all. At this moment, he was revealing a successful smile. Xiao Sisi could hardly imagine that Fu Qingye had just been so unapproachable in front of Xiao Na and the others, with an aloof air, but the way he looked at her was like a lecherous wolf, his deep eyes full of laughter, completely unlike the domineering boss full of majesty just now. He still put his arm around her waist and said, let's go home." Xiao Sisi shook her head. "Miss Tian should still be at your house, I don't think it's a good idea for me to go back." "What are you afraid of when I'm here?" Fu Qingye asked in return. Xiao Sisi still firmly refused to go. "Okay, I'll go back and sort things out, I'll come back to pick you up, and you be careful here," Fu Qingye explained. He had just deliberately kissed Xiao Sisi passionately, making her cry out and make a noise, with the aim of letting the women outside know that Xiao Sisi's relationship with him was not simple. I believe that those women outside should not dare to bully Xiao Sisi for the time being. As he was leaving, he looked around the bedroom where Xiao Sisi was staying, and thought to himself that he had to quickly reassure Xiao Sisi and let her go back home. This kind of place was simply not suitable for him to live in. He didn't know when it was, but his concern for Xiao Sisi had completely exceeded the scope of a fake girlfriend. Whenever he felt that he was different towards her, he would tell himself that it was because they had slept together. At this moment, Xiao Sisi suddenly retched twice. Fu Qingye got up in the middle of the night and found that her face was pale. Just now, in front of others, she retched, and now he saw her retching again. He stopped in his tracks and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "It's probably nothing. I might have eaten something that upset my stomach. I've had a sore throat for the past 2 mornings. I'll call the personal doctor." He was about to get the phone. No, I'll just go to the clinic in a bit. It's just a sore throat, there's no need to make such a fuss. Xiao Sisi quickly declined. Fu Qingye was a little worried, but a sore throat was indeed a minor problem, and he didn't think much of it, so he left first. As soon as he left, Xiao Sisi threw up onto the toilet bowl, throwing up profusely. After a while, she felt that she had thrown up all the acid in her stomach. Xiao Sisi then realized that it seemed to be more than just a simple sore throat. She wondered if she had caught a serious illness. Thinking about this, she quickly took out her phone to check her condition. The search results showed that the nausea was a sign of early pregnancy, and even that she had recently had no appetite, been lethargic, and liked sour and spicy food, all signs of pregnancy. Xiao Sisi was horrified when she thought about what Xiao Na had said earlier. Chapter 57, She's pregnant. But then she thought, Fu Qingye is sterile, how could she possibly be pregnant with his child? But no, Tian Yayuan came to the door with a pregnancy test, didn't she? If Tian Yayuan's child is Fu Qingye's, then she could be pregnant too. In any case, she needs to go by a pregnancy test. Xiao Sisi didn't dare to be negligent. She dashed out the door and down the stairs. Her heart was pounding with nervousness, and she almost tripped over herself several times. Her subconscious mind suspected that she might be pregnant, which meant that there was a little baby inside her tummy. So when she went downstairs, she held onto the stairs with her hand, so as to avoid rolling down the stairs. She arrived at a pharmacy across the street from her residential area. She entered the shop surreptitiously, a bit like a thief. "Little girl, what are you buying?" The owner of the pharmacy was a fat auntie, and she asked Xiao Sisi curiously. Before Xiao Sisi could say anything, her face had turned as red as a boiled shrimp. "Are you buying a pregnancy test?" the fat auntie asked directly. She had been running the pharmacy for more than 10 years, and had seen many young girls buying pregnancy tests, all of them acting like thieves like Xiao Sisi. And these young girls who came alone to buy pregnancy tests, rather than having their boyfriends do it for them, were mostly inexperienced and had been cheated. "Yes, you're right," Xiao Sisi said with a stiff upper lip. The fat aunt shook her head and said, "Young lady, you must know how to love yourself." As she spoke with emotion, she took a box of test strips and handed them to Xiao Sisi. She looked at her with eyes that made Xiao Sisi want to find a hole to crawl into. After she took the pregnancy test strips, paid for them, and then quickly left the pharmacy. Once she was out of the aunt's sight, she felt relaxed again. When she got home, she realized that she was shaking with fear. But she knew that there was no way to avoid certain things, so she went into the bathroom and followed the instructions on the test kit. When both lines on the test strip turned red, she couldn't believe her eyes for a moment. How could this be? She was pregnant? Fu Qingye had said over and over that he was sterile, so how could she be pregnant? At that moment, Xiao Sisi felt like the sky had collapsed. Not only was Fu Qingye surrounded by the unknown Tian Yayuan, but she and Fu Qingye were not really a couple, so she could not possibly ask him to take responsibility, could she? Moreover, what happened that night was that she begged Fu Qingye to help her, so there was even less reason for Fu Qingye to take responsibility for the child. Besides, she was only 20 years old, and she didn't want to be a mother yet. She was simply not ready. Xiao Sisi cried out of fear. The thought that there was actually a little life inside her, living off her body, scared her. She felt as if she was all alone in the world, with no one to rely on. For a long time, Xiao Sisi spent in a daze, until she heard a rumbling sound coming from her stomach. She felt a piercing hunger, as if the baby inside her was telling her that it was hungry. Xiao Sisi had vomited up everything she had eaten last night, and she had not eaten breakfast yet. If she continued to starve, she was afraid that she and the baby would starve to death together. She could only force herself not to think about it for the time being and fill her stomach first. She went downstairs again and went to the noodle shop as usual. She had been unable to eat anything for the past 2 days, and for some reason, she had been craving sour and spicy noodles. Now she realized that it was because she was pregnant. The noodles arrived quickly. As she ate, she couldn't help but feel scared. She was an unmarried woman without a boyfriend. What was she supposed to do? If she didn't find Fu Qingye to take responsibility, she simply wouldn't be able to support the baby on her own. So, the baby in her belly was destined never to see the light of day. As she thought about this, her eyes became red and wet, and crystal tears fell patteringly. Since she was facing the entrance to the shop, her vision was also blurred by the tears, and she didn't notice at all that Xiao Na and the others had walked into the shop. Naturally, they saw Xiao Sisi, who was eating noodles, at a glance, and when they realized that Xiao Sisi was actually crying, they stared at her in disbelief. When Fu Qingye showed up to back her up in the morning, they were so envious, especially when they later heard the sound of her and Fu Qingye doing it in the rental room. Unexpectedly, Xiao Sisi was actually crying alone in the noodle shop? In the past, if Xiao Na saw Xiao Sisi looking so miserable, she would definitely have stepped forward to add to her misery and taunted her a little. But this morning, she saw with her own eyes that Fu Qingye was very close to her, and now she was somewhat jealous of her. After entering the door, the few ignored Xiao Sisi and scanned the code to order. Xiao Sisi heard the sound of their voices and realized that Xiao Na and the others had entered the shop. She quickly averted her head, wiped away her tears, forced herself to control her emotions, and continued to eat her noodles with her head bowed. The noodle shop was very small, and Xiao Na and the others sat behind Xiao Sisi. They seemed to be chatting in low voices, but in fact, Xiao Sisi could hear everything they said clearly. I told you, she and President Fu are definitely not really together. Otherwise, why would President Fu let his girlfriend rent a place in this shitty place? It's also possible that Mr. Fu was just playing around. Yesterday, she was played for a fool all night, and in the morning, he just left. That's why she's hiding here and crying. I don't think Mr. Fu will come back. If she really had climbed onto a high branch, do you think we would still be able to see her in such a miserable state? Xiao Sisi was already feeling bad, and hearing this made her feel even worse. Although what they said was unpleasant, some of it was true. Moreover, her current situation was even worse than they thought, and she had even gotten pregnant with someone else's child. At this moment, someone patted Xiao Sisi on the shoulder. Xiao Sisi was startled and looked up. It was an old man with a red face, who looked like he had been drinking for a long time. His face was full of acne scars, and his whole face was as disgusting as a wasp's nest. What's worse, when he spoke, his breath reeked of cigarettes and alcohol, and she almost threw up the noodles she had just eaten. Little girl, have you fallen out of love? Why are you crying here alone? Tell the uncle, he's very good at comforting people. Let me comfort you, okay? Xiao Sisi was so shocked that she never imagined she could encounter such a disgusting stranger in broad daylight. She stood up suddenly and couldn't finish eating her face. What's more, he even reached out his and tried to touch Xiao Sisi. Xiao Na and the others all saw it, but they were indifferent like strangers, and they were even sneering, wishing that this uncle would drag Xiao Sisi out and ruin her. Xiao Sisi backed up a little, wanting to scold this disgusting man, but she was afraid that he would hit her. Conflicting feelings filled her. In the end, she thought about it and decided that it was better for a weak woman like her to stay away from such a mentally unstable person. She didn't say anything, avoided him, and quickly left the restaurant. She was still in a state of shock, full of grievances, and was afraid that the old man would chase her out. After walking about 10 meters, she ran head-on into a soft wall. Then, Fu Qingye's voice, as beautiful as an angel's, came from above. Xiao Sisi, why are you crying again? Who bullied you again? Fu Qingye asked with a frown. At that moment, Xiao Sisi even thought she had heard it wrong. How could he have returned so quickly? Mr. Fu, I'm so scared. Oh, she clung to his arm and couldn't hold back her sobs. Chapter 58, Come home with me. Thinking about the fact that she was pregnant, that she had just eaten some noodles and hadn't done anything to offend anyone, that she would be gossiped about and bullied by strange men for no reason, that she had done nothing wrong, she was so confused and scared. She was especially thinking about the disgusting old man's greasy face, and she was extremely aggrieved and scared. What was going on? Fu Qingye's heart was in his mouth. He was secretly glad that after he had gone back and kicked Tianya Yuan out, he had not gone to the company, but had rushed over to pick up this poor little thing as soon as possible. There was a man in the noodle shop harassing me, it was so scary. Xiao Sisi didn't dare to think about what would happen if she met the man with the strong smell of alcohol in a remote place. She suddenly felt that it was really dangerous for a girl to go out alone. Fu Qingye's face suddenly sank, and his deep, dark eyes took on a dangerous tint. It was at this moment that the greasy old man chased after him, while Xiao Na and the others ran out of the noodle shop to watch the fun. What they didn't expect was that Fu Qingye had actually returned. They had just seen Xiao Sisi hiding inside the noodle shop crying alone, and Xiao Na and the others had thought that Fu Qingye would never come back again. It was that man. Xiao Sisi pointed at the greasy man running out. Then she hid behind Fu Qingye. If Fu Qingye wasn't there, she wouldn't have dared to stop and face that greasy old man. But then she thought, why would she tell Fu Qingye about it? It made it seem like she really was that person. What Xiao Sisi didn't expect was that when Fu Qingye heard about it, he suddenly rushed over to the greasy old man. He reached out and grabbed the other person's neck, holding them against the outside wall of the noodle shop. The greasy old man originally thought that Xiao Sisi was crying alone in the noodle shop, and must have neither friends nor a boyfriend in the city. He could see that she was very easy to bully, someone who could be bullied for nothing, and never imagined that she actually had a man. Fu Qingye strangled the man to death. Handsome guy, misunderstanding, I was just seeing a little girl eating noodles while crying, and I was kind enough to comfort her. I didn't mean any harm. Fu Qingye, however, went crazy. While choking him, he directly kicked the man in the most important part. The greasy old man screamed like a pig in pain, feeling like his life was over. Xiao Na and the others were stunned. They had thought that Fu Qingye and Xiao Sisi were definitely acting, and even though he had supported Xiao Sisi in the morning, it felt like he was doing her a favor. Unexpectedly, when someone bullied Xiao Sisi, Fu Qingye really got involved. The ferocity of his attack was as if he wanted to cripple the person. Xiao Sisi was worried that if things continued like this, Fu Qingye would get into trouble for assault. She quickly went over to him, grabbed his arm and said, "Qingye, forget it. I haven't been hurt either. Let's not get into it with him. Let's just go. Please." Xiao Sisi's eyes were red and she looked scared. Fu Qingye didn't want to scare Xiao Sisi, so he let go of her hand. As soon as he let go, the greasy man fell to his knees with a thud, covering his important parts with his hands, looking as if he was in excruciating pain. Fu Qingye directly covered Xiao Sisi's eyes to prevent her from seeing the man's miserable state. "Go home with me." Because of what had just happened, and because she was pregnant, Xiao Sisi no longer dared to stay alone in the rental house. She no longer stubbornly insisted on staying outside, but obediently followed Fu Qingye and walked towards his luxury car. Although she hadn't yet decided what to do next, the rent had already been paid, as had the deposit, so she would not be giving up the lease just yet. She followed Fu Qingye into the Rolls-Royce. Xiao Na and the others had originally followed them out to laugh at them, but instead, they saw Xiao Sisi get into Fu Qingye's luxury car and leave, and they were all envious. They had never even seen a Rolls-Royce before, and Xiao Sisi was actually able to get into that kind of luxury car? What was her relationship with Fu Qingye? Xiao Na still couldn't believe that someone of Fu Qingye's status would look at Xiao Sisi. Besides, Xiao Sisi was crying while eating noodles just now, so how could she be in a position to climb up to a rich man? Plus, she was still wearing street-sourced goods like before, with no class at all. After thinking about it, it felt like they were more like an employer-employee relationship. On the way home, Fu Qingye drove Xiao Sisi home, and he could clearly feel that she was still in a very bad state. Her face was pale and bloodless, and she looked preoccupied. He suddenly remembered what the greasy old man had said about Xiao Sisi crying alone in the noodle shop, and he couldn't help but ask, "Why were you crying alone while eating noodles? Did those women bully you again?" No. Xiao Sisi didn't know whether to tell him about her pregnancy. The scene of begging him for help was still vivid in her mind. They had always been just an employer-employee relationship. Anyone with self-awareness shouldn't have asked Fu Qingye to take responsibility for this, but should have secretly dealt with it themselves. Even the abortion fee had to be settled by herself. He owed her nothing. Although Xiao Sisi was young, she knew that marriage was no joke. The two of them had decided to get married because they must have loved each other, not because of any other factors. "Where is that Miss Tian?" Xiao Sisi asked. She was worried that if she went back with Fu Qingye, she would be mocked by Tian Yayuan again. "I've already sent her away," Fu Qingye replied with a dark face. When he went back in the morning, Tian Yayuan acted like the mistress of the house, and the servants in the family treated her like a national treasure, giving her all kinds of nourishing food. Fu Qingye's face turned purple with anger. He could already imagine how Xiao Sisi was driven out, and just thinking about it made him know that she must have suffered a lot of grievances at that time. Fu Qingye grabbed Tian Yayuan by the back of the collar on the spot, and without even calling security, he personally escorted her out. Furthermore, he called Butler Du over and gave him a severe scolding. He told Butler Du that Tian Yayuan's child was conceived by someone else's secret method, not his, and that he had no relationship with Tian Yayuan. Butler Du's face turned pale on the spot. After all, she didn't expect Tian Yayuan to be so shameless, carrying someone else's child, but blaming their young master. Xiao Sisi wanted to ask more, but Fu Qingye had no intention of talking, or perhaps he had already said everything he needed to say. In fact, Xiao Cixi's own affairs had little to do with Tian Yuan. She and Fu Qingye were not really a couple, and even if Tian Yuan had nothing to do with Fu Qingye, she could not blame Fu Qingye for it. If someone had a crush on her, they would have confessed their feelings a long time ago, instead of just kissing and hugging whenever they felt like it, without ever saying they liked her or showing any other kind of interest. Sometimes she wondered if Fu Qingye really felt about her the way Xiao Na said he did, if he just saw her as a toy to be played with. The two of them didn't speak again the whole way, and Xiao Cixi, weak and helpless, clung to the seatbelt, staring out the window with vacant eyes. What was she going to do? What was she going to do about the baby inside her? Since she has no boyfriend and no means, there may only be one way out. She needs to go to the hospital sometime. Chapter 59. Cixi, Grandma will definitely make a decision for you. When she returned to the royal view, Butler Du was the first to come forward and apologize. Young mistress, it was my fault for listening to the biased words of others. I will never listen to others gossiping again. Please forgive me this time. Butler Du, who usually exudes authority in front of the staff, was now groveling before Xiao Cixi. Xiao Cixi didn't need to ask to know that Fu Qingye must have scolded her when he came home that morning. Her apology sounded sincere, but Xiao Cixi knew that she was just afraid of Fu Qingye's authority and wanted to keep her job. After this incident, Butler Du probably no longer believed her relationship with Fu Qingye from the bottom of his heart. After all, the fact that she left home that day was in fact a tacit admission of Tian Yuan's words. But it's okay, Butler Du is a smart person. Even if he knows that Xiao Cixi is Fu Qingye's fake girlfriend, he also knows that he should stand by Fu Qingye's side. Therefore, as long as Fu Qingye supports Xiao Cixi for one day, she will not dare to do anything to her. Listen carefully, this is your last chance. Next time you act on your own, get out of Beijing. Fu Qingye coldly said. Instead, he took Xiao Cixi's hand and went upstairs. At that moment, Butler Du was in a daze, even doubting herself, wondering if she had made a mistake. How come Fu Qingye's care for Xiao Cixi went beyond that of a fake girlfriend? In any case, she would now have to take extra care of Xiao Cixi. With Fu Qingye at home, the whole family treated Xiao Cixi with respect, and Xiao Cixi's heart was put at ease. In that case, she won't lose her 2 jobs for the time being? However, she is pregnant now, and she is afraid that she will not be able to do the cleaning job. On second thought, she probably won't give birth to the baby, so even if she does heavy work, it won't have any effect. Conflicting emotions made Xiao Cixi's face full of worry. She lay in bed and searched for information about her situation on her phone. What should an unmarried girl do if she becomes pregnant? What should an unmarried girl without a boyfriend do if she becomes pregnant? What should an unmarried girl with no money do if she becomes pregnant unexpectedly? Without a doubt, the answers she got all told her to abort the baby. One of the most sincere answers was that as long as there was nothing wrong with her body, and if the doctor said that abortion would not affect future fertility, then she should go ahead and do it. The greatest self-discipline for a woman was not to have children recklessly. Xiao Cixi couldn't help rubbing her stomach inside. It seemed that this baby was ultimately going to be a problem. Fu Qingye could tell at a glance that she was troubled, but she wouldn't say anything when asked. He wondered if it was possible that Xiao Cixi was unhappy because of Tian Yuan. Should he explain things a little more clearly to her? Fu Qingye himself didn't know why, but he couldn't stand to see Xiao Cixi unhappy at all. Xiao Cixi, he called out. Xiao Cixi, who was originally holding her phone and typing in the search bar, was so scared that she deleted the question she typed and immediately exited the page. Why are you acting so sneaky? Are you hiding something from me? Fu Qingye asked suspiciously. He walked over to the big bed and sat down on the edge of it, his deep, penetrating gaze never leaving her pale little face. No, it's nothing. Xiao Cixi shook her head. She didn't have the courage to tell Fu Qingye that she was pregnant. It felt like asking him for money. Nothing? By the way, didn't you have a sore throat this morning? Have you seen a doctor? As Fu Qingye asked, his large hand touched Xiao Cixi's forehead. She looked exceptionally fragile today, as if she were sick. However, her forehead temperature was quite normal. It's just a minor problem, probably caused by eating too much spicy food recently. Xiao Cixi answered with a dodging glance. In fact, when it came to this, she was afraid and wanted to cry again. The child was obviously Fu Qingye's, but she couldn't discuss it with her boyfriend like a normal girlfriend. The main reason was that this was the result of her asking someone else to do it. It's just a minor problem, so I'll let the kitchen make some mung bean soup later. Fu Qingye said, hesitating for a moment before preparing to tell her about Tian Yayuan. However, at that moment, he received a call from his good friend Gu Xingfan. On the other end of the line, Gu Xingfan's voice was more nervous than ever. Master Chang, it's bad, Yayuan cut her wrist and was admitted to the hospital. She's in critical condition right now, so you need to hurry and come to the first hospital of Jing City. Fu Qingye frowned. Although he had never felt anything for Tian Yayuan, they had known each other since childhood. And in the morning, the way he had thrown her out had probably been too rude. It seemed that he really needed to come to a proper end with Tian Yayuan, so that she would know for sure that he really had never felt anything for her, and that it wasn't true what she thought, that the more he abused her, the more she would love him. After hanging up the phone, he said to Xiao Sisi, Sisi, I'm going to the hospital now. Tian Yayuan has cut her wrists. Oh my god. Xiao Sisi covered her mouth. Don't be afraid, I'll go take a look and be right back. Fu Qingye spoke as calmly as possible. It was already autumn, and the nights were quite cool, so Fu Qingye took a jacket and went out. Xiao Sisi was left alone in the bedroom, and she was so anxious that she was on the verge of panic. Pregnant women are naturally sensitive, and when she heard that Tian Yayuan had slit her wrists and killed herself, her first reaction was fear. The thought that she was pregnant like Tian Yayuan made her even more afraid. To distract herself, she used her reddened eyes to watch short videos, and just happened to watch one posted by a sister who had been married for 10 years but couldn't get pregnant. She cried and said that if God could let her conceive a child, she would be willing to live 10 years less. She also popularized the idea that abortion is cruel and so on, hoping that girls who are pregnant know that there is a life in their belly, not just a piece of dispensable flesh. When she saw this, Xiao Sisi's tear-filled eyes blurred. It was also at this time that Grandma Fu's voice came in. Is Sisi sleeping? I don't think so. She and Master just got back a little while ago, and Master just left. Butler Du answered. Then there was a knock on the door. Xiao Sisi was so scared that she quickly wiped away the tears from her face. She sat up, straightened her hair, and called out to the door, Grandma, just come on in. Unfortunately, even though she tried her best to hold back her tears, her voice was still full of sobs. When Grandma Fu pushed the door open, she could see at a glance that her eyes were red, clearly having just cried. Sisi, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Did Changya bully you? Grandma Fu asked nervously. She came over, leaning on her walking stick, and her old eyes fell on Xiao Sisi's small, overwhelmed face. No, maybe I didn't sleep well yesterday, so my eyes are a little swollen. Xiao Sisi gave a reason she didn't even believe herself. Sisi, tell your grandmother the truth. What's really going on? Whatever it is, you can trust me. I'll make sure to take care of it for you. Grandma Fu sat on the edge of the bed and squeezed Xiao Sisi's hand. Her kind appearance made Xiao Sisi think of her own grandmother, and she felt very trustworthy. Chapter 60, The Child is Qingye. But how was she going to bring this up? She felt better telling Fu Qingye than Fu's grandmother, as if she were complaining behind an old person's back. It was at this moment that a sudden wave of nausea crept up her throat. Xiao Sisi retched twice, and her already red eyes turned even redder. To make matters worse, her stomach suddenly felt like it was burning. She was afraid of vomiting on the quilt, so she had no choice but to lift the quilt and get up, and ran to the bathroom. Xiao Sisi vomited repeatedly into the sink. By the end, she felt like there was only sour water left in her stomach. She pressed her hands against the mirror, with a few strands of saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. She had never felt so bad in her life. In the bedroom, Granny Fu and Butler Du exchanged glances. Both of them were experienced people, and Xiao Sisi's reaction made them instantly think of something. Sisi, are you okay? Granny Fu, leaning on her walking stick, walked to the bathroom door with the help of Butler Du. Xiao Sisi took a moment to compose herself before coming out of the bathroom. Then, weakly, she shook her head at Granny Fu to indicate that she was fine. She wanted to walk to the sofa to sit down, but Fu Grandma took her hand and looked her in the eye and asked, Sisi, tell Grandma the truth, are you pregnant? Xiao Sisi was stunned. She had to admit that the elderly had more salt than the young, and their experience was rich. She had only thrown up, but she had guessed the truth right away. Unlike Fu Qingye, she had not even thought in that direction. Perhaps it was because Fu Qingye always felt that he would be the last in his family to pass away that he never thought about it. Xiao Sisi stammered and could not speak, but she shook her head and blushed, saying no. Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? How about this, let's go to the hospital with Grandma now. Grandma Fu said, ready to pull Xiao Sisi out. Xiao Sisi stood still, her face turning red and then white. Grandma, there's no need to go to the hospital. I don't care if I'm pregnant or not, I have to find out the cause of this vomiting. What if there's something wrong with my body? If you don't come with me, I'll call the doctor to come to the house. Grandma Fu said sternly. Although she looked calm, her tone was full of concern. Xiao Sisi knew that if she didn't say anything, her grandmother would find out the truth if she called the doctor over. Butler Du, ask Dr. Ling to come over. Grandma Fu commanded. Xiao Sisi felt as if her head had exploded. After struggling for a while, she finally blurted out. Grandma, I'm pregnant. I don't know what to do now. Xiao Sisi said, and tears welled up in her eyes. At that moment, Grandma Fu thought she was dreaming. Her granddaughter was pregnant? Could it be true? Grandma Fu was well aware of the problem that Fu Qingye had been diagnosed with back then, and it had always been a thorn in her side. Even if she thought her grandson was impotent, she still wanted him to find a lover to keep him company. Grandma Fu simply didn't dare to think that Fu Qingye was capable of naturally impregnating a woman. So, that brat is capable of it? Silly girl, getting pregnant is a good thing, why are you crying? Grandma Fu wiped away the tears on Xiao Sisi's face. A good thing? Xiao Sisi muttered. You're right, Grandma thought she and Fu Qingye were really in a relationship, so of course she thinks it's a good thing. Thank goodness, the heavens have answered our prayers, and the Fu family will finally have an heir. Grandma Fu's eyes also turned red with excitement. She was usually calm in the face of adversity, but now she didn't know what to do. Butler Du, quickly arrange a car to take Sisi to the hospital right away. Grandma Fu felt that for the time being, it would be best to take Xiao Sisi for a detailed examination. Only by confirming that she was really pregnant could she feel at ease. But Butler Du stood there, speechless. Grandma Fu immediately noticed the unusual look in her eyes and asked, "What's going on? Do you have something you want to say?" Madam, a few days ago, a female celebrity named Tian Yayuan came to the house with a pregnancy test report, saying that she was pregnant with Master's child. But Master said he had never touched her, and that Tian Yayuan got pregnant because she was sexually harassed. I don't know if the young mistress. Butler Du's meaning was very clear. She was questioning who the father of Xiao Sisi's child was. After all, from her recent observations, she was certain that Fu Qingye and Xiao Sisi were not a couple. Originally, Xiao Sisi had serious reservations about bringing this up, but Butler Du's words were an insult. If the child she was carrying was not Fu Qingye's, how could she tell grandmother Fu that she was pregnant? The baby is Qingye's, and he is the only man I have ever been with. Xiao Sisi explained nervously, her face turning red. Grandma Fu nodded, of course she believed Xiao Sisi. In fact, ever since Fu Qingye brought Xiao Sisi home, Grandma Fu had already investigated Xiao Sisi. She knew a lot about their relationship, and naturally, she knew the timeline of Xiao Sisi's time with Fu Qingye, and even more clearly that the girl had never had a boyfriend and was innocent. Du, you need to think before you speak. I know more about what happened between Shishi and Chang Yi than you do, so don't talk nonsense. Grandma Fu scolded with a stern face. Butler Du of course knew that although Grandma Fu was old, she still had a clear mind. Even though she was old, she was still as sharp as she was when she was young. The old lady had her reasons for speaking so assertively. She then changed her tone and dared not speak disrespectfully to Xiao Shishi again. I'm sorry, young lady. I'm sorry, madam. I'll arrange the car right away. Butler Du said, and started to make a phone call. Grandma Fu also took out her mobile phone and prepared to call Fu Qingye, wanting him to come home. Xiao Sisi quickly grabbed Grandma Fu's arm and said, Grandma, I haven't told Qingye about this yet, and I haven't decided what to do. Qingye still doesn't know, does he? Then I have to tell him to come home even more. Grandma Fu said with a smile. She suddenly felt like all the sub-health in her body had disappeared. It had been a long time since she had felt so full of energy. It was as if she had suddenly become younger by several decades, and her whole body felt refreshed. Grandma, please. And he's got something on right now, so he won't be able to come back for a while. Can we not tell him for now? Xiao Sisi pleaded. Grandma Fu knew that Xiao Sisi was young after all, and it was normal for her to panic in a situation like this. That's why she didn't call Fu Qingye. She patted Xiao Sisi's hand and said, Okay, Grandma won't call him first. How about this, I'll ask Dr. Ling to come over and take a look to make sure if you're pregnant, okay? Xiao Sisi nodded, but she still had some concerns. However, she had no intention of telling Fu Qingye about this, and she didn't want to use a child to tie down a man who didn't belong to her. Sisi, Qingye is getting on in years. It's not easy to have a child. He will definitely be happier than I am when he finds out. I know you are young and it is hard for you to follow Qingye, but you have to believe that Qingye will definitely be a good husband and father. Will you give him a chance? Xiao Sisi didn't dare say that they were a fake couple and still had a worried face. She couldn't help but think, if Fu Qingye knew, would he really be as happy as Grandma said?